CISOs, cloud professionals, technology and business leaders, and policymakers to embrace a cloud-first, security-first mindset. We must work together to ensure that Africa's cloud transformation is secure, compliant, and resilient. The government remains committed to supporting cloud adoption, strengthening cybersecurity frameworks, and collaborating with the industry leaders to build a secure digital economy for Kenya and for Africa. Asanteni sana.
One more time. Excellency. I don't know whether you remember me. We schooled with this guy. Maybe he might not remember me. I'm wearing a new suit today. So, yeah. But it's so nice to hear that you had the first cybersecurity, not cybersecurity, the first cyber cafe in Nairobi. And so, it's about doing the right things or either doing the things right. Sawa sawa. So we're going to have our next keynote speaker. His name is Shigan Yaye, who is an experienced information security professional with over 20 years of expertise in technology, risk management, and cyber security. He is the Vice President of Tech Risk Advisory at Goldman Sachs. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and help me bring on stage Mr. Shigun Yaye.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me back there? Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I'm truly, truly happy. I'm honored. I'm thankful to be here. This is my second time in Kenya. The first time I came here was 13 years ago. Came with one of my really, really good friends, who is also from here. And he's from Lamu, and we went to Lamu. Truly, it changed my life. Lamu is a very special place for me. So if you're not from, well, even if you're from here and you're looking for a really cool place to visit, I highly recommend you visit Lamu. And what I can promise you is that in Lamu, you will not miss Nairobi's traffic. I guarantee you that. So, I really want to thank Honorable Kabogo for his talk. This is why I decided to come to these kind of conferences. It's actually really nice to learn what the government is doing, some of the new things, some of the interesting technology stuff that is going on the continent. So it's good to hear. So thank you for that. So when I was asked to give this talk, typically when I give this kind of presentation, and I'm sure you guys are used to this, but we share a lot of statistics and metrics and numbers, and I'm sure you're going to get a whole lot of that in the next 2 days. So, but for my presentation, I tried to do something different. So instead of bombarding you with a bunch of numbers, I actually decided to tell you a story, and I hope you find the story interesting. By show of hand, how many people have ever had a gun pointed at them? Really? Okay. All right, so two or three people. All right, so you're going to like this one. So I want to take you back to 1999 in Florida. By the way, I'm from Texas. 1999, well, I'm not from Texas. I live in Texas, but I'm originally from Benin Republic, but I live in Texas. So I want to take you back to 1999 in Florida. I had just moved to the US, And one morning I was on my way to school, and I was driving on the highway, and I missed my exit. And if you know highways in the US, they're really long, really big, and especially in Texas, where everything is big, of course. So I missed my exit, and then I looked down my navigation, and I saw that the next exit was about 10 kilometers away. And I knew if I had waited until I get to the next exit, there's no way I was going to make it on time for my class. So, of course, in my infinite wisdom, I decided to quickly make a U-turn and get back on the other side. And so, as I was stepping onto the medium lane to make my U-turn, and guess who showed up? The Florida State Trooper was right there waiting for me. And I don't know where he came from. I don't know if he was waiting for me, if he saw me making the U-turn, but he was right there. And so he waited for me patiently to kind of merge onto the highway, and then he followed me, and of course turned his light on and his siren and pulled me over. So then I stopped, and I put my car in park, and then, like a good, well-behaved African person, as soon as I stopped, I opened my door, got out of the car, and proceeded to start walking toward him. Don't do that. That's the wrong thing to do. So, and truly, I thought I was in one of those movies that you see, but you never think is actually going to happen to you. And before I knew it, I had a gun, like a shotgun, not a pistol, shotgun pointed right at me, and his finger was on the trigger. He was barricaded behind the driver's side door and started shouting at me, started yelling at me. So, what the hell are you doing? Stop right there and turn around, go back to your car. It's like, I didn't know what I did wrong. And by the way, let me remind you, at that point, I had just moved to the US, never got pulled over by the police before in my life, didn't know how the system works, barely spoke any English, by the way. So then he told me to get back in my car, which I did. Then he came and met me, and the whole time he was coming to my car, I could see from my side mirror the gun was pointed at me with his finger on the trigger. So when he got to me, started asking me a bunch of questions. Where was I going? Why was I trying to make a U-turn? Like, I was trying to make a U-turn because I missed my exit and I was going to be late for class. So he said, well, listen, son, in America, that's illegal. You don't do that. I said, I'm sorry. So then, to make a story short, he gave me a warning and he let me go. Now, I know what you're thinking. What the hell does that have to do with class security, right? Believe it or not, that actually has a lot to do with cloud security. You see, cloud security, moving to the cloud, is like moving to a foreign country where they speak a different language, we use different technologies, the rules are different. There's a lot of illegal activities in the cloud, on the internet, a lot of good people, but also a lot of bad people. So the point is, just like moving to the US, learning to know the rules, different system, if you're going to move to the cloud, you have to spend the time to learn the rules. You have to follow the rules. You have to have the right protection in place, right? And like me, where I did an illegal activity and I got away with a warning, if you make a bad move in the cloud, you may not get away with a warning. Instead, you may get away with being out of business. This happens all the time, right? But the good news is that you do want to be in the cloud. There's good thing in the cloud, right? You just need to know what you're doing. You just need to learn the rule. The other good news is that cloud security in Africa is different from cloud security in the US, in Europe. We have different challenges, but we also have different opportunities. So I do have a quick presentation set up for you, and I hope you find it interesting. So I think this is true for everywhere. Cloud security, cloud computing in general is accelerating Africa's digital transformation, right? And we have a lot of startups in Africa. And obviously, I think somebody mentioned that earlier, with cloud adoption also come a lot of security concern. And those are the security concerns that we have to be aware of and we have to deal with. And we're going to talk about some of those security concerns. All right, I'm not sure what's going on. Okay. All right, so obviously we have all the major cloud service providers in Africa as well, all the Microsoft Azure, or the AWS, the Google Clouds. Based on my research, they're mostly in South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, and obviously also some of the Northern Africa countries, Morocco, Algeria, and so on. So some of the challenges, we have quite a few. The big one is the limited number of data centers. I think everybody is probably aware of this, right? The second challenge, the big challenge, is the internet connectivity gaps, where we still have some of the region. You can't have cloud without internet connection, right? So if you're going to put your stuff in the cloud, people need connection to be able to get to it. And having reliable internet connection, reliable power, and reliable broadband coverage is obviously important. Now, this last one, the last challenge is actually, to me, it should be the number one, right? The data sovereignty concern, to me, that's the biggest challenge we have right now. And the reason why I truly believe this is the biggest challenge is this. A lot of people don't think about this, but we're in an age where the big countries, the big economies, they will use anything to get their way. And I can actually think of a day where they can use data if we don't do something they want us to do. So I'll take the example of, let's just say, the UK, right? And we all know data is the new currency. Now, the vast majority of businesses and government in Africa do not have the data physically located in Africa, right? That's a big problem. If you're a government, if you're a big business, and all your data is in Europe, in another country, you don't have any control over that data. What happens if your government does something that pisses off the country that hosts your data, right? You can imagine where they can use that, they can hold that data hostage. It is possible. So that's something that we need to start thinking about. What are the opportunities? The opportunities are exactly related to the challenges that we just talked about, right? So expansion of edge computing, and I know Honorable Kabogo just talked about that earlier, right? So expansion of edge computing is a big deal. Localized cloud services and the development of new data centers. Again, as I mentioned earlier, most of the data centers are concentrated in South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, and so on. So that needs to be expanded. Obviously, I was just talking to a gentleman earlier from Cameroon. So we have people from all over the place. So this doesn't just apply to Kenya, is my point. And of course, public-private partnerships, that is also important. That is what makes this thing work. The government cannot do it alone. The private sector cannot do it alone. Some of the emerging threats in cloud security. I'm not sure this is emerging. Ransomware has been a top 5, top 10 threat forever. That's nothing new. The only difference is that now it's getting more sophisticated. It's getting easier. Ransomware as a service. You don't need to have any kind of technical ability to now leverage ransomware attacks. You can just pay somebody to do it for you, right? Phishing, social engineering, insider threat. We're just talking. There was the first presentation we had this morning was from CrowdStrike, where they talk a lot about insider threat, supply chain vulnerabilities. I know tomorrow we have a panel discussion around supply chain vulnerabilities. So those are some of the challenges that we're facing. I'm going to skip this one. I was going to talk about a case study, cloud security breach in South Africa, but there's so many cloud security breaches. You can, pick your favorite. You can do a very quick search on Google and find a whole bunch of them. And we also talked about this one this morning during the CrowdStrike presentation, AI, AI, AI. AI is the evil, and AI is also the genius. All right, just like we use it for good, the bad guys also use it for bad. And it always seems like we're always one step behind the bad guys. How do we get ahead? I don't know. That's an open question. So I remember when Harry was doing his presentation, he talked about one of the challenges from the survey was regulatory compliance. I think everybody has that challenge. It's not just in Kenya, it's not just in Africa. And we do have, and I'm going to tell you another story that it made me smile, I was so happy. So when I landed 2 days ago at the airport in Kenya, in Nairobi, the first sign that I saw at the airport was about the data protection regulation in Kenya. It's the little stuff, guys. I mean, that's just a little thing that just make me happy. But I just kind of want you to think about this. You go to a country for the first or the second time, and at the airport, you're coming from a CISO conference, and the first thing you see at the airport is something about data protection. That really shows that the country is taking data protection seriously. That's my point. And it's just happy to see stuff like that. Of course, we have South Africa, law in Nigeria, laws in Morocco, Egypt, and Ghana. We also have some regulation or some work being done with data protection regulation at the African Union level, right? So they're trying to pass some regulation for the entire continent. So we see how that goes. All right, so I wanted to make sure that I have a few minutes to talk about best practices. This is not meant to be an exhaustive list of all of the best practices, but these are some of the most important. I know there's a presentation coming up about zero trust, and so that presentation is probably going to get deeper into the technology. But if you're going to be in the cloud in a very serious manner, and you don't really have zero trust, that's definitely something you want to consider. It's a journey. That's all I can tell you. Is that this is not something. It's not an easy thing to do, but that's a must. Secondly, data protection and encryption, best practice. Third one is the security automation and AI. And then, of course, we never want to forget security awareness training. This is one of my personal passions, right? Security awareness training, I feel like a lot of companies, a lot of organizations don't pay enough attention to security awareness training, right? In my experience, a lot of my peers, they pay a lot of attention to the latest technology, the latest tool, the latest solution, but not enough attention to the people that actually run those tools. So, future of cloud security skill. I know Harry also talked about a severe shortage of security professional. That is not only in Kenya. As I said, I live in Texas. In the US, that's a big problem. Now, we can debate about whether we actually truly have a shortage of skilled workers, but that's for another presentation. So security architect, security engineers, security automation. We talk about some of the certification, some of the most popular certification there. Now, to conclude and to call you guys to action, I wanted to mention 4 things. Again, as I mentioned, data center, data center, data center, please. And I want to beg Honorable Kabogo to spend money on building more data centers, across the region, because again, I truly believe that's one of the biggest problems we have in Africa is we don't own our data. The data reside with typically is the country that colonizes us. I mean, it's a fact, right? Good or bad. So invest in cybersecurity training. We want to strengthen cloud security policies, and then, again, as I mentioned, you cannot do it alone. We want to foster regional collaboration and partnership. Thank you again. I hope you find the information useful, and I'm looking forward to further discussion.
Thank you very much, Shagun. I have to say, when people ask me a bit about cloud security and if it's a worry for me, I've always just said, not worried about it because my data storage is such a mess. No one's ever going to be able to find anything. But I think with the advent of AI, we should be concerned, we should be worried. And, reading up on the statistics of how quickly things are progressing, we all know it's not if, but when. I was reading a stat the other day that said the average organization globally is going to be hit 7 times a year. And that's alarming. That's pretty scary. We have a few minutes before our next speaker. So I just, by show of hands, would love to get to know a little bit more about the audience that we have today. So, by show of hands, or maybe you guys want to stand, who is attending Africa's CISO Summit for the first time? Please raise your hand. Welcome. Thank you. Welcome. By show of hands, could we see what industries that you represent? Who is from banking, finance, insurance? Okay, it's great to see. Who represents healthcare? Okay, anybody from the manufacturing and industrial sector? Brilliant, brilliant, thank you. By show of hands, let's see which countries are in the room today. South Africa. We've got a few South Africans, great. We know we have lots of Kenya. Kenya, would you raise your hand? Wonderful. Do we have, I know we do have representatives from Tanzania. I don't know if they've arrived yet. Are our Tanzanian representatives here? Not yet. Rwanda, yet? The back there, brilliant. On the west side, Nigeria. Not in the room yet. Oh, at the back there, hi, welcome, welcome. Thank you very much. Good. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very, very excited to introduce our next keynote speaker, who's going to be looking at cloud-driven sustainability by unlocking the full potential of AI. Our speaker is the COO, excuse me, I've given you an immediate promotion there to Joseph, from Sirianu, Mr. Joseph Mathenge. Joseph is an information system security professional with extensive experience in leadership and technical roles. As the COO, he oversees the team delivering security services for cloud-hosted and on-premise systems, focusing on innovation and service reliability. He specializes in configuring firewalls, intrusion detection services, and antivirus tools, alongside expertise in network packet analysis and digital forensics. Proficient in incident handling and evidence management, Joseph has contributed to securing diverse enterprises. His background includes database administration and scripting, emphasizing practical approaches to safeguarding systems, and supporting business continuity. Joseph, we're very pleased to have you here today. Welcome, and we'll hand the podium over to you. Thank you. Can we give Joseph a warm welcome? Thank you, everybody.
Mic check, 1, 2, there we go. Good morning, everyone. Wow, this is a full room. Those of you who speak often or speak occasionally, even after 1,000 times of speaking, do you still get nervous? Because I do. Another thing that terrified me as we were getting started, Waziri, and he has left, made a comment about closing doors and windows and open doors, and if you don't close them, then Njoroges will do things. And my middle name is Njoroge, so I was a little concerned on how we'll be able to engage on this. But good, thanks for making the time to be here. I am very, very honored to be standing before you to tackle a very interesting topic. When it was assigned to me, I had to think and then think again. Because in essence, here are two components that we need to step through. Number one is cloud and cloud scalability. Number two is AI. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're not already dabbling with AI, you're falling behind, whether you like it or not. About a week ago, 2 weeks ago, I have two teenage daughters. They were doing a party for their high school, and they were given a challenge. There was a boys' team and a girls' team. They were given a challenge to come up with a song or a rap that has them using, they're called Rhinos, that's the school team name, that has the words Rhino and their school in it. And these absolutely brilliant teenagers whipped out their phones, whipped out ChatGPT, and jigged up a rap. I was super impressed. I was jealous, but I was super impressed. These guys are ahead of us. I've been in technology 20 plus years, and every time I see what they're doing with it, I get very, very intrigued. So here is what we'll be stepping through. I will do a quick introduction of who I am, the organization I come from. We'll double a little bit about being in the cloud, and the speaker before me did spend some time on that, so you may hear me repeat some of the things that we talked about. We'll share some success stories of early adapters as far as cloud technology is concerned. I think it's always important to kind of reflect back and see what's happened. Look at getting an understanding of what it means to be in the cloud, start bringing in the topic of AI and cloud, working AI, and then I'm a risk guy. Everything that I do, I look at the risk of execution around those things. So I will close out my discussion on some of the complexities that you need to pay attention to. Good. The organization I work for is Sirianu Limited. We are a Pan-African organization based out of here in Nairobi with operations throughout the region, with offices in Botswana. We are probably better known for the annual report that we do. It's listed on the right-hand side of your screen. Those reports are absolutely free, download from our website, and they're non-technical in nature. I know this room is full of techie people, but this conversation around that, I think, is a good, easy read that allows you to just stop your way through it. You cannot do cybersecurity as an island. So we do have some critical partnerships as listed there in AfroSci, Palladium Networks, who were recently acquired. They're now going by the name of ATOS. And then USIU, who is our research partner. We do a lot of research and release all kinds of reports. As I mentioned, we have operations throughout the region. One of the things that I did not get a chance to include here is a new role that I'm quite excited about. I am working providing CISO services to Kingdom Bank. Any people here who are customers of Kingdom Bank? Any Kingdom Bank members here? Whether you're big or small, the need for cybersecurity is front and center. And Kingdom Bank is not small when you consider all the operations, but by comparison with all other organizations, they are pretty large. Good. So let's get into the conversation itself. I'm recapping on information that I think had already been shared. Years ago, cloud was the new buzzword, just like the way AI is the buzzword now. In the mid-2000s, everyone was talking about it. Everyone was fascinated about being in the cloud. Those that adapted early saw some significant growth, right? Saw some very interesting acceleration of their businesses, acceleration of how they operate. Cloud computing has made significant impact on modern computing. It has improved accessibility. It has made it easier for you to launch different type of applications and services, host websites, and so on and so forth. And that acceleration, that impact on modern computing continues. Those who are in it right now see a significant amount of growth in the way their businesses operate. So why be on the cloud? Rather than obvious reasons, but let me restate them. Scalability. I can grow fast. For those of you who have been charged with the responsibility of fueling the growth of the business, appreciate the difficulty of technology, acquiring the servers, bringing up the systems, and so on and so forth. Having something, and I'll put it in quotes, that you can just point and grow your capability, that is fantastic. Flexibility. If you experience a burst of business during a certain time of the year and you need to quickly scale up, cloud gives you that option. Operational burden. Again, allow me to put that in quote. Because while on one hand it appears you do not need to have the same overall headaches of what you need to do so as to maintain an in-house server room, data center, one that you're paying for that is co-located, your operational burden just simply changes. But for argument's sake, it reduces it. Small and medium-sized businesses, many of them have their foundation, their technology stack foundation on the cloud. As we said earlier on, the initial cost of setup is low. The idea of pay-as-you-go sounds attractive, isn't it? I only pay for what I need? Wow, sounds good. So from an operational perspective, that speed of deployment, that getting it up and running, sounds very, very good. It's something that every one of us would want to get into it. So let's talk about the history around cloud, those who have been very successful with it. Netflix, back in 2008. I do remember Netflix having a very interesting initial model. Netflix came in to compete with Blockbuster. Blockbuster were a company that you would go into the store and rent out a video, a DVD, or whatever. Netflix made that easier in that they would send it to you in the mail. And then you would watch your 2-3 movies, and then you would send it back. They started simple. And in a very short while, they scaled. Netflix is a behemoth right now for something that has been around since the mid-2000s. Dropbox. How many of you have an online storage where you store your pictures, your contacts, your files, and so on and so forth? It's easy, connected to your laptop. You can access it from your mobile device. At the heart of them is a cloud infrastructure. It has enabled Dropbox to grow with a few thousand users to 700 million plus users across the globe. Let's bring it local. We talk about Jumia, largest e-commerce platform within Africa, migrated its infrastructure to the cloud to support its expansion across Africa. Twiga Foods, and I know we can debate back and forth about Twiga Foods, but fact of the matter is they did revolutionize food supply chain, and they built that off a Google platform. Instagram, 2010 to present, 30 million users within 2 years of launching. They were acquired, say it with me, $1 billion. 2012, just 2 short years after they launched. So there's plenty of evidence that cloud computing has contributed both in launching of a business as well as rapidly scaling. Just to recap what we already said, scalability and elasticity. Business can easily scale up or down based on their demand. Cost efficiency, I put it in quotes once again, pay as you go. Companies only pay for resources that they actually use. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm putting in quote because if you're actively using this, you may have had the experience where your costing just balloons. You go from spending $2,000, $3,000 a month to $15,000 a month to $25,000 a month. We'll touch on this in understanding your data and how your data flows through your environment and that how potentially it impacts that cost. But from a startup perspective, it makes sense. From a scaling perspective, it makes sense. It launches well. Accessibility and flexibility supports multiple devices and platforms, ensuring seamless user experience. So let's get into AI. Where are the synergies? Is there a link between cloud computing and AI? As a very blanket statement, cloud technology provides the infrastructure, computing power, storage needed to train and deploy AI models. Those of you who have messed around with DeepSeek may debate with me on that one a little bit. But truth of the matter, at the heart of it, at the bottom side of running AI, is some form of a cloud infrastructure to power it and power it well. So what does that mean? How do you work AI? Enabling automation. When we came towards the middle or end part of last year as a business, we made one very distinct decision as an organization. We must automate. As I mentioned before, the organization I work for does security operations. We have teams working 24/7. And there's a lot of mundane activity that happens on a day in, day out basis. Day in meaning eyes on the screen, see an alert, react to it. Generate a daily report, generate a weekly report, generate a monthly trend report, and so on and so forth. It becomes apparent that it's important that you need to automate. AI is a fantastic tool for you to be able to do that. Look at your organizational processes, what is manual, what is digitized. Automate those ones that are repeatable, those ones that are mundane, those ones that can be done faster and more efficiently using this tool. Number 2, make the cloud services smarter. Cloud providers use AI to optimize resource management such that they improve on security and improve on that automation of processes. And then combining the two to generate innovation in different types of tools like IoT and smart apps. AI and cloud together power smart applications, voice assistants, autonomous systems, and IoT. So how do you really work through unlocking AI? And as you can imagine, this is an extensive, long conversation. We can spend a lot of time on it. What I did was to try and just condense and capture what I think are by far 3 or 4 of the most important items. So I already talked about AI being a tool towards automation, the utilization of a chatbot to respond, for example, to customer queries, open account, respond to internal help desks questions, and so on and so forth. AI can be a fantastic tool for you to be able to begin that process of automation. Let it understand you process it. Let it begin to do it a little bit faster. Define business goals and AI use cases as another step of unlocking AI. If you do not understand the tool, it's very hard for you to be able to utilize it, isn't it? So you have to understand in what instances am I going to use this case? What are my use cases that I'm going to be able to utilize it? So identify key areas where AI can create the most impact from an efficiency perspective, from an automation perspective, from a customer experience perspective, from a revenue growth perspective. AI 100% depends on data, depends on quality data. How many of you have ever gone through a major migration? Core banking system. How shocked were you by how dirty your data is? Right? You know this is a required field, but it's not populated. It's just sitting there. So it's so very important that you have clean, structured, and accessible data. I think maintaining high quality data is a very difficult task. Data flows like water. Information is created on a consistent basis. And even though you think you've created all the controls around it, maintaining that in a way that is good and clean and usable at all times makes it a bit complicated. But listen to what I'm saying. Utilize the same AI to tell you, hey, this data is dirty. It's missing X, Y, and Z. I'm not able to make good decisions on it because of the way it's been set up. One of the things that I was very cautious to put here was the impact on humans. How many of you think that AI is going to take your job? Be serious. It has not crossed your mind that AI will take your job? Let's ask again. How many of you here have considered that AI would take your job? I'll advise you to take a book to read. It's titled Humans Are Underrated. The author in the first half of the book argues and defines that AI will do all jobs. Doctors, lawyers, judges, teachers, pastors, all jobs. There is nothing AI will not be able to do, ladies and gentlemen. And if you doubt it, watch that space. So number one, your employees, whether you like it or not, your staff members, whether you like it or not, look at this thing and say, "Weh, this thing can take my job, isn't it?" Which means we have to now inculcate a culture of understanding, wait a minute, if AI can take my job, what else can I do with it? The second half of that book talks about AI cannot be human. The human aspects are human. For example, ladies, stay with me for just a second. Gentlemen, if you walk into a restaurant, a bar, the park, the gym, church, and you see a lady smiling, and she seems to be smiling at you, do you automatically go talk to her? Yes and no. Because even if she's smiling, she hasn't told you you can come over, right? AI would recognize that lady is smiling. AI would recognize, maybe I should go talk to her. The human in you will more than likely tell you, Abo siende. Don't go there, right? So you have to develop culture within your organization that embraces AI, that allows you to leverage AI as a tool. It says that we'll have two types of jobs as far as AI is concerned in the future. AI coders, the ones who build the AI agents to do A, B, and C, and AI drivers, the ones who drive the tool to do what you need it to do. So ladies and gentlemen, where are you placing yourself? How are you looking at putting AI to be able to satisfy that? Use AI for business forecasting and decision making. Sounds very academic, business class type of question, but it's actually a very good piece of information. because AI can ingest a huge amount of data, both good and bad. Use AI for cybersecurity and fraud detection. This falls squarely in what I do. Its ability of being able to detect that Joseph Mathenge logged in via VPN on a Wednesday afternoon at 2 p.m. when he had said an email saying, "I'm out." Something's wrong. There's nothing wrong with Joseph Mathenge logging in at 2 p.m. on a Wednesday, right? Sounds perfectly fine. To scale a business with AI, companies should focus on automation, predictive analytics, personalization, security, and continuous learning. The key is to start with small AI-driven solutions and gradually expand AI capabilities across the organization. I want to take the last few minutes to quickly step through the complexity of working with this. Deploying technologies can be complex, period. Whether they are AI-driven or just everyday technology, that tends to be a mess. Reskilling internal teams to manage technology in the cloud or hiring new team members with the skills needed to drive this thing becomes complex, right? Whether it is cloud or AI, you need unique skill set for it. Cost management, I put my quotes when I talked about this. Startup costs may be low, but not having an effective understanding of how your organization data flows can lead to a significant cost and they just balloon. You must pay attention to compliance, to data privacy, to data security. The ODPC will come after you if indeed you're misusing citizens' data. It may require re-architecture of your overall existing infrastructure and how you're able to do it. We talked about data and data being critical to AI. The importance of solid data when integrating AI into operations cannot be overstated. And then ethical concerns. I know you all hesitant as you put up your hand, but it's true. We do have some concern on saying, how is this thing working, right? Is it providing a biased opinion? You probably have heard the term about AI hallucinating, giving answers that it just came up with. AI cannot succeed if it delivers biased output. Companies must build bias identification and mitigate it throughout the AI lifecycle. Job loss and workforce disruption. AI can potentially replace human jobs. Customer service agents being replaced by chatbots was the easiest example that I could come up with. You need to work on reskilling your people and making sure they're at a place where they're able to do it. And then, of course, AI-powered cybercrime. We have heard of stories around deepfakes, people getting into conference calls with a person they think it's the chief financial officer and transferring money, only to later on realize that it wasn't true. And in closing, AI is not just futuristic. It is a powerful tool. Integrating AI with cloud, you can scale faster, optimize on operations, create personalized experience like never before. Use it to enable automation. Cloud provides potential the scalability that you require. And to succeed, you must absolutely have a clear strategy. Small steps, work your way through it to get it where you need to be. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to close my presentation there and wish you a very good conference.
One more time for Mr. Joseph Mathenge.
Thank you.
Hey, how are you? Good to see you.
And I believe that has been one impactful session for you, right? So I want you to take your phone. You can type a few things that you've learned, and remember the hashtag is Africa CISO Summit. We teach to learn, and hopefully as you engage, as we engage together, as we find collaborative ways to learn from one another, you can also share these with people outside there. So the next thing that we're going to have a very fast panel discussion, and this discussion is on the big question, is zero trust achievable in the cloud? And leading this conversation is our keynote speaker, who has just left stage, and his name is Joseph Mathenge, and truly he is well adept in his field. Joseph Mathenge is an information system security professional with experience extensively in leadership and technical roles. As CEO at Seriano Limited, he oversees teams delivering security services for cloud-hosted and on-premise systems, focusing on innovation and service reliability. He specializes in configuring firewalls, intrusion detections, systems, and antivirus tools alongside expertise in network packet analysis and digital forensics. He's proficient in incident handling and evidence management. Joseph has contributed to securing diverse enterprises, and his background includes database administration and scripting, emphasizing practical approaches to safeguarding systems and supporting business continuity. So, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome your curious minds to engage with the panelists as they lead us in this conversation. Is zero trust achievable in the cloud? Karibu sana, Mr. Joseph.
Thank you, MC. Yes, I guess I am back on stage. I want to invite my panelists to come on board, to come and join me here on stage. And if it's okay, as I had mentioned earlier on, I do want you to do your own introduction. So, Mr. Erin Gay, Head Group Cybersecurity at KCB, please come. Mr. Hussein Omar Hussein, please join me on stage. Mr. Anthony Moyero, if you're here, do join me. I believe we are using, Alex is taking the role that Christopher Keller was to do. So, Alex, if you're here, please do join me on stage as well. Gentlemen. Welcome. Thank you. Yes. Welcome. Yes. Gentlemen, please. Hi, how are you? Good. Thank you, gentlemen. I think we have failed our first test. We don't have a single lady. There is zero trust here. Gentlemen, thanks for making the time to join in on this panel. Again, a tough technical topic that I'm sure everyone is quite interested in hearing it doing. I will ask, beginning from my far left, that you quickly introduce yourself, 1 or 2 minutes, tell us who you are, your background, and as you do that, introduce us to your application of Zero Trust, please.
Okay. I hope you can hear me. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Joseph, for the warm welcome. So my name is Alex Ikuha from Cybersecurity, from Safaricom. Sitting in the GRC function as a senior manager or the lead. So basically, my experience in the security industry has been for a while. I've worked in, I think, 5 different industries, which I've gotten to see different techniques, different requirements for various organizations I've worked for. So just to bring it back to your question regarding my application of Zero Trust, I think for me, I look at Zero Trust as, first from an introduction point of view, from a risk-based approach. Basically, people will always say, never trust, always verify. But from our risk-based approach, we'll say, verify every connection that is coming to enterprise, verify every device that is connecting, and as well as make sure you're applying granular access control mechanisms to the systems. So my application of Zero Trust, for example, is a case of identity and access management, where we leverage Zero Trust to be able to do centralized identity and access management, basically for your staff, for your contractors. Basically, in the sense of trying to just ensure there is no unauthorized connection, trying to ensure least privilege access is put in place using various technologies and tools.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Moyero.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So my name is Anthony Muyuro. I actually like the picture they've used. The guy has hair. I don't. But I think this is the real one. And trust me, it's not my AI avatar either. So privileged to be here. Thank you very much, Joe. So I lead a company called Cintura across the region in Africa. So we are a global firm headquartered in the UK, but we have a Pan-African focus as well. So the things that we do, we are in cloud, we are a cloud implementer, we are into AI. In as much as this is a big buzzword, we are actually in the very advanced stages of building custom-made agents. And also we do a lot of implementation. We are big hyperscaler partners, working with Microsoft, AWS, Fortinet, and Veeam. My journey with Zero Trust, I have a management consulting career and background, and I've been privileged even just to walk and discover this journey with many companies, more prominently financial institutions. I think for me, one of the biggest insights is always that we're always learning. This is actually an evolving thing, and I don't think we can actually say in absolute terms that we've reached the pinnacle of what it is. Right now, there's a new frame that makes, and that is how AI and some of these use cases, especially using agents, can actually be leveraged from a Zero Trust perspective. In my view, I think it's exciting, but having worked with organizations building roadmaps, I have the solid understanding that this is basically an approach, a mindset, and a journey. And my fascination is how you can actually build the fabric, putting very components together, because many organizations are running different infrastructure. They're different in all their flavors, but you can still arrive at that place where you can say all these things actually come together and achieve the goal of Zero Trust. So happy to be in this distinguished panel. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, Mr. Hussein.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. My name is Hussein Omar. I work for Diamond Trust Bank and currently play the role of digital transformation. I assist the group in digital transformation, not forgetting as you move into transformation, security is the utmost requirement in terms of how you scale and how you proceed. Notably to note, I am leading the Zero Trust methodology implementation for the group. So I'm leading it from a program perspective in implementing that. How has it affected in terms of what we are going to be discussing about? We will get into details on how to approach it and what to do. Zero Trust is very important. It's something that is going to take us to the level that we go to. The earlier panelists and the keynote speakers did touch on saying that as we try and secure ourselves, the bad partners that we work with are actually one step ahead. So if you look at Zero Trust, it does get you to be at least at par with them. In some areas, you would even be ahead of them if you actually implement Zero Trust as it is required. As we move along into the journey as organizations, we are working in a space that is very unpredictable. It's something that keeps on changing, and it is extremely, extremely important for us to implement Zero Trust. And how do we do it at different layers, at different surfaces is extremely important. For our case, just to share the journey that we've had at our organization is we broke it down in a phased approach, and that's something that we would recommend everybody to do. In terms of you first look at what are the required bases and the blocks that you need to build for Zero Trust. You then move on to doing the security hardening, as most of us technical people understand. and it actually takes you to a very different level. And then eventually you now transition into the maturity of zero trust in terms of processes, policies, procedures, and how you actually move along. So that's what we can get started with. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Gay.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Good morning, and happy to see the very nice faces representing this fantastic industry across the group. So my name is Eric Ngei. I have the privilege of serving at KCB as the CISO, or there we call that role Head of Security. And it's been an interesting journey in the past years as I've served in security, so to speak. When it comes to other things that I've been, will you believe that I was an accountant, or I started as an accountant?
Wow.
And I can actually balance your books, so in case this stint doesn't really pay out. But that's it. And I'm also a musician, I'm also a bassist. So there are things that, yeah. And all these skills I use in the office, so it's not for vain. So when it comes to this journey for Zero Trust, and it's an interesting one that this panel, we have interacted in different ways. Like Anthony, he has actually consulted for us around that journey. And I'd like to hear what, I've heard what Hussein has said for DTB. It's the same exact thing that we are attempting to do, just a different context. So we all know, or I hope you all know, that KSB has been around for 100+ years. And that means then the journey keeps on morphing and shifting. And trying to bring a new shiny toy, quote unquote, like Zero Trust, requires a different approach. So we have been looking at it from different angles, and I can say the journey has been interesting, fulfilling, still yet to get there. So there's a lot to do. So that's how we are looking at it, and it's quite an interesting challenge, especially, and I'm sure those operating across many countries, across many jurisdictions, across many technology plays, you'll find it that you cannot flip a switch and then tomorrow you go and tell the board that we are now Zero Trust ready. Yeah? So it's still a journey. So that's how it has been for us. It's not fully there, but at the end of the day, as I believe Anthony said, you bite small pieces, and even Joseph said in his own keynote speech, you bite small pieces and you continuously build upon it. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we did not welcome them as they walked up, so kindly take a minute and let's welcome them on stage. Thank you very much. I think let's get into the conversation. It's clear you've all had your experiences. Eric, I'm going to start with you. So what's driving the desire of taking the organization to achieve a Zero Trust model?
Good question. Check. Good question. I'll start from this perspective. So the business, that is the entire organization and all the facets of the business, are growing very fast. And the vendors have done a very fantastic job of telling them that we have cloud. And with cloud, you can switch it on and tomorrow we are getting business value. And it's not wrong, right? So let me tell you a story. I remember when I joined the organization almost 9-10 years ago, there was this drive to go to cloud and to go to SaaS platforms. And it was being driven from the leadership, but it was yet to be received fully. And then all of a sudden, if you remember in 2019, 2020, 2021, the one thing that changed in the entire world was the pandemic, correct? So we found ourselves in a position where we're being asked as technology or as even security, can you support us as quickly as possible? And then we looked around and so now we need to allow our staff to work from home. That was a very difficult time for us because we didn't have, first of all, the mindset that this can actually happen. To us, the organization was perimeter-based from a physical perspective first, and then from a technology perspective. But the business said, no, we need guys to work. The pandemic demanded it as well, and therefore we needed to move that way. But then once you do that, what immediately happens is that your perimeter becomes non-existent. quote unquote. The thing that you really relied on and you're always updating your firewalls every single time becomes non-existent. And therefore then Zero Trust comes in to say that, okay, now guys are working from anywhere, everywhere. That's the mindset now to bring into play and just trying to assist ourselves to drive that business side of things. So that was the first thing, that the business was moving or is moving faster than us. So we need to catch up. How do we catch up? This concept, this mindset helps us to tell them confidently, you can go to hybrid cloud. Confidently. Why? Because we have adopted this mindset and we are deploying capabilities that will support you confidently grow the business. Obviously, then the second thing was around what has been happening in this region. I believe all of us can lay testament to what has happened in the last 2-3 years that has not happened in our careers in 15 years or so. We have faced attacks that we are reading in magazines and newspapers and thinking that that does not apply to this region. So this concept is what is really driving the need for Zero Trust.
Great. I want to latch on a couple of things that you have talked about. I think we have all known and heard that a major driver of digital transformation was COVID, right? When all of a sudden the bulk of your workforce had to work away from the office. But Hussein, I want you to build on that, talking about your experience, your organization experience as far as operating from the cloud, providing this capability in, bringing in the conversation of trust, whether you're using Zero Trust or whatever else. Take us a little bit through that journey of what has been like for you.
Interesting question. And yes, I think all of us have had different journeys. And the pinnacle of it, or really the utmost importance here, is how do you secure yourself? And I think, as my colleague Eric mentioned, is after the pandemic, everything changed. What happened is security became the top thing, but were we ready for it? I think the answer at that time was no. Are we prepared for it now? Better prepared? The answer would be yes. Are we fully ready to get into another pandemic, God forbid? My answer would still be yes and no. We are still not yet there where we need to be. As financial institutions, we do have a lot of restrictions when it comes to. We are very happy to be in office and work. We have this issue of people working from home. I think we'll all agree. It's a mindset change that needs to happen. Similarly, if you look at Zero Trust, what Zero Trust really is, it's not something, as Eric earlier alluded to, that you switched on a switch and you say we are Zero Trust. It's actually a mindset change. How do we all change that? How do we change the skill? Coming to the question that you asked is, as DTB, yes, we have adopted cloud. We are multi-cloud that we are working with multiple clouds. It is not as straightforward when it comes to implementing Zero Trust. It's easy to implement Zero Trust when you're within the perimeter. You can create your tiers, you can have your EDRs, you can do everything, and you're sorted. When it comes to cloud, it is different. It is dynamic. You have to adopt to the different frameworks that these cloud providers have. How are you then be able to be dynamic enough to be able to stay within the risk, be able to mitigate it, and be able to give the service that is required? Coming back to DTB, we've had an impact. We are working across the region. I think one key thing that is there is our regulators at different levels of experience, at different levels of maturity in terms of how they are allowing the financial institutions to go. In Kenya, I would say we are a bit ahead in terms of Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda within the region that we operate within. They are allowing, and they are a bit flexible when it comes to setting up cloud environments. It's not so the same in the other countries. So when it comes to setting up cloud, we now need to start thinking it in a different way. How do we set it up so that you have your data on-prem, making sure that you've taken care of the data, you've taken care of the Zero Trust element around each and every aspect of it. So it's something that has evolved us in terms of thinking. We've set up units that were initially not there. So our landscape when it comes to digital IT has changed. When it comes to cybersecurity, our entire unit has changed in terms of we have cloud security unit, something that we would never ever thought of before. To say that within the cybersecurity standpoint, you are going to have a team that is only going to be dedicated looking at cloud. And remember, when you're looking at cloud, it is multi-cloud. It is not, one system and you've put in rules, you've put in a SIEM, you're looking at multi. How do you then harmonize all that? How do you then bring it down into a seam that can then be able to give your SOC analyst the required view, to give your red teamers, to give your purple teamers the required view that is there? Not forgetting that you have to make sure business is running, because anything goes wrong, it's very easy to say it's your security that has brought down the business. So putting all that into account, it's been a steep journey. It's been a difficult one with its own pitfalls and everything. But what I would confidently say, it is not impossible. That's something that we can achieve. And the reason that I say that is, my parting shot is going to be, if companies like Netflix, which give us globally, have adopted zero trust, and they've done it really well, why can't we? Similarly, if you look at Google, which is the Beyond Cope organization of theirs, they've actually implemented zero trust at each and every layer. So we should pick that as an inspiration, and it is something that we should work towards, not only as organizations, but as a technology industry. Thank you.
I think that's a very interesting comment. I don't know if you guys caught that zero trust is beyond the technology, but a shift in mindset. Because that's interesting. You're no longer going to blame it on the technology. It's whether or not you appreciate what you're trying to do with it. Anthony, you and I have interacted both in the battlefield as well as other places. But you are at a very unique position in that you need to advise different clients on different aspects, on technology, on growing the business. What are your conversations around zero trust?
Right, Joe. Thank you. You know, it's always refreshing when you actually hear from practitioners, Eric and Hussein, in terms of people who've actually walked the journey and they understand where the shoe actually pinches the most. But in my experience, one of the things that, and they've actually captured it also very well, that this is a mindset. It's a culture change. And one of the biggest wins that you can ever have in any culture transition is stakeholder management and alignment. That your key stakeholders understand, what are we trying to achieve, what are the different components to achieve it, and what support do they need to actually give you to achieve this as well. And I've been able actually to see both extremes. I've seen on one extreme organizations that are very, very scared to start the journey because perhaps the environment is very intense. If you touch anything and anything goes wrong, that any system is down, someone is going to go home. How many belong to such an organization? And they're there, right? And the reality is, of course, business has to always go on. And then you have the other extreme where they go full hard on, let's get this thing up and running. And then all of a sudden, services are not accessible. Security has actually been implemented extremely well to an extent that no one can even access the systems that it's supposed to access, right? And that becomes a problem because we always talk about this triad between security, usability, and is it functionality? The third one, right? So, but then there's now the balance between how you can actually get a good hold of the same, but also managing each and every issue that actually may come. And that is why when we talk about stakeholder alignment, you need executive support. And as technology practitioners and leaders in the room, allow me to say this with humility. I don't think we've done a very good job in terms of communicating what we are doing to the actual business stakeholders. Again, these are the guys who sign the checks, right? So if we lose them, then they are just going to say this is an IT thing that's happening. Then we leave them behind. And lo and behold, something goes wrong. Guess who they're going to come for? Who again? Exactly. So we really need to make sure stakeholders are actually on board. And then, of course, having the end in mind. And Joe, to your question, I know you're also a consultant. If, for instance, we are going to industrial area, there are very many routes that can actually get us there, right? But the outcome is actually what we need to emphasize. Why are we doing this? And if we do not paint the picture of where we are trying to get, regardless of the journey that we're going to take, then the value will not really be realized. And that's where we talk about return of security investment. Again, it's an expensive affair. It is not cheap even actually just to build some of these things. But then if we demonstrate that there's going to be value and we're able to quantify what that value looks like, then buy-in and navigating the journey then becomes easier. Which brings me now to the other point which is extremely important. Now it's putting the nuts and bolts together. My experience, and again, the gentleman can keep me honest here, especially in this new dispensation where you need to secure everything and everywhere, You see, the whole idea of zero trust is, we are not going to implicitly trust everything, but we're going to verify. Because even your attacks can actually come from the most unlikely sources, which are going to be internal. You'd find even the most secured devices or secured assets can actually get compromised.
Yep.
But it's to reduce that layer, or rather surface area of attack, so that damage and impact is at the very minimum possible. So with that understanding, then, understanding where your assets and your critical assets also sit becomes important. Again, I've experienced instances where you have very good technology in, the team is focused on making sure this thing works, but when you ask them, where are your critical assets? Why are you doing this? What is the ultimate goal? It's a bit vague. So that journey, but understanding clearly what you're trying to protect, where it sits, and how you're going to manage all the key stakeholders that ideally those assets would pretty much would affect them directly or indirectly, so that as you're working on this, again, this idea of experiment fast, fail cheap, but move on and fail forward becomes extremely important. Because if you ask Hussein and if you ask Ngei, and everyone else in this room that has actually embarked on this journey, things will eventually, at some point, not go very smoothly. But when you're able to learn quickly and really refine it at the cheapest level of failure, then your journey then becomes guaranteed. Now with AI, and I know there are many solution providers that actually have extremely good tools that do this, it actually now brings us to how then can we add a different layer to this, so that now we are able actually to achieve the efficiencies that Joe, you excellently put in your presentation, so that this journey is also efficient in a way.
So, short question, short answer. To you, Alex. Is zero trust achievable? Whether it's on the cloud, whether it's in-house, can you do it?
Yeah, yes and no. I'll start with the yes. So basically, when you look at most cloud solutions or the journey to the cloud, if you look at from a cyber perspective, and I'm sure some of my peers here can agree, when most tech sites were moving to cloud, cyber security were not prepared. Most can attest to that because it was a quick journey. The advent of COVID, digital transformation is there, you're mid-in within the year. So zero trust now was born of certain things like those ones and third-party risks. Remember the SolarWinds incident, which was very heavy, came about bringing how do we view lateral movement and such attacks. So in the cloud, it's very achievable. There are very, very many ways you can be able to do this. Starting on the key tenants, you have those key pillars, your devices, how are they connecting to the cloud, how are guys authenticating to your cloud, how are your developers authenticating to this cloud, how are your workloads protected. So all these mechanisms Zero Trust can offer. Are you able to classify your data? Are you protecting your data? Are you meeting the key regulatory requirements? Most requirements right now, like for example, PCI DSS is drawing new requirements born of Zero Trust. So it means this is very achievable. It's just a journey, as my colleagues have said. You just have to take it in a phased approach because there's always the cost elements and everything within it.
Okay. You heard it. It is achievable. Bon Eric, is it a must-do?
Very good question. Is it a must-do? I don't think there's anything in this world that is a must. But if you don't do it, if you don't do it, you shall reap the benefits thereof or otherwise. I think you have to consider it. The other models are now broken, so to speak. Zero Trust offers you a future. So just look into it, adopt it. It will help you, it will help your business. I think if it supports your business, then it's a must do.
Anthony, do you think it's a must do? And if yes, how do you plot your way there?
I do believe it's... Hello, can you hear me? Okay, thanks. I do believe, like Eric has mentioned, I don't think anything is a must-do. No one is having a gun on your head. But the other thing you need to understand is if all these other models have failed, then it's eventual and it's actually very intuitive that you need to rethink your entire security architecture. Again, coming from perimeter security, the thing is flaws, it has its own issues and all that. I met a team of a few guys who are in the hacking space, and we've done a few things with them and they can tell you. Nowadays, it's very easy actually to compromise, especially perimeter security, right? But then those added layers give you a guarantee of extra layer of security. Is it fail-proof 100%? Absolutely not. But again, it's going to reduce your attack surface, and then of course make it extremely hard for some of these actors to get in. So it's the right direction, something you need to think about. And if you're not very clear, you see, when you have a map and you can confidently go to industrial area because you've actually put Google Map, your destination there, right? So it's going to take you through the different routes in Nairobi. But what's going to help you get there faster is a guided route. So there are roadmaps, there are frameworks, and there are people who can actually help you that have done this before, and you can leverage that experience advantage that they may give.
Mr. Hussein, I want you to respond to the same thing, but slightly different. I interpret Zero Trust as one of the access management frameworks, right? On access strategies around your organization. So does this mean if we're going Zero Trust, all the others now we consider them to be legacy? Are they on their way out? And this is what we are doing into the future. This is what we should be preparing.
Thanks, Joe. I think the answer is no. They are legacy, and Zero Trust needs to come on top. Why do I say this? Most of us as organizations, especially from the financial fraternity, we have a hybrid setup. We still have systems, we still have data centers that are physical on-prem. We then are leveraging on the cloud. So one key and most important thing that needs to be considered whenever you are doing this entire journey is how do you secure your on-prem as well as your cloud? One common mistake that has been happening, and this is something that we've learned over the years, is replicating your admin accounts that are on-prem to the cloud. Just know you are compromising yourself and you are setting yourself to be attacked. So that's just an example in terms of how you need to look at Zero Trust. If you look at the legacy framework, so for example, if you look at the perimeter, it is required. Remember, most of our organizations, our core banking and everything is on-prem. So you need to make sure that how do you secure it. We still are using access, we are using RBAC that is required for some applications. Remember, we do all have applications that are still legacy. They are not ready to take in the new type of access control frameworks and everything. The other side of it is knowing that how good our bad partners do work, and they always get a way to come in through. So in some areas or other surfaces, you need to have both the legacy frameworks as well as layering on top with the Zero Trust. So it just gives you more resilience, it gives you more visibility, and it actually gives you, it actually makes your attack surface less vulnerable.
Yep.
And the last thing that I'm going to say is, as we will move into Zero Trust, I think it's important for everybody to understand that it is not that you will not be attacked, it is when you will be attacked, and how prepared are you for it, and how less of your surface is going to get affected. Thank you.
Alex, I'll give you the chance to give us completely the last item before we are kicked off stage. So please, close us out.
Okay, I believe just as a conclusion, Zero Trust is one of the key foundations or one of the key requirements for cybersecurity within the cloud. So just similar to what my colleagues have said, I think it's something that is evolving. You'll see new requirements coming as the years go. So you need to keep yourself up to speed. Basically, you'll see new regulations coming, new vendors coming to the market. Everyone needs to comply to that. So basically, as you move to cloud, leveraging all those controls, you need to see a way of ensuring that you're Zero Trust compliant, given that there's also the digital maturity journey, which most organizations are going through. So Zero Trust is one of the things that ups your digital maturity journey.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your time and your expertise. This brings us to the end of our session. Thank you all for your attention. Back to you, MC.
Asante sana.
2024 was marked by the rise of the enterprising adversary. Sophisticated threat actors are demonstrating unprecedented adaptability, refining their tactics, scaling their operations, and leveraging a business-like approach to cyber attacks. They're also getting faster, launching complex attacks that can strike in minutes or even seconds. In fact, the fastest recorded e-crime breakout time in 2024 came in at an alarmingly swift 51 seconds. While the adversary is evolving, traditional security approaches are struggling to keep pace, leaving businesses vulnerable. But we see them and we stop them. The elite CrowdStrike counter-adversary operations team is actively tracking 257 adversaries, with 26 newly named in 2024. And we're sharing our findings with you so that you can proactively defend against today's threats. Get to know the enterprising adversaries targeting your organization. Get the CrowdStrike 2025 Global Threat Report.
Check. I hope that was an amazing conversation to be enlightened on. I think I felt like an imposter here because I pretty understand nothing, and I even tried to chat GPT some of the things that you guys were talking about. Yeah, and it's like I have a firewall error. So we're just about to go on a health break. So we're going to take at most 10 minutes. So grab your breakfast, grab a coffee outside there. So we're going to be served our breakfast. It is in room, is it a room or a hall? I'll confirm. So it is Kilimanjaro 1 and 2, and coffee will be outside. So I hope to see us in the next 10 minutes. So feel free to interact and see you in the next 10 minutes. Right.
The DX5 CIO Africa magazine is more than just pages. They're immersive experiences that provide trusted and targeted resources for chief information officers, CIOs, as well as other senior leaders in the IT industry. This publication provides important decision makers with the information they need to lead their organizations into the digital first age. Today, tomorrow, and in the years to come, this magazine will provide an original, comprehensive analysis of issues affecting technology leaders. We are shaping narratives that captivate.
Our events don't just tell stories. They provide the ultimate immersive experience surrounding various critical topics that attract and engage the industry's most influential tech decision makers. Whether it's a corporate gathering, a grand celebration, or a virtual conference, DX5 orchestrates memorable experiences that leave lasting impressions. These interactive events allow attendees to hear from spectacular speakers, access world-class content, and network with peers. Our team is well-versed in the intricacies of tech events, understanding the unique challenges and opportunities that arise in this fast-paced industry. We bring a wealth of experience in managing events ranging from hackathons and startup showcases to international tech conferences. We take care of every detail, from initial planning to post-event analysis. Our comprehensive services cover venue selection, logistics, marketing, audio-visual setup, and everything in between. This allows you to focus on your core objectives while we handle the intricacies of event execution.
In today's rapidly evolving landscape, the success of any tech event hinges on its ability to seamlessly integrate the latest digital solutions. We understand the challenges you face in creating engaging, immersive, and technologically advanced experiences for your attendees. That's why we are excited to introduce our comprehensive suite of digital and online event services designed to elevate your events to new heights. Our digital and online services are at the forefront of the ever-evolving digital landscape. Our ever-fresh website is a one-stop shop for enterprise CIOs and business technology executives worldwide searching for unparalleled peer insight and expertise to remain on the cutting edge of business, tech, and leadership. From web development to content creation, we're crafting a seamless online presence for our clients, ensuring they stay ahead in the digital race. Understand what works and what can be improved to continually enhance the success of your tech events. Where innovation meets immersion in the digital realm.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hi. Hello. What have you gathered? Is gathered the right one? Gathered, yes. What have you collected from the first session of the summit? Yeah. It's live. Hmm? Good morning once again. My name is Cynthia Kemuma, and I'm going to be your host for this live session. We've just completed the first session of the day of the Africa CISO Summit. And let me, in the comment section, let me know what you've gathered from the session. What have you learned? Is zero trust available? And you can always take a screenshot of any moment that has impressed you, any keynote speaker panel conversation that has impressed you. You can take a screenshot and use the hashtag Africa CISO Summit and post it in your various social media platforms and keep the conversation going. And the question that I'm posing to you guys is, what is the theme for Africa CISO Summit 2025? Anyone who's going to get that answer, you're going to get an award. You can send in your comments, of course, in the chats. If you're tuning in using YouTube platform, you can send in your reply. If you're tuning in using LinkedIn platform, you can send in your chat and let me know what you've gathered from this session. Meanwhile, stay tuned because the session has more and more and more conversations lined up, from keynote speakers to panel conversation, and during lunchtime we'll be bringing you the sponsor spotlight session. So stay tuned, be with us, and don't miss any session.
Our creative design team, the maestros of aesthetics. From branding to graphic design, they weave visual stories that resonate with audiences. making brands memorable in a crowded market. From captivating presentations to interactive displays, we create visually stunning content that keeps your audience engaged and enhances the overall event experience. Our team seamlessly incorporates your brand elements into every design aspect, ensuring a consistent and memorable experience.
Okay. So guys, it's about time.
IT is evolving at breakneck speed, shaping the world in its wake and altering the way we perceive things. IT is pulsing at the heart of today's business, and ManageEngine works towards simplifying IT management for businesses like yours. Enterprise IT management solutions designed to monitor and optimize your IT services, IT operations, IT security, Active Directory and Windows Server, desktops and mobile devices. Our exhaustive portfolio of over 40 products has managed the IT of more than 120,000 businesses and is used by over 2 million IT pros across 190 countries. Real-time IT management solutions for the new speed of business.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got an exciting lineup ahead. First up, a roundtable on navigating African sovereignty in the cloud. Then we shall have real case studies, 2 on cloud and 1 on AI-powered segmentation.
Welcome back. Karibuni, welcome back. Let's settle in. What did you have for breakfast? What did you have for breakfast? Right. So we're moving on. Okay, I'm waiting for us to settle down. Gentlemen, ladies, thank you. So we are getting to our second part, and we'll be having a panel discussion. And I think as at now, at least I'm getting a grip on what the conversations here are all about. And it's interesting that our keynote speakers, the panelists here, they've been having a conversation about ensuring that data about data, please forgive me, I might not get the terminology correct, but I had the CS mention about building data centers in Africa, and I think the next conversation is going to highlight some of these things. We're going to have a panel discussion on whose data is it anyway, navigating African sovereignty in the cloud. And moderating this is none other than Mercy Chore, who is an associate advocate at CM Advocates. Mercy Chore is a lawyer specializing in intellectual property, data protection, commercial law, my apologies. So we have a keynote speaker who is going to be talking to us. His name is Kathik Ananda Rao. He's a chief tech evangelist at ManageEngine. He's going to be speaking to us on the topic, the Cloud Fortress, building an impenetrable defense through unified management. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Kathik Ananda Rao.
Hey. Thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present on the stage. I'm sure you have been hearing about cloud security since morning, and quite a few speakers have been talking about cloud security, and you'll definitely be hearing quite a few words, terminologies from what they have spoken since morning. And I think it is worth mentioning in my presentation too, because The topic for my presentation today is the cloud fortress, building an impenetrable defense through unified management. Is this working? Sorry about the technical glitch here. Okay, yep. I'm going to talk about, I don't know why the screen is not popping up until now. So the agenda here in my presentation for the next 20 minutes, I'm going to talk about understanding cloud security, where I'm sure you all are aware of what cloud security is all about, but I'm just going to give you a quick overview, just to reiterate what you all know, and after which I'm going to talk about building a well-knit defense of your cloud environment or cloud infrastructure, followed by a 360 solution approach for managing your cloud infrastructure and applications. So talking about cloud security, we know it's something related to your infrastructure on the cloud. We have to protect the data on the cloud. We have to protect your information on the cloud. And we also have to talk about the data in transit. And it all defines how your trust is being built with your customers. This is not working again. It all depends on how you protect your cloud resources, the data in transit, and it also ensures data integrity and compliance, and finally, the trust. There are a multitude of reasons why a cloud attack can happen, a cloud cybersecurity attack can happen. I just wanted to show that picture on the screen here. I'm sorry, guys. It has nothing to do with me, neither the organizers here. Yeah. No. The screen, what happens to the screen? Even if this is not loaded, it is fine. I just want to show them something on the screen here. Okay, finally something on the screen here. Yeah, so talking about cloud security, it's all about protecting our cloud resources. We know that. It's about ensuring data integrity and compliance and managing user trust. We know that the trust is closely related with the business. And there are quite a few reasons which I think are responsible for cloud security breaches. And based on my experience, I've listed 4 here. Outdated policies and insufficient training, which is part of your lack of security awareness. Data integrity risks, which actually consists of data corruption and unauthorized access. Human error, which actually is mostly related to negligence and misconfiguration. And compliance challenges, which consists of audit failures and regulatory challenges. There are quite a few common threats and vulnerabilities in cybersecurity, which I'm sure you have been hearing it from since morning. I have listed a number of them here, starting with data breach, misconfiguration, insecure API. Just in case if you have to integrate your cloud applications with your in-house applications. I'm sure everybody has this kind of a requirement where they have to integrate in-house applications with cloud applications, and you don't have the sufficient number of APIs on the cloud applications. Insider threats. It could be privilege abuse or misuse, lack of visibility on your applications, lack of visibility on the number of cloud infrastructure that you have, poor access management. I keep telling this to all my audience. You don't need to have 24/7, 365 access to all your cloud applications as administrators. You probably have to think why do you need 24/7 access? You probably have to time the access for your technicians. Phishing attacks, denial of service attacks, dynamic denial of service attacks, account hijacking, malware, and data loss, which we are all familiar with. I don't have to give you the explanation for each of these here, but these are the common threats and vulnerabilities that you see in cloud security. What are those safety measures that you have to do in cloud security? Just that we know what are the threats, you definitely have to work on addressing these threats too. Those are the safety measures is what I'm going to cover in my slide here. Starting with encryption. We all know that encryption happens for the data at rest. When the data reaches the destination, it is fine. But what happens during transit? You definitely have to encrypt the data in transit as well. The next one is intrusion detection, which monitors your complete cloud infrastructure for suspicious activities. Advanced firewalls, which helps you to block unauthorized access while permitting safe traffic. Event logging. As you do it for all your on-premise solutions, you definitely have to log all those events from your cloud applications and cloud service as well. I'm sure you all know about CASB, Cloud Access Service Secure Broker. You definitely have to include this as part of your IT strategy. Compliance. You have to adhere to your industrial compliance, your regional compliance, international compliance as well, like ISO 27001, or industry compliance like HIPAA, PCI DSS, and so on. Physical security. Who gains access to your cloud data center? And most importantly, MFA, multi-factor authentication. A single level of authentication is absolutely not enough to access your cloud resources, so you probably have to look in for an added layer of security. So these are the standard safety measures that you come across in cloud security. What are the key principles of cloud security? That is something which you have to definitely understand before you strategize how are you going to implement the security aspects in your cloud environment. You first have to start with the CIA triad, which is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. That's exactly where you have to start with, followed by data in transit protection, operational security, which includes vulnerability management, threat assessment and mitigation, configuration and change management, and incident management techniques. The fourth one is where you have to ensure the shared responsibility between your customers. That is where you have the customer separation. Identity and authentication is the fifth one. Sixth one is the secure user management, resilience and data, disaster recovery, and finally, centralized management. So you have to have a complete control over all cloud infrastructure components, starting with who is accessing what, when, why, how, and you have a common console which gives you full stack visibility on what is being done in your cloud environment. So these are the key principles of cloud security based on what I have come across in my experience dealing with cloud management vendors. Now, what are the strategies for a robust cloud security? We are first going to start with enforcing MFA, multi-factor authentication. You enhance the access security with multi-factor authentication. Just don't have email and SMS-based authentication. Have a Google Authenticator, or a Q&A, or YubiKey, whatever extra added layer of security, radius authentication. Add an extra layer of security to access your resources, and apply this concept of principle of least privilege. You start with the least privilege for accessing your resources and then enhance the privileges as and when it is required. It all depends on your just-in-time privilege escalation. Encrypt data, as I said in the previous slides, encrypt data at rest as well as in transit. Monitor activities. This is quite important. You just can't leave your activity or your session as it is open to every other user in the network. So you definitely have to monitor your user activity. Privileged user activity is more important because we are all coming up with the privileges. Administrators always come with a privilege. So we definitely have to understand what kind of privilege activity is being done on those sessions. Patching the software. Your cloud applications, your cloud servers, they do need patching, as we do for all those workstation servers at your own data center. So you definitely have to keep all the software up to date with the latest patches, with the latest security patches. Conduct audits periodically, and train your team. This is more important. Train your team on the latest security policies, latest security guidelines, and give them impart training on the latest technology trends too. Finally, incident response. How do you address those security incidents which are being reported on your cloud environments? Try to introduce SOAR capabilities, security orchestration and automated response. You know what has to be done for quite a number of security incidents which are being reported. So you're going to implement all those as part of your cloud security strategy. Now, we all know it's completely impossible to provide a wholesome cybersecurity solution or a cloud security solution just by one management vendor or just by one solution. So we probably have to start at multiple phases. We have to identify the phases of defense mechanisms, starting with cloud security controls, CASB, and cloud workload protection platform. Host security, which also includes your host intrusion detection system, EDR, and anti-ransomware and malware. Identity access management, which provides MFA, POLP, that is principle of least privilege, and role-based access control. User awareness, which includes training them on all your security policies. Data security, which includes your DLP, data loss prevention, backup and recovery. Network security, which includes all your IDS and IPS solutions, your VPN, your firewalls, and so on. And monitoring and incident response, which is part of your SIEM strategy. SIEM, Security Information and Event Management, as you all know. It also has to include threat intelligence, which can integrate with threat intelligence platforms like OpenVault, Styx, Taxi, and so on. Now, talking about the latest trends in cloud security, we probably have to include automation and AI. So there are three stages, which is what I see when it comes to automation and AI in cloud security. Starting with enhanced threat detection and prevention. As I said, it has to definitely integrate with all your threat intelligence platforms, OpenVault, Styx, Taxi, and so on. It has to have a real-time analysis using AI algorithms, predictive capabilities based on historical data, automated threat hunting for scanning unknown threats in your network. The second one is automated incident response and remediation. You have to contain all those instant threats by triggering predefined responses like isolating compromised accounts or reduce response times to identify and contain and remediate security incidents. You have to reduce human errors and prioritize alerts when it comes to automated incident response and remediation. The third one, streamline cloud security management, which includes your automated vulnerability management. Identify those vulnerable loopholes. For example, someone still keeps the password with you can probably look at Manage Engine. Manage Engine provides a 360 solution-based approach in managing your cloud infrastructure as well as your on-premise infrastructure. We start at the operational layer. We provide solutions for monitoring your key components like infrastructure, data, device, and identity. Then we go to the functional layer, where we help you manage, monitor, automate, and secure your infrastructure. We help you with multiple functions. Say, for example, you want to monitor your Microsoft 365, and as well as do a backup. You don't have to depend on two different solutions. You probably can combine them into one. Or if you have to monitor your complete network infrastructure from a cloud-based solution provider, yes, we do. And then at the services layer, that's exactly where we use all those technology trends like AI and AI-driven decision-making processes, which helps you with decision intelligence. And then at the solutions layer, we provide unified solutions for monitoring your complete infrastructure. So talking about Microsoft 365, we have one solution which actually helps you with all the license management, user management, and backup and recovery, single sign-on, self-service password reset. And then talking about endpoint management, we have configuration of your endpoints, software installation and uninstallation, patch management, and adding an extra layer of security for endpoints, like application control, device control, data loss protection, browser control, or talking about anti-ransomware or antivirus. Yes, we do, as part of a single package. So with that being said, I'm just going to end my presentation here. Thank you for being a part of this wonderful journey. And just to summarize, you definitely need a unified solution for managing your cloud infrastructure. Understand the basics of cloud security and start implementing your strategies in such a way that you know what is being done, and ensure that you give the right access for your right people at the right time for the right reasons. Thank you so much, guys.
I'll do them. Thank you. Hello.
So we're going to move on to our panel discussion, and
Can
this
we
is
get
going
the
to
chairs
be
up for the panel.
this is going to be on the big question: whose data is it anyway? And we'll be focusing on navigating African sovereignty in the cloud. And leading this conversation is Mercy Chore, who is an associate advocate at CM Advocates. So Mercy Chore is a lawyer specializing in intellectual property, data protection, commercial law, and cybersecurity. She leads the intellectual property and TMT department at CM Advocates and works with Barizi Data Privacy to provide business-focused compliance solutions. Experienced in Kenya's Data Protection Act and GDPR, she advises on privacy policies, data protection, impact assessments, and regulatory compliance. With a background in journalism, Mercy has authored articles on trademarks, liquidation, and emerging legal trends. She is a member of the ICT and IP KIPI Liaison Committee, reflecting her commitment to legal research and professional development. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please help me bring on stage our moderator, Mercy Chore. Karibu.
Good afternoon. My name is Mercy. I'll be a moderator for this session. You've already been told I'm an advocate. Advocates usually have a lot of stories, but for today, I'll cater for the tech people around. And for that, let me welcome my panelists. Kindly come to the stage. Please welcome them with a round of applause. So as you can see, for the first time today, I did not mention it, but my fellow namesake is here, Mercy. So the 2/3 rule has been upheld. So, so I think it would be best for each panelist to introduce themselves. In 30 minutes, could you kindly do so? We can start with Mercy from the far end. I can always review that to 30 seconds, noting the timeline.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Mercy Mutemi. I'm the managing partner at Nzili and Sumbi Advocates and the co-director at the Africa Oversight Lab. My field is really digital rights and doing work that helps us figure out as a continent what our digital future needs to look like. Thank you.
Hello, and I don't know if you can hear me. My name is Felix Commander. I do technical sales for hardware. I cover the East Africa region. I have been in cybersecurity for a while. I did network security for close to a decade now. So you can as well say I have made my bonds in the field. So I help organizations also be at the level of compliance and protecting the network and the data. So thank you.
It's working? Yeah. So thank you very much. My name is Richard Mudua. Pleased to be here. I look after cloud and cyber security for Liquid Intelligent Technologies. We do have a smaller company called Liquid C2, where we do cloud and cyber security and anything that is not connectivity. So cloud, cyber security, AI, software management. I've been in the industry from way back, about 20 years ago. So started from management information systems, coding, networks, now into the business side of technology. Thank you very much, looking forward.
My name is Joshua Gucha from the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. At the moment, my role, I'm the principal complaints and investigation. My major role is to investigate and enforce on the Data Protection Act.
Hello everyone, my name is Tahir Latif. I'm the Chief Privacy and AI Governance Officer. I'm also an expert advisor to C-suite, to governments and regulators around the world. I've got 16 years of expert experience as a practitioner in the data privacy and AI governance space. I also sit on the global board of the IAPP, which is the largest data privacy organization in the world. And I also teach data privacy and AI governance to my fellow colleagues and professionals globally. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. We're having a bit of an issue with the mics, but we move on regardless. Thank you for joining us today, and let's dive right into the topic today. We are basically talking about data sovereignty in the cloud. So maybe we can start with the enforcer in the panel, Joshua. From an enforcer's perspective, how do you define data sovereignty, and what are the aspects around data sovereignty in Africa, from an enforcer's perspective?
From an enforcer's perspective, I'll define data sovereignty as how Kenyans' data is processed, collected, stored, and processed according to the laws of the land, the local laws, the Kenya Data Protection Act.
From that, Tahir, just to pick up from that, what will be the difference between the data sovereignty practices in other African countries and what we have and what is supposed to be implemented just to get compliance?
I'm going to go slightly wider than just Africa. We see a split now almost globally in terms of certain geographies and geos and locations where data can flow freely. And the free flow of data has tremendous benefits. But of course, in terms of the sovereignty of data, certain data needs to be kept sovereign in line with confidentiality, trade secrets, and of course, national security. So my perspective will be to somehow challenge the narratives of today. Following on from what the Honourable Minister said, there's doing the right thing and doing things right. Doing things right is keeping data sovereign. But doing the right things is enabling the right kinds of data, right? Compliantly, safely, and responsibly to flow internationally so you can get the benefit and the insights and are able to benefit from data as an asset.
Okay. From that, we get that we need to have a balancing act between innovation and control. And from this, Mercy, maybe you can tell us, from the regulations in Africa, noting the disharmony between the different data protection laws, how would businesses handle cloud technology in this space right now?
I like the conversations around data sovereignty as segue into conversations on what businesses are facing and the kind of challenges that businesses are facing. And right now, if you think about it from the perspective of AI, think about the solutions that are out there in the market, you have two options as a company really, is onboard into already existing products, or for super specialized, engage people to develop your own products. And what everybody's complaining about right now is the cost of optimization. And that just comes down to the issue of data. So when you think about approaches, for example, South Africa has a very different approach. When you ask whose data is it, we go into the discussions around data colonization. In South Africa at the moment, there's a competition case ongoing against Meta because of this issue, right? So everybody on the continent uses WhatsApp, and the government just wanted an API that could be tapped onto WhatsApp to be able to communicate with all its citizens during COVID. And because of intellectual property, that was stopped. So the question becomes, but whose data is it? How can't we access this data that you've collected from us for even benefits, not just from the government, but also from a business perspective? So when he talks about like the free flow of information, that for me is where this conversation needs to go. So our approach up to this point has been from a data protection perspective, and we fought long and hard for many years to even have legal systems for data protection, and the best ways to view them as enablers of business, enablers of movement of information. Instead, we're using them in the opposite direction, where elite data subjects are clamping down on that space because we view data as belonging to me, Mercy, or belonging to Tahir, individuality. But data is a public good because that is the age where we are, and we need access to it if we're going to be able to make it into the next conversation. If we're going to have African representation like in the age of AI, even in cloud security, then it has to be that we have access, especially to the data that our people are producing.
Thank you, Mercy. Noting this fragmentation, which you've mentioned, and the need for data flow, Felix, where does this fit in cybersecurity? What could businesses do to be compliant?
Okay, so the main intention of cybersecurity really is to maintain the CIA triad. So confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the data as well. So some of the empowerment that is being given to businesses and what they need to do, first of all, you have to minimize how much data you are actually collecting. And even after you've collected this, you also have to find ways of obfuscating this data. For example, the data that you need to use for analysis, it doesn't need to be real names of people and their real emails. You have to find a way of maybe masking it, making it appear different. And also, there is cases of, data availability is also one of the key measures that so companies also need to make sure that the data is always available. So you need to take care about denial of service of the data. If you need to segment and maybe put your critical data in certain segments of your network, which are not freely accessible by everyone, then you need to do that.
From what you've said, we can pick up that security is clearly the cornerstone of sovereignty. So Joshua, How do cloud providers address data sovereignty, the data sovereignty requirements at the moment? What are the aspects around it?
For cloud providers, the Act has introduced obligations whereby even cloud providers can be able to once you transfer data outside, you have to store, you have to have a backup of storage of data within Kenya, now within the local area. And if there is transfers of data outside, you have to ensure that there are adequacy measures are put in place for the transfer of data outside Kenya.
Pose this question to you from the perspective of a cloud adoption expert. How would you answer this question?
So I think in terms of adoption, first, there needs to be a solid use case business-wise for moving to the cloud if you need the resiliency of the cloud. And you need to build good governance structures around we're adopting cloud. So what do we need to do around it? And it needs to be, I think from the story that we heard from the guy from Goldman Sachs, how a gun was pointed at him and because he didn't know the law. So I think this happened a lot when we were adopting cloud. I think most people came out to find these issues after they were already on the cloud. So people needed to track back and start having a look at. An example is some people could just go deploy AWS S3 buckets, for those that know them, and all of them were publicly exposed without keys. So this adoption now, we need to start taking it slower. Are there services that organizations can do for themselves? Do they need to have a managed service for those organizations? Do you need to have it as infrastructure service? So it needs to be quite a journey in terms of adopting this cloud and making sure that you are, of course, maintaining as much control as possible to the data that you have yourself, because a lot of times on the cloud, there is responsibility matrix, and at all times, a cloud provider will be responsible for their own services, but bottom line is every customer, every business needs to be owner of their own data. Yeah, so it needs to be a process.
Thank you, Felix. This brings us to the discussion of the practical implications for businesses. So, Richard, how can businesses leverage cloud technologies in compliance and basically in the cloud era? How can they?
Thank you. So I think businesses, number one, can leverage the advantages of cloud technology by, first of all, embracing the fact that digital transformation is basically around survival. So digital transformation will be very hard if you don't embrace. So, sorry, I think I lost my thought process. But for any business to, first of all, get the benefits of cloud, you must be ready to migrate. You must set yourself to move to the cloud. And you must look at what is it within your business processes that can be migrated to the cloud. What is it within your day-to-day operations that can safely be moved onto the cloud and still operate without disruptions? And then from there, we have to make sure that before we move, again, we spoke about migrations in the morning and how you can carry a lot of that to the cloud. Before you move, you must, first of all, clean up. You must make sure that what you're moving is clean, what you're migrating is already cleaned up. And then you have to adopt things like secure by design kind of strategies. These days, because most of the things are going AI, either consciously or unconsciously, then you need to start also thinking around an AI-first design. And these are some of the strategies and many more that businesses can look at as they go to the cloud so that they can get the maximum benefit that moving to cloud would bring for them.
If I may there, just step in. Any migration to the cloud is a huge digital transformation project, and it's not to be taken lightly. Of course, you mentioned a couple of strategies there, but from a data privacy perspective, we have a whole gamut of challenges there. So we also have to introduce privacy by design. Everything that you've currently implemented in terms of your privacy program on-prem will need to be comprehensively reviewed as you migrate that data to the cloud. One of the main challenges of that is actually knowledge of your data. You know what you know, but you have unknown unknowns. So you have your unstructured data, your semi-structured data. And this is very difficult in terms of cleansing and migrating. So not only do you have to understand your data, but you have to have full knowledge of that. And for that, you need data intelligence. You need the discovery, you need the classification, the intelligence that will allow your data privacy teams and your security teams to understand the data first, then to apply the necessary controls as you migrate to cloud, and then very importantly from the perspective of data privacy, ensuring that the right permissions and the access and the processes of that data are migrated in totality to the cloud itself. Otherwise, you're going to have a two-tier system whereby on-prem, you're going to be compliant to the data privacy laws, and on cloud, it's going to be effectively an unsanctioned data warehouse or data lake where data can be used freely. And there brings the challenges of knowing what data you can and can't use. And then moving forward, you have to implement strategies in terms of, okay, if the Office of Data Protection has a certain period for retention and deletions, how can you continue to utilize that data nationally and internationally, adopt privacy-enhancing technologies, use federated learning, differential privacy, synthetic data that will allow your data to be utilized while still remaining compliant to the national regulations and allow your organization to conduct business internationally. Earlier we talked about, we were talking about Mercy about AI. AI is nothing without data. And in the opening keynote, there was talk about bias. Now, I consult globally. You cannot have unbiased data sets. If Africa is retaining their data, how can a pharmaceutical or life sciences company possibly do clinical trials utilizing data sets that are predominantly white males or females? They need our data. That's the only way you're going to remove bias and discrimination for use in these use cases.
This is the beautiful sort of marriage between cloud computing and AI as well. The truth of the matter is dormant data doesn't help anybody. And whatever business you're in, you're really looking to leverage on the data you have. Even relying on a cloud solution, the idea is not just to have a safe storage. I mean, if you wanted that, you could have just done it physically. The idea is to optimize what you have, and there's no other way to do it other than AI, so to speak. It's just too hectic to be able to figure it out manually, which I guess is going to put a lot of pressure on the Office of the ODPP to figure out what the law wants with us when this is what the business is calling for. Things like data retention will take a new meaning, right? While, yes, you cannot retain data for past when you need it, but perhaps you can anonymize it and then make use of it to where detention doesn't really catch you at that point. It's things like, yes, you cannot transfer data to countries that don't have a robust data protection regime, but then you're dealing with international providers and you don't choose the servers, right? So they choose the servers, they choose where your data is going to be stored, but you have to trust that they already subscribe to a very robust data protection regime and trust that. So what we're going to start seeing is really pressure to interpret the Data Protection Act and the existing laws in a way that actually promotes business. I 100% agree on the issue of how we have our data in silos. I always make the comment of government hospitals have a wealth of information that the world needs if we're going to be part of the conversation in the next technology, but it's not digitized. The lands office is the same. It was funny that the other day that the lands officer, the registrars, doesn't have access to even birth or death data, so they can't even do their due diligence very quickly. So that integration as well is going to become a very key part of the conversation. Thank you.
Joshua, would you like to chime in on that as the enforcer? And
as the Office of the Data Protection, it does provide guidance on it does provide guidance on compliance issues. So it is, and as we usually say, compliance is always a walking, it's a journey. So even businesses and organizations should always try and partner with the office so that they can be able to align themselves to different changes. Because technologically wise, things do change very fast. So once a business has, if there is something that has evolved within your business or your sector, you can be able to seek for guidance from the office so that you can be able to comply with the act.
Thank you, Joshua. From that, the key takeaway is basically collaborating with the regulatory offices, like the ODPC. From what Mercy has said, we have to implement AI, and also what Tahir says, in the implementation of AI, we have to take into consideration data intelligence and the transfers also, especially cross-border transfers, because that's what we are dealing with when we are dealing with data, when we are dealing with the cloud adoption. So maybe who can I pick Felix?
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I think I just want to differ a bit with one of the panelists in terms of trust. I think one of the things, maybe even personally in my period of being in cyber, usually we don't rush to trust first, you verify. So I think the analogy should be verify, then trust. Because, for example, if a cloud provider is telling you that they'll keep your data in Kenya, for example, you can't just take the word for it. Like, you have to go to the point of verifying it. I think that due diligence is really important, especially if, for example, someone says, I do not hold the keys for you. Like, I can't even be able to see your data because I never see your keys. You have to find a process of verifying this before you actually trust. And this has to be continuous verification. You can't get to the point of, now I fully trust this provider and I'm moving. So in terms of cross-border transfer, make your data as hard as possible for anyone who's not available to see it. So you have to do proper access control. And there's a bit of zero trust in there as well. And also make sure it is being done to how you want it. If you want to store your keys on the cloud, you can do it. Of course, do 2 keys, one to also encrypt the key. You can also have the option of keeping the keys yourself. You can choose to do encryption yourself and send everything already encrypted to the cloud, and you're the one controlling that encryption standard. So if you're moving cross borders, of course, it's better to keep everything within your borders, but make sure that the borders you're moving towards are also having standards that are data compliant. There are some countries that give the rights for governments to do surveillance on their customers, so you need to do due diligence and know which of these countries they are, and do you really want your data staying there?
I'm going to take a slightly different approach there in saying that it's not always the best approach to keep your data within your borders. Right? Data needs to flow. It's identifying which data needs to stay within your borders. Right. Again, taking a different approach to the earlier conversations, talking about national security and keeping everything local, that will be a very siloed approach for Africa. You need to be able to share your data, understanding what the data is, what's confidential to your nation, what's in the interests of your public policy and, of course, your national security. This is the kind of data that needs to be retained. And I say, I consult globally. Many governments and regulators took this approach first and then are now working with the regulators and taking consultation and taking a more user-centric approach now, understanding that perhaps the guidelines and the regulations were too strict, especially with the need of AI for data to flow internationally. So keep local what needs to stay local. All of us are using social media. Our data is already flowing internationally without these checks and balances that we keep on talking about. As Mercy said, our data is already a public good. but retain what's confidential to you, take ownership for your data, and don't expect it to remain within the nation. Irrespective of what the laws and regulations are, there's many different ways that the big tech companies allow for data to transfer internationally. And big businesses, big organizations, despite the regulations, the very strict regulations in Europe that do not allow the free flow of data, for example, to go to America, it's gone through the courts for almost 6 years now. Do you think businesses are stopped doing any kind of commerce with the US? Absolutely not. They're putting in place the right kinds of controls. As Joshua said, the appropriate technical and organizational measures, the transfer impact assessments, they're utilizing anonymization, pseudonymization. So understand what your data is, what your crown jewels are, your critical data elements, keep them within the locality, but everything else, look at solutions. It has to be innovation with compliance and security.
Thank you, Tahir. So beyond compliance, Richard, how will businesses implement the different measures for ethical handling of data while using the cloud?
Number one, the first thing is knowledge transfer. So you can have the best strategies, plans, but as long as you've not trained your people, then these will not be implemented. So the second one is basically making sure that all data is properly identified. So what is private, what is personal, what is accessible by third parties, what needs to be published, then that is the second one. So you cannot avoid or you cannot walk away from the subject of collaboration also. So for you to also have a business that is compliant, both internally, basically things to do with standards that the business is running on, and also public sector, then there has to be collaboration. So in that knowledge transfer, in that engagement with third parties, in that engagement with regulators, then that collaboration is what will bring you closer to compliance and make sure that you're running a business that is compliant.
Thank you, thank you. Mercy, would you like to chime in on that?
I like the idea of privacy by design, but frankly, it needs to be everything by design. There's a lot of intentionality that needs to go into planning, and I 100% agree on upskilling, first of all, as a strategy. But beyond that, I think there's a reality setting here that we have to be very aware of, that whether we like it or not, for the foreseeable future, a lot of the products that a lot of the solutions we're going to onboard to are not homegrown solutions. So on top of just being conscious about like the privacy concerns and the data protection concerns, I think the bias thing is a really big thing as well to be very conscious about, that whatever solution I'm adapting in my company, this being a solution that is trained on data that is not localized, not contextualized, has inbuilt bias that I need now to design a counter approach to, whether I like it or not. Because again, the legal consequences is on the user, on your end. It's not on the person who produced the product, because they'll use it elsewhere and with no consequence. So because we're businesses that are very intent on providing solutions to our people, to understanding our markets, because that's the other thing that we're trying to do with this data, is to understand our markets. It cannot be a plug and play solution. Like, there's some level of optimization that needs to happen in our businesses. And at the strategic level, yes, plan around that yes, we're going to adapt these locally available solutions. I think to tell people that you must only onboard local solutions right now is a little bit of a tough ask. They're expensive because they also need to train data, and it's very expensive to access data sets. So yes, we're going to adapt a solution, but then another step after that is how we're going to make sure that we have Kenyanized this solution to make sure that we are getting value and also not producing biased results in the process.
Thank you, Mercy. I think I can pass it on to Felix, just to give the cybersecurity point of view.
So I think I just want to stick this to the point of awareness, really, for us to be aware. I think just when you mentioned that now we have Instagram, that's when I noticed that I actually do have some of my public information in the cloud. So there needs to be awareness even to the level of even any person who's interacting anything on the cloud. I think at the point when a lot of this cloud adoption was happening, Africa was kind of dark on this. I think among the first products that came to us that really went to the cloud is like Microsoft 365, which forced everybody to be on the cloud. And if you do a Word document, Excel document, it now becomes in the cloud. So I feel that awareness is really critical, even for individuals and organizations as well, because you are only as strong as your weakest link, right? And a lot of times it is the human link that becomes a problem. So I think for this it will be awareness for me.
I think you can pass it over to Richard.
So again, for me, I really insist on being aware, and data is either owned or disputed. So you must be aware of what you own. You're responsible for your data. As long as the data can identify you either as a corporate citizen or a natural person, then it becomes your responsibility. As long as you process the data, it could be someone else's data and you're processing it, it becomes your responsibility because you own it, you process it. So awareness, and always know what you're publishing, always know what needs to be accessed from outside and what does not need to. Thank you.
You can pass it on to Joshua as we move towards the conclusion of this discussion. Not final remarks.
On that, I'll say, I think even Kenya is in, we've reached a point whereby regulator, we will be able to, maybe Kenya will introduce some sector-specific regulations on cloud compliance. So more especially dealing with health and health data and financial data, because that's more sensitive data. So we should embrace ourselves and wait for it.
Mercy, just following on from what you said, large language models predominantly being designed, developed, deployed in the global north. Now, of course, we have the advent of small language models, much more affordable, huge uptake now and possibilities for Africa. The main challenges there still remain with the data itself, right? So we have to go beyond this siloed approach if we're going to have fair, biased, representative data sets. So we need to work with the actual regulators to find out what data needs to be shared. Of course, it needs to be shared securely, compliantly, and it's the right types of data as well, in order for actually every nation now is trying to uplift itself utilizing AI. How will we catch up? The global south is already at, we're already years behind in terms of our capabilities, in terms of the data centers, the compute, the actual access to chips, the intelligence we have, but we're lacking the data and the infrastructure.
Okay, I'm looking at the time. We're a bit...
We have lots of time.
We have 5 minutes.
We have lots of time.
We can always continue the discussion. I think as we wrap it up, I think can each panelist give one key area regarding data sovereignty or compliance or cloud area or cloud computing, which you would advise businesses to upshot? We can start with Mercy as we move over.
Okay, so this is how I see all of this relating to each other. I think it begins with AI, and I think that cloud security is what gets us there. That's the vehicle that makes sure we get there. But being a vehicle, first of all, we need to make sure that, yes, we're safe in this bus as we head to our destination. But then what next after that? Which then means we have to pay attention to the data conversation. I think that's how they interrelate. They're not distinct topics. They're very, very connected, and you cannot pay attention to one and say, oh yes, everybody's onboarding to cybersecurity solutions and we're good, without paying attention to the other end, because it would be very small-minded. So then the conversation on data sovereignty, data colonization comes in. So my parting shot is this. Data isn't yours, it isn't mine, it is in the companies, no matter how much money they've invested in making it appear in a certain way, it's a public good. The sooner we begin to acknowledge it as that, the sooner regulations shift in how we acknowledge data and how we democratize these spaces.
Yeah, I think for me, I'll just look at this from an attacker perspective. I don't know how many have watched the movie Spider-Man, but his uncle tells him that with a lot of power comes a lot of responsibility. So cloud gave us a lot of power, a lot of innovations around that space. Just the other day, I was seeing an attacker use a specifically built large language model for attackers. It's called Wolf GPT. And I'm looking at this thing and saying, how do you beat this? Because more often than not, we are living in a state where maybe the defenders are usually catching up with whatever attackers are there. So however much power and how ubiquitous the cloud has made data, we also need to be intelligent enough to keep up with whatever innovations are happening. And I just wanted to take this from a purely cyber attacker perspective, and how do you defend against that? So yeah, thanks.
I would say something that's a bit controversial. I think confidentiality in this day and age is only grammatic. You're on social media, your number is somewhere, you've left your number somewhere with a gate man because they had to record it, you didn't say why. So confidentiality is really not a real thing today. So first of all, you must accept that fact that your personal data exists where you don't know. Your personal data exists with people that you don't know. So the moment you accept that, then you start looking for ways of how do you now try to mitigate or reduce the impact of the risk, because the risk is already there. Your data is all over. So we need to start looking at ways to reduce the impact of your data being shared or your data being misused. And some of the ways to do that, again, I'll go back to awareness. People need to be aware of what's happening around. People need to be aware of what is possible, what is not possible, and then focus your energies and capitalize on securing and reducing the impact of these threats that can happen based on your data. Again, the silo mentality in terms of data management in organizations needs to be dropped. Data will be available, so that removes the idea of when data is being moved, then it has to be kind of secured, it has to be moved in a certain way. Because of the fact that data is available everywhere, then we need to appreciate that fact and start looking for measures and ways to just reduce the impact of the risk of this data being breached. Thank you.
From the regulator perspective, I'll wish to ask the organizations to develop data governance and accountability frameworks so that you may be able to understand where your data is and how it's being processed. And collaborations are key.
Be careful what you wish for. As my colleague has said, the genie is already out of the bottle. Your data is already international. Trying to now bring it back and silo it is going to be impossible. So have knowledge of your data, secure the right kinds of data, and by all means keep that within your national borders. But we have to innovate in order to lift up the nation and to lift up Africa. And that requires the free flow of data, the right types of data to be ethically aligned so that we can move up in a compliant, responsible manner.
Okay, we are going to wrap it up. So 3 words which you can take away from this discussion: compliance, knowledge, and security. That's what you can take from this. And thank you for having us. Thank you for the panelists for sharing the insightful bits. And we'll continue this conversation offline, and I wish you the best. Oh wait, God bless you.
take a family pic. Sorry. Thank you very much. I think our panel need another round of applause. Thank you, everybody. It is a long day. There's a lot of content. There's lots to discuss. We thank you all for carrying on, soldiering on with us. I do have a question, Ben, for you. I've missed one or two sessions. I think there's been an incredible brain trust on the panel today and the podiums today. Question. What does the S stand for in IoT?
The S stand for
In IoT, what is the
in
S?
IoT. Wrong person.
Security? Oldie, but a good one. There's no S in IoT, right? Good.
I have a question for you as well.
Sure.
What's the name of the first documented global cyber attack?
Does anybody in our audience
Does
know?
anybody know?
The name of the first documented cyber attack?
Documented, yes.
Share it. Share with us. Tell us.
Right, so in November 1988, a graduate student named Robert Tepan Maurice created the Maurice worm. He named it after himself, one of the first computer worms. Originally intended to measure the size of the internet, according error cost to replicate uncontrollably infecting thousands of computers.
Amazing. It's always a school kid, isn't it? Thanks for that. With that, we'd love to welcome our next speaker, Robin Peters, who is the Business Development Manager of Servcore. Robin, I'm not going to read out your very impressive biography. It is really great. Please, everybody, download the app. All our speakers' information is there, lots of opportunity to network, also an opportunity to get some information from our showcasing exhibitors. So use the app, meet the speakers. Robin, thank you for being here. The stage is yours. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Is my mic okay? Sorry. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Robin Peters. I'm the Business Development Manager at Servcore. So, I don't know if my screen is working for my slides. Normal technical issues. So should I continue, dance, or engage the crowd? I can dance, yeah? Which move? You know, we know Mapagale, but I don't want to bring it here. So, yeah. There's music here. Yeah, awesome. Yeah. Just a minute now. Yeah.
Fixing that, there's a small activity that I'd like to engage you in. Let's all be upstanding. So this is a game we used to play while we were kids. Say Itimo. Say with me, Itimo, Itube. Most of you who are familiar with those words, you know what they mean. So Itimo means a spear, all right? And Itube means an egg. So when I say Itimo, you stand still, okay? When I say Itube, you lean over, all right? So let's see. Itimo, Itube. Yeah. Itimo, Itube. Itube, please sit down if you stood. Okay, let's do it one more time. Okay. Itimo, Itube. Itimo. You know there are short people who are just doing this. So Itimo, Itimo, Itube. Itube. Hey, please sit down. Please help me get other people who are doing the same. Itimo, Itimo. I saw you. I saw you. I saw you. Please be seated. All right. One more time. Itimo. Itimo. It is zero trust. Itimo, Itube. Itube, that flow, all of you. All right, Itube, Itimo. Itimo, all right, thank you. You're doing well. All right, for the guys who are remaining, I want us to form, we sing we form a choir, all right? So growing up, I used to do beatboxing. You remember? Boo, cha, boo, 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 cha. All right? So you guys are going to say boo. Say boo. Cha. And then you guys are ta-ta. Say ta-ta. Good. So let's go. So you follow my hands. My cue is my hand, all right? Let's go. So we need to form something crazy, all right? I hope we're almost there. All right, let's go. Follow my lead, okay? Let's go. So you maintain this, okay? You maintain that, okay? Let's go. So I want us to change it into what they call, inaitwaje, anguka nayo. Say anguka nayo. So we go, you know how the beat goes? All right, let's go. The beat goes something like this. You get it, okay? So it goes. All right? So let's go. So you guys go boom, boom. And then you guys are losing it. Okay, one more time. Tujaribu mara ya mwisho. All right, let's go. Cha, 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 Ta-ta. Ta-ta. All right, clap for yourselves and you may have your seats. Right, we're good?
Not yet.
All right, so, karibu-san.
Thank you so much for the cha-cha and everything. It's good that you guys are energized, and we're gonna delve on how public cloud is transforming Kenya, and of course, key trends driving growth in the Kenyan market. Now, before that, of course, since we are in the cloud, as your captain, I'll welcome you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this amazing flight. My name is Captain Robin Peters. We'll be navigating through the cloud computing at an altitude of low latencies, tight security, and an uptime of 99.98. So, cha-cha! So, and if we can move to the next slide. Yeah, okay. Okay. So our agenda today will be trends in the Kenyan public cloud market, Savaco's contribution to the market growth, and of course, a case study of one of our clients called Go Deliveries. Okay? So some of the key global reasons for the growing adoption of public cloud in Kenya. The first one is accelerated cloud adoption. Okay? And what are some of the things and some of the technologies that we have seen that have led to accelerated cloud adoption is the introduction, of course, of good internet infrastructure. How many of you remember how expensive it was to, try and access the internet and how slow it was? By a show of hands. Of course, we moved from the 4G, from the 3G, sorry, to the 4G and now to, of course, the 5G. With the introduction, of course, with the government working together in hand with the private sectors, with rolling out, of course, fiber optic cables and submarine cables just to make sure that there is internet connectivity, okay? And we have, of course, some other big bold players like the Starlink, of course, who are pushing their infrastructure into the rural areas, just making sure that everyone is accessing the internet and just trying to, navigate through the cloud, okay? Another key ingredient feature that has led to accelerated cloud adoption, I know this is a conversation, of course, everyone that has been having, is the digital transformation. And of course, this has been brought by the banking sector and the fintechs, okay? Of course, we know that Kenya is a global leader when it comes to digital banking, of course, with key features like M-Pesa, M-Shwari, Equity, just want to mention a few of the industry players that are making sure that, of course, we are going into that digital transformation. With that in play, the fintechs, of course, are now working with the banking sector, okay, just to make sure that, we have seamless processes when it comes to payment. I know most, if not all, we have used M-Pesa either today or transferred money from one account to another. Of course, that is through innovation and acceptance into the digital transformation of the Kenyan market. Another key ingredient that have accelerated cloud adoption in Kenya is the hybrid and the multi-cloud, okay? A lot of organizations, we can even say the banking sector, because we understand that data is very sensitive, most of them, of course, want to push some of the infrastructure into the cloud environment. And of course, now that we have multi-cloud environment, we find that a bank may put an X amount of workloads in one cloud provider, another extra workload in another cloud provider, just trying to make a seamless integration and business continuity when it comes to accelerated cloud adoption. So 45% of Africa businesses' workloads are now running on the public cloud, and we have seen through the internet penetration, digital banking and transformation, and of course with the introduction of hybrid systems and the multi-cloud have enabled accelerated cloud adoption, okay? So the economic impact that, of course, that it has, and what has, of course, has led also to the key trends in the Kenyan market. For instance, you know, COVID-19 was really a game changer to a lot of individuals, okay? We never knew that we will do our deliverables sitting somewhere at the comfort of our offices and everything, just to try and make sure that we pass our message, we deliver our message, and of course, as the bankers usually say, you cross your T's and dot your I's, using, of course, remote work, okay? Now, we really didn't know what cloud is up until, not all of us, of course. Some, as we entered into the digital transformation with the introduction, of course, not the introduction, but Teams being there, you know, you've used Zoho, Zoom, and everything just to make sure that, you know, you are able to connect to each and everyone using the cloud environment. Another thing, of course, on the economic impact is the ERP systems, okay? Which is, of course, enabling a lot of organizations to move from legacy applications to applications that, of course, help them to access the cloud, the cloud market. So, of course, pushing SaaS products, SaaS products into the it's blame the Odhiambo. Yeah, pushing SaaS products, you know, into the market, of course, with industry using Oracle, SAP S/4HANA, just but to mention a few, okay? Of course, another economic impact that we see is cost and scalability, okay? For instance, you imagine every time you had to order a cab, you have to buy another car. It would have been insane, wouldn't it? But of course, with the age of cloud now, a lot of organizations and a lot of individuals are using the resources that they need to use at that particular time. So with the cloud environment, it has enabled, of course, individuals to have innovative ideas, okay, both into the rural areas and, of course, into the urban areas. People walking into any cloud environment, taking something that is cost-effective to them, even organization. A lot of organizations are key on cost savings. So they want to use, you know, the resources that they want to use at that particular time. It's much better than setting up an entire infrastructure, which is very much expensive, with the cooling, security, and everything. But of course, with the introduction of cloud, guys have to use whatever, the smallest amount of resources they have to use on the cloud environment, okay? Now, as you can see on my graph, that's a huge budget. That's 343 million projected market volume of infrastructure as a service, okay? You can see that, of course, we have disaster recovery as a service, SaaS, and platform as a service, now infrastructure as a service, which, of course, a lot of organizations are going through that. And as you can see the graph, it's slowly growing. And by the year 2029, we'll be having an exponential growth when it comes to infrastructure as a service using cloud, okay? Now, the most significant thing is that we have found out local brands play the most significant role when it comes to the market share. As you can see, we have, of course, Azure, GCP, AWS, Alibaba, and IBM taking that share. And amazingly and interestingly, we see that other local players are having the majority of the market share when it comes to offering cloud and services to clients, okay? But of course, before we move to the next conversation, there are some challenges that, of course, global providers and local providers face. Things like costs, you know, an infrastructure that enables flexibility, an infrastructure that, of course, is compliant with, you know, both global and local standards, and of course things to do with security and many other things that industry and cloud providers do face. Now, before I enter to the next slide, as I said, my name is Robin Peters, representing Savaco. Now, how is Savaco being part of the 39%, offering some, of course, answering some of the challenges that are there in the cloud environment, okay? So, give me a minute. So I'll start with a brief introduction of who we are and maybe just walk you through how we are answering the questions that, of course, the market has, the key trends that are there, and how we are enabling organizations to go through digital transformation. So Savaco, first of all, this is our own infrastructure. We're an international IT infrastructure provider with a local presence here in Kenya, okay? So we have other availability domains or data centers across Asia and Europe. These are not tongue twisters, ladies and gentlemen. That's a city, Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, okay? So, I think the lights are still on, yeah? Okay, I don't know why I can't go to the next slide. Let me see. Yeah, so this is where we are geographically, and some of the services that we're offering into the Kenyan market. Because we understand that, of course, to even bring digital transformation and to make sure that everything is running smoothly, latency is also a key issue to many organizations. With Savaco, we ensure minimal latencies. Of course, with a local presence here in Kenya, just enabling your DevOps teams, your IT environment, have a smooth migration or pushing their code or their data into the cloud. We provide high download speeds so that, of course, your customers in Kenya can quickly access services with minimal latencies, okay? So what are we offering as Savaco in terms of the global standards, okay? We're offering technology partnership, where we say, hey, we want to work with you in every step of the way. Of course, with the introduction of Gen AI, ML, and every other thing that is trending, Savaco wants to work hand in hand with you and offering the best technology partnership that we have to offer. Another key thing to consider is the response time of the technical expert, okay? And with Savaco, I understand that, of course, when it comes to response time with some other providers, the time difference and everything, but we're here in Kenya. I mean, the very same way you see me, you can easily give us a phone call, and we'll be able to respond to you through our ticketing system in less than 15 minutes, or just give us a call. I believe it's very easy to just make a phone call and say, hey, this is what is happening on my infrastructure. How can you guys help me? And with Savaco's infrastructure, we help you with that. We also have other communication channels which are free, of course, and we're just trying to make sure that we understand our clients' needs and offer the best services that is there. Another thing, of course, compliance with the international standards. I've had some of my previous speakers talk about PCI DSS and the ISO certification, which is also very key when it comes to security for each and every industry and sector. And number 4, new modern hardware with the 99.98 uptime of our SLA, just making sure we're dealing with the new infrastructure and hardware to our clients, okay? Now that we've seen, of course, what we offer in terms of global standards, now what are we offering in terms of the local standards and local servers? First and foremost, okay, we have understood the Kenyan market, and the dollar keeps on fluctuating. Today's 150, tomorrow is 120, tomorrow is 130, okay? But with Savaco, we have integrated our platform with M-Pesa, which makes it easier for clients to use KSH. This is where the accountant and the IT are best friends, because they can put a steady budget to work on an infrastructure, okay? As I'd mentioned earlier, our offices and locally hosted IT infrastructure is in Nairobi. We are in Mudhangari Drive, Westlands. You can easily walk in, give us a phone call, have a cup of coffee, and discuss, of course, how we can transform your business. Another key important reason as to why clients are working with Savaco, the DPA Act of 2019. okay? Of course, for industries that are hosting sensitive data, okay, this can be the banking sector, the health sector, the government institutions. Of course, they're looking for an infrastructure that is DPA compliant. So we have not only met the global standards, but also met the local compliance and standards together with our GDPR compliance. Did you know that if you don't meet some of the requirements, the penalty is almost up to 5 million, okay? So with Savaco, there's no need to pay that 5 million. You can use it for retreat or any other thing, since Savaco is offering a data compliance infrastructure for you and your clients, okay? Now, since we have, of course, we mentioned affordable pricing, you can be able to save up to 30% of your infrastructure cost because you can compare the KSH with the dollar, and Savaco is able to help organizations with that. Quickly, some of our core solutions, as you can see, infrastructure as a service. We have cloud servers. These are just virtual machines that scale up with your business. Bare metal or dedicated servers. For platform as a service, we deal with managed Kubernetes and cloud databases, as you can see, MySQL, Timescale DB, and very many others. Data storage services. We have file storage and backup services to automate the process of creating up backups, okay? So the case study, why Kenyan local companies choose local cloud providers for the case of Go delivery services. So this is a case study of one of our clients. We have many, but we chose to work with this because of the transformation that we were able to do to them. So basically, that's its profile. It's an innovative food delivery service, in Kenya that aims to provide customers with meals within 40 minutes. And since, of course, we had mentioned about the latencies, the compliance, and, of course, the technical team that is in Kenya trying to make sure that our clients get the best out of Savaco's infrastructure, we were able to meet each and every requirement that Go delivery services needed at that particular time. So some of the key technological objectives that we were able to offer for Go deliveries were reduce IT infrastructure maintenance costs, okay? Number two, we were able to ensure stable operations with minimal downtime, and during my first presentation, as I mentioned, with low latency. And number three, decrease incident and resolution time, okay? So we were able to provide support, and some of the resources that they needed were custom configured cloud servers, and of course, on the platform as a service, these are the databases that they need. That's Cloud MySQL, okay? So what are some of the key advantages that the client was able to see? So, of course, local cloud servers with high reliability, 99.98 of our SLA. We're able to, of course, have a robust and resilient cloud infrastructure, ensuring maximum uptime and operational continuity, a transparent pay-as-you-go billing system, which, of course, when I mentioned some of the reasons why there's accelerated cloud growth is these small SMEs who are looking for cloud infrastructure that doesn't have any hidden costs, okay? Where simple, a client can just come, scale up a server, and has a pay-as-you-go module. If you don't need the server, you can quickly switch it off, freeze it, and enjoy the resources that we're offering on our infrastructure. Another thing, round-the-clock access to skilled technical support. As I'd mentioned, we are here to work with you, to assist you, and have this conversation with you on how to choose a global provider who understands the local needs of the Kenyan market. And last but not least, full compliance with local personal data storage and processing laws, okay? So what are the key results that, of course, we were offering? Seamless migration from another cloud provider. Now, what we do at Savaco, we ensure that we work with you in every step of the journey, okay? And of course, for everyone who wants to learn more about Savaco, we can give you a proof of concept because we understand the economy at times is really hard. And before you actually go to a cloud environment, you have to test the latencies, test each and every other thing to make sure that it offers what you might need on that global cloud provider. So we were able to offer seamless migration from another cloud provider where we walk hand in hand and step in step up until the point where they're like, it's good to go, then they make that payment, Okay? So they don't have to make the payment before. You do the testing, you do the everything, then you make the payment. Reduction of IT infrastructure cost by 43%. As I'd mentioned, we charge our clients with KSH. You know, you are working and bustling, earning money with KSH, why do you have to pay with USD? You know, so Cybercore has enabled our clients to pay with KSH with our platform and our control panel being M-Pesa integrated. Last but not least, accelerated incidents response time. Go Deliveries is focusing on expanding its food delivery services and experiencing steady traffic growth. They had 0 technical failures or latency issues since the project launch, okay? So as I bring it to a close, in case you need my number, you need more information on to test our infrastructure, that is my number, or you can reach
Speakers that were going to speak now are going to do so after lunch. We are going to consolidate lunch a little bit as well. But we're very, very grateful to have Mr. Stanley Kabonguya, who is the CEO from the ICTA, join us today and agree to address us. And thank you very much, Stanley, for being here. Stanley, I'd like to hand over to you. Thank you. Yeah, what?
Hello? Okay, this is better. In fact, this one was already intimidating me. It's too long. So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to say hello to the distinguished delegates. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. I see that I've been put between you and lunch, and I will try as much as possible not to take too much of your time. But first of all is to thank and congratulate the DX5's team for putting together this important event, and also to all of you for finding time to attend. It is a pleasure for me and the ICT Authority to join you in these very important discussions around the issues of cybersecurity and the other tenets of digital trusts in general. In fact, I dare say that the leaders seated here today will be the determinant of our journey in digital transformation as a country. Because all other players can put in a lot of hard work in designing, developing systems and rolling them out. But the biggest hindrance to the success of this particular digital transformation is the issue of digital trust and the issues around it. And we all know that it takes a lot of time and resources to build digital infrastructure. But I don't know how long it takes for that to come crumbling down. How long does it take? It comes down in seconds. And therefore, you're very important players and stakeholders in the general journey of the country's digital transformation. I'm made aware that my minister was here earlier today, and I'm sure he has already laid out the many initiatives that we are undertaking as a government to drive this agenda for our country. It is very interesting because as the people in charge of our security in the cyberspace, you talk about digital trust, you talk about zero trust, isn't it? But on the other hand, our clients and our citizens have a lot of trust in us. In fact, there's sufficient data to support that. A study done by McKinsey, I think in 2023, demonstrated that at least 70% of your clients and our citizens believe that you're taking the right measures to protect their data. On the contrary, out of the executives who are surveyed, about 60% of them reported that they had experienced material breaches in the last 3 years. Of course, as would have expected, majority of them don't disclose to their clients. But you look like the good ones who disclose to your clients when you have a breach. A few people are nodding. I would understand. It is not an achievement, is it? So, but what is also very critical from those insights is that on the client side, even as majority of them trust us, those of us who've been entrusted with their data, they report that 50% of them, or thereabout, indicate that if they doubt, if they do what? If they doubt that as an organization or as a government you're not having the right policies and taking care of the information and the data, they are likely to switch. And 40% will actually stop buying your products or doing business with you. And this just tells us how easily our population and our clients that we are serving are willing to shun the convenience that we are providing through digital technologies if they do not trust our systems and the solutions that we are providing. And one of the things that keeps me awake is just that you can imagine what that would mean for a government. If we are the forefront of pushing for digital transformation, we're the forefront of digitizing government, we're the forefront of putting services online, and then all of you and everybody else shun and run away from those services. It would be a standstill, isn't it? So for us as leaders in this room, I think we have a big responsibility to build digital trust. And we believe that this is a shared responsibility that requires a lot of collaboration between the private sector, the government, and all other players. It is our hope that you actually utilize some of the frameworks that the government has put in place. How many of us know that we have a computer incidents and response team? Oh, impressive. This is very impressive. We do have one. It's a multi-stakeholder team that is hosted by our regulator, the Communication Authority. And that team is actually available to all of you whenever you face issues. Through that platform and the systems deployed there, we're able to monitor all the threats that are coming into the country. And as many of you know, this has continued to increase. In fact, I think the data from last quarter shows almost a 25% increase of threats. Last quarter, we were almost at 900 million threats reported. And this just goes to reinforce the importance of this. So for us at the ICT Authority, we will continue to provide platforms that encourage collaboration, not only on the issue of cybersecurity, but also on the other critical issues that we are pushing for purposes of digital transformation. And the presenter who was just here was talking about what has made cloud adoption in Kenya to be easy. And I think for us, for those who do not know, even when you make your phone call, at some point, the MNOs have come to us through the national optic fiber cable for backhauling. And we are more than happy to continue expanding this infrastructure. We continue to open up the northern frontier of our countries. I think recently we have just launched 700 kilometers of fiber between Eldoret towards southern Sudan, which has in a large way opened up that area. We will continue to collaborate with the private sector. I think the people in that space of expanding connectivity in the private sector have done a good job, and we continue to create other platforms for collaboration. In the spirit of collaboration, ladies and gentlemen, the ICT Authority has been running an annual event called the Connected Summit. I don't know how many of us have heard about Connected Summit. Okay, it's a good percentage, and I know why. It is because when we started running that particular event in 2009, it was largely a government public sector event. But over the years, we have continued to grow that event. Last year, we took a very bold decision to scale the event to a continental level. And we had a very successful event here at Uhuru Gardens. But everybody who came said they want to do the events where they have traditionally done it, which is in Diani. And because we are people who take feedback, this year we have said we are going to listen to that feedback and taken the event back to Diani. But the reason why we took that decision to make the event continental is because we believe, in line with the Africa Digital Transformation Agenda under the AU, we as a country, we have a big opportunity to showcase what we're doing to the rest of Africa and the rest of the world. Last year, we had representation from 49 countries, 35 of which were from Africa. We had investors from Europe, we had investors from the Middle East, and a few from the US. And this particular summit is drawn with an objective of creating business opportunities for growth. And for a long time, we know that the biggest challenge that we continue to face in Africa is because Africa is looked at as a disintegrated market. So even when people want to invest in the technologies that you're developing here, for example, in Kenya, they will only size it to the Kenyan market. I think through the initiatives already being undertaken under AU and other initiatives, we want to ride on that and provide a platform for us as Kenyans to expose the solutions that we are carrying out, provide business opportunities, showcase our innovations, and also learn from what other countries are doing. So this year we expect the participation to be wider. We are inviting all Africa government and key private sector in those particular countries. We are also in collaboration with other partners like GIZ, talking to various investment groups across Europe to come and look at the innovations that we have. And we want to extend the invitation to everybody in this room, together with your CIOs, between the Chief Information Security Officers and the CIOs. Who is who's boss? Huh? Who is who's boss? I know it doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't matter, but please extend this invitation to your colleagues, because all of us have an important role to play in positioning our country. We have an opportunity to also showcase what we are doing as a country. So I also want to say that we are working very closely with Harry here and his team to bring together this event. I think many times when I have spoken on various issues, I've said that we are very deliberate in ceding control of a lot of things to the private sector to come, co-build, and help us to create more efficiencies. We have done it in the infrastructure space. We have invited private internet service providers to come and do last mile connectivity. We're doing it in the area of digital services where we continue to encourage co-creation with government for purposes of delivery of services. We are now doing it in the areas of innovation through a number of programs, and we will do it also for purposes of creating business opportunities for our Kenyan companies. So with those few remarks, I wish to formally invite you to Diani. By the way, we discussed cybersecurity. Yeah, we discuss other big topics, but we also have a lot of fun. There's a bit of golf to be played, a bit of beach games, and a lot of networking and exchanging of ideas. So this year, our Connected Africa Summit is going to be running from the 26th of May to 29th. Please mark your calendars. We will also be sending out invitations in Diani, Kwale County. Otherwise, the ICT Authority and the government remains open to work with you even as we build Kenya as the next digital powerhouse for the region and for the world. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. Apologies for me blocking the view. Another quick change to the program. We are going to have our final speaker before lunch, Mr. Sunday McDixon, the CEO of SMSAM. He is a real stalwart in the industry, 16 years of experience in cybersecurity, and has a great reputation for supporting businesses across Africa with their cyber needs. Thank you, Sunday.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me, and I brought greetings from Nigeria, the positive side of Nigeria. Great. So I know it's closer to launch, so just bear with me, and I promise I'm going to make this a very, very exciting session before we go for the launch. How many CISOs are here, right here, by the kind of put your hands on? Your Chief Information Security Officer. Can I see your hands up? Okay, great. So how many security practitioners? You are not a CISO yet, but you work in the SOC, you are a security analyst. Your hands up. Great. So what I'm going to be talking about today is how you can sleep well at night. All right? How you can sleep well at night. And at SMSAM Systems, we're known for providing practical cybersecurity countermeasures. Practical. We are practical security. So I'll be showing you that today and tomorrow. First, how you can sleep well at night. Okay. I'm not sure this is working the way it should work. Can somebody help me? Okay. Okay, great. So you can see this here, okay, on the board. You see these numbers? They're very scary. So with these numbers in place, how can you sleep well at night as security leaders? Okay, Gartner is saying something, IT governance saying this, IBM is saying this. You look at the numbers of incidents that made it to the news. A lot of incidents happened that was not reported. These are the ones that made it to the news. So how can you sleep well at night with stuff like this? Now, see what happened here. Once an attacker finds a very novel way, they have novel way to compromise your network. It's either they come through the email, that is an old, tried and tested tricks, or they exploit vulnerabilities, in your internet-facing applications, or see what is in my hand. These are cables. You think it's just a charging cable. I'll be talking more on this tomorrow. Or you have something that looks like a USB. So dropping this in the parking lot, you are sure somebody's going to pick it up and plug it in. The bad guys will get in and bypass every security controls you have. Oh, I just want to charge my phone. Can you help me to charge it? You plug it in, the bad guys are in the network. We're going to be talking more on this tomorrow. But these are the ways that the bad guys can get in. And they will get in. Once they get in, what next? Check what is going on here. What can you see? Okay, yeah, I love the security guys are here. This is an attacker. They get to the network, they're free. They just roaming. You know what? They just roam into the network. You know why this is so? Because the network is too open. The network is too open. And I'm going to prove it to you now. I want you to take a screen capture of this, go to this website, download this tool. You can run it in less than 5 minutes on your computer. This will show you where you can get to in your network. So if an attacker compromises a computer, this is how far the attacker can go. You will see the ports open. You will see the services open. This is how an attacker can get from your own computer. You don't need any special privilege. Everything is local. This is how an attacker can get to the network. And this is the root cause of cyber attacks today. The network is too open. Accounts are too permissive. We did a pen test for a bank, and we just got a report today. Our pen test platform compromised an account, and this account has access to 64 million records. The CISO could not sleep. He was calling me. I was in flight coming in. I arrived Kenya 5 a.m. this morning. He was calling me. He couldn't sleep because they saw the report. One account compromised, we got access to 64 million records. You know what that is? How can you sleep that way? Because the accounts are too permissive and the network is too open. It's not all about doom. We have a solution for this, and that is why we're here. Tested solution. We don't have the time to demonstrate, but we have our booth just behind, close to where you have the tea break. You see, you can come over. We can demonstrate all of that, or you can reach out to us, we'll show you. We have practical solutions that will make you to sleep well at night and possibly snore. Okay, so what is the evolution of, first of all, the solution is a single platform that gives micro-segmentation, least privilege, and also zero trust access. You have ZTNA, SASE, and all of that today. Now, the evolution of network security, where it started from, okay? You can see in the 1990s, we talk about firewalls. Okay, I think I missed one of the slides here. Okay, in the 1990s, you talk about the firewalls. But these firewalls are not working. Of course, we that we're in security, we understand the limitations of firewalls. But in the 2020s, we started talking about segmentation because we try to make sure we limit the blast radius of an attacker. Remember, in the other slide I showed, when the lady was just going everywhere, that is what happened when the attacker comes in. And by the way, I'm not saying the attackers are ladies. Okay, great. But, the ladies brought us to where we are today. If Eve had not. Okay, so don't worry about that. I love women. My mother is a woman. My wife is a woman. And I have a lot of friends here. One of my best friends is a woman. So, okay, great. So, that is the point. An attacker comes in, and the industry, we're trying to say, okay, how can we contain these adversaries? We use firewalls. The problem with the firewall is that, in fact, I know of a bank somewhere in Africa, I'm not going to mention the country. This bank has about 16 firewalls internally, 16. It's a very, very big bank. And when I asked the CISO, what are you trying to do with these firewalls? We tried to do segmentation. It never worked because you have a limited protection. And fast forward to the 2010s, we start having about segmentation. Okay, segmentation shows you that you have to limit the blast radius. Just last year, MITRE, how many of us know MITRE? We know MITRE here. MITRE always preach about detection, response. They were hit, okay? And now, MITRE came back and said, you know what? Yeah, detection and response is okay, but micro-segmentation first. Because that is the idea, and that is what we do. When the adversary comes to the network and they hit on the particular computer, if they cannot move to the second computer, what do you have? You can sleep well at night. Yes, they will come in, but once they come in, they cannot do anything. Okay? That is the idea. Remember, they will find their way to the network either way. They can even be an insider. But with the microsegmentation properly in place, you limit that blast radius. Now, microsegmentation is close to a silver bullet. There is no silver bullet in security, but the closest you can get is microsegmentation when done right. But we have seen that microsegmentation today is arduous, is very, very difficult. In fact, Gartner said most microsegmentation projects last the tenure of a CISO. I know of a bank that have been trying to do microsegmentation for the past 6 years. But we have a solution. And our solution is very, very easy. We can microsegment your network in 30 days. 30 days, not months, not years. Again, meet with our team. We'll show you how this is done. Fully agentless, dynamic, in nature. And of course, what are we trying to do with Zero Networks? Zero Networks is a platform that helps you to accelerate your zero trust architecture model. We know about zero trust, but the challenge with zero trust is if you ask 5 vendors what is zero trust, I can guarantee you're going to have 5 different answers of zero trust. But the idea about zero trust is that you don't want explicit, access. Joe is Joe. I want to confirm if Joe is Joe. Okay? That is the idea. So with our platform, we help you to stop ransomware. We are not detecting ransomware, we are stopping ransomware. How do we do that? When the ransomware comes to your network, they require some ports, some services to move laterally. Those are the ports and services we shut down. So a potential ransomware attack becomes a virus attack because the bad guys cannot move. And of course, if you want to pass a pen test, how many of you have been failing pen tests with a platform? You can pass a pen test because with this platform, the pen test will not even run. Remember, the privileged ports, the services that are required for the scan to even happen will not work. Run through that trust meter that I gave you earlier and you see what happened. And also, one of the key things I love most about this particular solution is that you can apply MFA to anything. This is how we stop insider threats. So let's say you're a bank and you have 20 applications internally. We can enforce MFA on those 20 applications at the port level, without breaking anything. We just integrate with the existing MFA. Either you have Duo, CyberArk, Azure, whatever MFA that supports SAML, we support that. We can apply it to anything in the cloud, on premises, everything, without coding, without changing anything. So if you like, you can put up your credentials on TikTok, on Facebook. The adversary still required a phone to get the stuff done. So this is how we allow you guys to sleep well at night. How is it deployed? We can deploy this solution in less than 15 minutes, 15 minutes. It's a cloud platform. All we just need is a server on premise, the required services we're in. Again, you want to have more details about that? Please see our guys at the booth there, close to the exit door where you have your tea break. So if you are here as an organization and you have the following challenges, you want to stop ransomware, you don't want to end up in the news for the wrong reason. Like the last speaker said here, in Kenya we've had a lot of news, bad news, organizations ended up in the news for the wrong reason. If you don't want to be that victim, this platform is for you. We prevent lateral movement. What is a cyber attack without lateral movement? If an attacker cannot move laterally, what happened? You as a defender, you have won. You as a CISO, you can sleep well at night and, like I said, possibly snore. Protection of IoT. How many of us heard about the Akira ransomware? Akira. They did a lot of damage via IoT. Yes, it's good you have EDR, NDR, XDR, whatever DR. These are great stuffs. Thank you. These are great stuff to have, but the point is that the attacker will find a way to circumvent everything. You cannot put EDR on IoT devices. We have seen where we went into a pen test and we compromised the camera from the camera we're in. Remember, these cameras, these printers, they have IPs on the LAN. So once the attacker grabs that IP on the LAN, Again, it can move everywhere. But with this solution, we make sure that you do not have access to those IPs on those IoTs, okay? So that way, there's no way that you can compromise the stuff. Again, more details, we'll talk about that later. Now, everywhere we have talked about this solution, say, come on, Sadiq, that's not true. You know, we have seen that, you know, Chris Tucker was saying that, look, when I first saw the solution, I didn't believe it. How can you make something difficult this simple? Another one said, I just walked away. And this is not true. But that is it. So you can go to our site and you see all of these folks talk about our platform. Okay, I told you we have Evercore Financial Services. Look at the challenges they had and look at how our platform was able to do that. We have also, you know, Riley Financials. We have Vimir, we have Great Clips, and all of those customers. Again, you can see yours there. Are we just new solution? No, we're not. Even Gartner recognized the fact that we're doing something very spectacular, and all of these awards and mentions came in here. Now, finally, what do you see? What's that? Huh? Can somebody tell me? What's here? The guys talked. So remember where we came from. You know, in Nigeria, we have these memes. I love memes, by the way. You see how it started. You saw the lady that's how it started. This is how it's going. So you see the guys talked. He can't do anything. So if you look at it again, let's check it again. What do you see? He talked. So this is what happened to attackers when they come to your network where we have segmented. When network segmentation, identity segmentation is in place, the attacker cannot go anywhere. With this, I want to thank you for listening to me, and whatever way you want to reach out to me, WhatsApp, LinkedIn, email, shoot me some lines, and let's talk. Thank you very much. Your questions? I'm happy to take your questions either here or because you're going for lunch. We'll be right there, and we're here. Okay? Once again, Asante Sana. Sawa Sawa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sunday, for giving us a little bit more sleep. Appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, our much anticipated lunch break will start now. A little time for a little bit of sustenance. We are going to compress it so we can make up with some time. We ask that you return by 2:40 at the very latest. We'll see you soon. Thank you. And sorry, just to mention, lunch will be in the main restaurant called The Larder. Just walk straight down the corridor and you'll see the signage there. Thank you.
At DX5, we leverage the latest advancements in audiovisual technology, virtual reality, and interactive displays to enhance your events. Our team is dedicated to pushing boundaries and ensuring your event stands out in the tech landscape. Our talented team transforms ideas into reality through visual and auditory marvels. From video production to audio engineering, we set new standards for creativity as we provide quality services such as virtual events, virtual roundtables, webinars, podcasts, and studio shoots. We understand that each event is unique. Our experienced team works closely with you to understand your goals and tailor our services to meet your specific needs. Whether it's a product launch, conference, or networking event, we've got you covered. The heartbeat and hub of creativity.
think we are live. Good afternoon once again. We are here live at the Africa CISO Summit 2025 edition, live at the Radisson Blu Upper Hill. We've had some insightful discussions, exciting discussions, eye-opening, and I am joined here today by none other. I'd let her introduce herself.
None other than Deborah Mutungi, the Group IT Manager, Sarova Hotels, also the reigning DX Nova Woman of the Year 2024.
Wonderful. Deborah, thank you so much for making time to be with us today and also join us at the Africa CISO Summit. So we've had some exciting conversations, and maybe just to kick it off, what made you want to join us for the Africa CISO Summit in the 2025?
One of the key things that made me choose to come for the CISO Summit, and for the records, I came with my CISO for Sarova Hotels because I also wanted her to be here to listen and to hear. But what made me come is because it's good to hear some of the sessions that are actually happening today are not for the CISO per se, but are for the strategists in the business. How do we approach the stakeholders? How do we uphold the whole journey of enhancing cyber security and putting in the right measures into the business? And so just listening to how people have done it before, because you're not redefining the wheel in terms of cyber security. Listening to what people are doing, what people have been able to do, the solutions that are there in the market that can make us much better, much stable, gives me a lot of drive to come for these CISO events. And I will always have new things to take home every time I come for the CISO event. So
yeah, for sure. I think this is a conversation that is usually continuing, as it has been said over and over again. Digital transformation, it's not a one-man job. This is a collective effort by leaders within the organization to push and drive. So from the sessions that we've had from morning till now, which has been the most insightful session to you so far?
I liked all of them, basically. All of them were quite informative, but there is the panel discussion. First, there was Yes. Yes, so there was the zero trust conversation that came after the conversation that was led by Joe, and the panelists did a lot of justice to that panel discussion, because now we get to understand zero trust is not a must for everyone. However, for you to be sure that you're secure in your organization, you have to keep taking that journey. And I also like the fact that they enforced the way we should approach the top level management, work with them in this journey, and just make sure that they understand, because one of the key things that the digital transformation journey is suffering currently is lack of understanding from the top level management. So if we can uphold them, work with them this journey, just let them know what they need to know, then that will make the journey much easier. The same thing for cybersecurity. Of course, the questions that we are asked are these toys you're bringing in. But the moment we articulate the value for these solutions to the business, then it becomes easier for us to sell the idea and to guide the adoption of these tools.
Awesome. As we've also mentioned earlier before, such platforms and engagements are usually key in making connections with leaders around security space and IT leadership. Which brings me to ask, have you made any new connection or partnership from the session so far?
Yes. I had a conversation with CrowdStrike. I think that was one of my most upholding and most amazing moments. So talking about demystifying what happened on July 19th and how they have grown out of it and how they are where they are right now. It's not only about security, but one of the things that I want to pick from them, and I want to keep having a discussion with them, even as we look at engaging them in other ways, is the response. Their response was really amazing. And those are some of the conversations I want to have, because as everyone who steps on the stage keeps on saying, it's about when. If this incident finds us, how then do we respond? How do we make the market aware? How do we talk about the regularities that Data Protection Office is bringing into the landscape? How do we communicate the same to our stakeholders? So it was a good discussion that I had with the CrowdStrike team. I will have more discussions with the other sponsors of the event, but that one was one of the discussions and partnerships that I want to see move forward.
Fantastic to hear that. I'm happy to hear that you are making connections and also getting to understand better how things are working out. So maybe from your point of view, how would you compare the conversations that we are having right now here in Nairobi at the Radisson Blu Upper Hill on cybersecurity and globally at large? How would you compare the conversations here and global conversations from your point of view?
So the conversations are, they are consistent, I could say, because one of the things that we mentioned in the morning is 43% of the threats that are being experienced by organizations today are insider threats. And so everyone who comes here, including the last speaker right now, talked about simple cables, power cables that can be used to exploit an organization. And so for such to happen, then there has to be an insider person that is being used to facilitate the threat. And so one of the things that I think is very key and we need to keep on talking about is how are we creating awareness in our organizations for everyone to be on the lookout, because cybersecurity is not for the CISO or for the IT team, but it's a responsibility of everyone. It's the discussion that is going on across the world. And so this event, CISO, totally aligns with what is going on in the world.
Awesome. I know it's lunchtime and I wouldn't want to keep you long. So as we continue to wrap up, maybe you could share with our viewers back at home, in the office. I understand there are also some of them who are joining us on the go. And thank you so much for also continuing to join with us. So maybe you could share what key takeaway so far that maybe you would love to indulge the audience.
Interesting. One of the key takeaways that I got was, again, from another panel discussion where we had legal perspective and the data teams having a conversation. And it's interesting to know that now we have legal practitioners who are taking interest into this. And so this shows us, as much as we are taking precautions and putting measures in place, then the data that we have, so long as we anonymize it enough, then it is ready to be shared out there. But one thing is, please attend these events. The networking is amazing. You get to hear all perspectives and all case studies. And so being here is not a waste of your day, but a whole lot of mental therapy. And just that keeps you moving for another whole year or even longer than that.
I could say truer words have never been spoken. So you mentioned it, regulation and compliance. There's been a fine line where I think it's something we are still getting to understand, and also just from the Kenyan perspective trying to take up. So yeah, I'd say there's still much to be discussed in that area. So for sure. So there you have it, guys, from the horse's mouth. Deborah, thank you so much for making time and also just to share some of your insights from the speakers and the panels that we've had. I'd like to also take this chance to introduce my co-host, Cynthia, who is going to take us through some of the sponsors that have joined the summit and also get to hear from them. So, Deborah, thank you so much for making time.
Always a pleasure.
Back to you,
Thank
studio.
you.
first and after.
To the virtual attendees, my name is Cynthia Kemuma, tech journalist from No Hit Radio, and I want to say welcome to the Africa CISO Summit 2025, and you will be able to follow all the proceedings, all the sessions as we continue for the next 2 days, and I will be here to make sure you get a good feel as much as reality will bring it close to you in terms of different sponsor booths showcasing. Remember, if you see a good moment in the session, take a screenshot and post using the hashtag Africa CISO Summit. Moving on swiftly, let's start with our first sponsor, the OGIT. Welcome. Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Fine.
What's your name?
My name is Radia Orobele.
Where are you from?
I'm from Togo, but I'm based in Paris, and we are flying in both.
You're based in Peru?
In Paris.
In Paris?
Yeah.
All the way to Kenya?
Yeah.
Why did you decide to come here? Tell us, which company are you from and what's your role in that company?
Okay. So I'm the CEO of OGIT Consulting, which is a cybersecurity integration and consulting company based in Paris and in Africa. And we help French and worldwide companies by reducing risk, by building resilience and ensuring regulatory compliance. And why we choose Kenya? Because for us, it's the place to be, in terms of technology. And we also saw that you have a lot of cyber attack, and the government of Kenya taking it seriously, And for us, it's a good environment to help, the company and even the government.
So far, so good. How's the risk management going on? Are you managing?
At OGIT Consulting, we have Yasmin Kamara, our CEO, who is also the head of the audit and the GRC part. So she's the one, working on this risk. So it's really important to, when you help a company to work on the different risks that they have according to their businesses, according to all the regulation that we have in the country. So it's important to detect the risk, to mitigate the risk, and to be prepared better because as they say, for the cyber attack, it's a matter of when, not if.
So you help organizations detect risks, or how does it go?
Yeah, we help. For example, at OGIT Consulting, today I'm going to talk about numbers. Well, do you know that 95% of cybersecurity breaches are caused by human error, according to an IBM study? I guess no. So this is the reason why This is the reason why at OGIT Consulting, our genius model is focusing 85% on correcting human error and only 15% on building technology. And this is why we have 3 main services. The first one is providing a leadership awareness training, because it's important to train the leader about the risk of the cyber risk that they have in their company, and they are going to put the good money, to mitigate them, to treat them. And the second point, we provide governance, risk and advisory and compliance advisory, GRC advisory. And in this part, we manage risk for different company. And the third services, you didn't talk about it, but I'm going to finish with it. The third services is that we help companies build strong identity and access management (IAM) and privileged access management (PAM) system, because more than 70% of cyber attack is due to the fact that an attacker was able to have an identity or an access to the system. So
Have you worked in Paris before?
Yeah, I work a lot of years in Paris, and we help building several PAM, identity and access management system for the big names in the world, such as Total, Airbus, insurance company, Rothschild, etc., etc. So this is what we do all over the world, in Europe and in North America, and we just decided that several years ago that it's time to bring this knowledge to Africa. And in Africa, we know that there are a lot of people who are doing great job. It's just a partnership to bring this knowledge, this experience all over the world, so that we can, gain time, gain money,
So bridging the gap from Paris to now the African countries, was it hard?
Yes.
What was one of the most challenging things that you people actually came across?
People.
What about people?
First, in Africa, as I say, we like hiding things. We have, for example, at least if we took the CISO, most of the time we help CISO, and they are ashamed to ask their management for dedicated training or dedicating consulting, because they are thinking that if they tell their management that they need this, they will say that, why am I hire you at the first place? But no, he is a CISO or a CIO taking care of the security, but he is not an expert. He don't know everything. And across the world, they know that but a CISO needs this dedicating consulting, this expert to help him, building the good system, putting the good processes in place. So only this is a problem, and there is different ones. But the advantage also is I'm African. I study in Africa until I have my baccalaureate before flying, to Europe. So I know how people work. I know, like our ego. Even when we do the audit, it's not the same thing. You need to first tell people that, okay, we are not here to fire you. No, we are just here to help you. And the audit, it's normal. It's normal to have things not working on. This is why we are here, to help you bridge the gap, and be compliant. So don't be afraid. Just show us things. Don't hide things. So yeah.
And people are being compliant about it.
Yeah, it's a matter of know how to talk to people. We are in cybersecurity, but we are working with people, and this is one great thing that I like with OGIT Consulting. It's just that in our head, human is the heart of our solution. And when we work with African, we know that, okay, this person, he is afraid of X, Y, Z. We talk to him with respect. We want to help him really genuinely, so he can feel it. He know that we are here for him. So we are not here to fight him. So it's finally, he trusts us, and we work correctly.
Now let me take you to what was happening today at the event, and a conversation that actually caught my attention.
Okay.
Is zero trust achievable? That is a question that a certain panel were having a conversation about. Do you think zero trust is achievable?
In the world, everything is possible. You just have to pay the price and put the effort on it. Yeah, maybe not today, but if we put the work on it, with a good strategy, we can reach it. Now, zero trust not means that we are going to have like zero attack. No, we are definitely going to have an attack, but the problem is also to have a good resilience system to know that, okay, when we are going to be attacked, what needs to be done? Do we have the good processes? Is it implemented? Is it tested? Is it played? Everybody know what he needs to do, etc. So it's possible. Everything is possible.
Everything is possible.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your response. Now you
You're
can
welcome.
give us your parting shot, and you can also tell us if someone wants to converse with the OG IT people, how can they find you?
Last word, okay. Maybe last word, what I can say is just that even if you have wanting to keep it, even if you invest several million or $1 billion building strong security system, it took only one person to be the attack vector and the weakest link, letting the attacker come inside to your system. So don't let human being your weakest point. Train people from the CEO to the security guard of your company. Start with it. Start with awareness and training session in cybersecurity, and at least you will save, a lot of. You will prevent yourself from a lot of attack. And last point, if you want to contact us, you can contact us on our website og.it.consulting.com. You will see a contact part, or you can contact that directly on maybe contact email, contact at og.it.consulting.com.
Thank you so much for making time
You're
to
welcome.
be here. And of course, to our virtual attendees, these are one of our sponsors for the Africa CISO Summit. Stay tuned, because we have more sponsors coming up in line so that you can get to know what these sponsors are doing.
Thank you. Thank you to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be commencing in a few minutes.
Is that a storm brewing? In this next session, information will be raining down. Threat intelligence, the human firewall against cyberstorm, securing the future in the digital age, cloud economics, a CISO to CTO conversation, and finally assessing the state of cybersecurity in Africa. Make sure you catch every drop, for this is afternoon session.
Right, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Great, karibuni. Again, we're going to rush through our program because I think time is far much gone. And so I'd like to invite you to have your seats and settle down as we introduce our next keynote speaker. We're going to be having this conversation on security observability, and you can't defend what you can't see. And speaking to us is a keynote speaker. His name is David Kabundu, who is a partner advisory of the Partner Advisory Board, SolarWinds. And David Kabundu is the managing director of Istra Solutions Limited, and he currently serves as operations director at Digital Linkage. Kabundu has significant experience in designing, deploying, and managing IT solutions. Notable projects include leading Safaricom turnkey Alvarion WiMAX last mile project, successfully migrating over 3,000 corporate clients to high-speed broadband services, and managing the deployment of EDMs and workflow solutions for APA, KQ, and KRC. And his career spans over 16 years in IT consultancy and operations management. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me bring on stage Mr. Peter Kabundu.
Good afternoon. Looks like people are still having lunch. Thanks for the introduction. That introduction is 10 years old. I have 26 years of experience. I think that was the first time I was in one of these events. Yeah. You have a... So how was lunch?
Great.
It was good? Looks like guys were really ready because no one is back. Yeah. But you guys who are here, we shall proceed. So as they load my presentation, in the morning I think we've heard a lot about cybersecurity and how to defend cybersecurity. We're going to change it up a bit, and now we're going to talk about how to observe your infrastructure. Yeah. One of the speakers in the morning talked about the SolarWinds hack. That was way back in 2020. I don't even know how it came up. But since he mentioned it, and I have to address the elephant in the room. Because if I don't, somebody's going to ask me that question. So let me get it out of the way. Yeah. So, yeah. Are things really different? Very good question. Very, very good question. Now, ironically, we as SolarWinds, and I'm a partner, we support 499 of the Fortune 500 companies in America. 499 out of the Fortune 500 companies. What does that mean? No, not for lack of options. There are a lot of options in the market. Yeah? So it is a sign of confidence. SolarWinds is a company that was built by humans, supported by humans, and we all know everyone is vulnerable. So I think we were caught at a vulnerable moment. And since then, we have adopted rigorous frameworks, and all our solutions are secure by design. And not only secure by design, we are AI by design. So we've made some very, very stringent steps. Yeah. So we have the video. As I bring up the video, on top of that, another elephant in the room. I was asked why I was wearing orange socks. As you can see, our colors are orange, and my socks have the SolarWinds solar system. So that is why I'm wearing orange socks. Yeah? So hopefully that gets the elephant away in the room. I think we've had a lot of technical issues today. I don't know what's going on. Yeah. Anyway, it's good because people are walking in, so I'm buying a bit of time. Yeah. But who knows what observability is as we wait for the human-made systems to come up? Anybody? Okay. Traditionally, we were known for network monitoring. If you Google SolarWinds, you got network monitoring. Okay? But in this time and age, we have to get away from network monitoring. Why? Because we had systems that were operating in silos. So we had our network engineers operating in silos, infrastructure guys, database guys, application guys, and all these guys had their own tools. So as a CISO or as a CIO, if you had to find out what was happening in your organization, the first phone call you made was to the network team. Those are the guys who are always blamed. Yeah? And then to the applications team. But with observability, you have a single pane of glass where you are combining network, application, infrastructure, database, and user experience into a single pane of glass. So that takes away any issues of finger pointing. So if there's an issue within an organization, within a single pane of glass, you can pinpoint and say, this is where the issue is. And that is the difference between monitoring and observability. I wish I had a prize, but no one now claimed the prize. Yeah. You know, I used to be a techie. I've been a techie many years. I can help out if there's a problem. Yeah. So I can continue talking until we get our video up. So how many of you in the room have used SolarWinds? Okay. So are we still doing traditional or are we observing? Yeah? So chances are we had very many modules. We have about 42 modules. We had modules for network, we had for infrastructure, application. But what we've done, we've collapsed 14 modules into one module. Yeah? 14 modules into one module. And totally changed the way we are looking at it. Yeah? And now we're totally AI driven. So with this, we're able to identify issues as they come in real time. Yep. Yep, and proactively address these issues. Yeah, is there a problem? Huh? Oh, he's sorting out. Ah, he's sorting out. Yeah, I can go on and on and on about monitoring, but I need my screen. Yeah. So since we don't have a screen, I continue talking. Yep. Yeah. So we've been in the monitoring space, observability space for the last 7 years. I personally have used monitoring tools for 25 years. I'm not a young man. I know there are a lot of Gen Zs in this room. But in 1998, I was picking up the phone and saying, "Thank you for calling Microsoft. How can I help you?" 1998. How many were born after that? You're laughing. You look like you were born after that. Yeah. Oh, finally, we're here. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. There was a small video coming in. Clearly, I didn't get my video. So I'll need a refund for some of those things. Anyway. So, yes, so. No. This is the slide we did last year. This is the presentation we did last year. I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry, this is, can we get this? Sorry, just bear with us. Has been breached. Wow. Tunafanya observability.
SolarWinds Observability SaaS unifies network, infrastructure, application, database, and user experience into a single integrated full-stack platform. This holistic approach helps you deliver insights, analytics, operational intelligence, and automation at a business service level. Collecting the necessary data is fast and intuitive. Observe everything from databases, hosts, and services to websites, network devices, and cloud infrastructure, all from the same dashboard. Each entity has a health score, which is calculated by combining the status of key metrics and anomalies. Our SaaS observability option makes it easy to group multiple entities together. This lets you track the overall health of your critical business services and all the entities associated with them. It provides multiple business level and technical health views through lists, dashboards, and dependency maps, so you can drill down into the granular details of each entity and pinpoint the root cause of performance issues. Topology maps are generated automatically and show the relationships and dependencies between entities. Get detailed analysis of logs, metrics, database queries, and distributed transaction traces, and leverage them to troubleshoot and resolve application, database, and infrastructure issues. SolarWinds Observability is designed to grow and scale to accommodate any type of environment you manage. It supports both open source frameworks and third-party integrations. Optimize performance, ensure availability, and reduce remediation time with SolarWinds Observability.
Thank you, thank you. Finally, we got the presentation. So, just like the information you were given earlier on, my profile was 16 years old. And the presentation was for last year, but now at least we're here. Okay? So, observability. You cannot defend what you cannot see. Yeah? I know we are talking security, but even for you to defend, you need to know your environment. So from 2019 to 2023, the pace of digital transformation grew, yeah, and was shrunk in about 5 to 7 years. Why was it shrunk in about 5 to 7 years? I think that was mentioned in the morning. During COVID, everybody, even the board of directors, the old guys were saying, Abu, connect me. Now all of a sudden, nobody wants to have a board meeting in the office. Yeah? So everything was shrunk and grew. And now the current companies are talking about a 5x. Yeah? So we cannot lag behind in terms of technology. And I think some of the speakers in the morning were saying, the guy from KCB said, they were trying to catch up with their users. Yeah? They were trying to catch up with the users. So most of you in your environments have something similar to this. Yeah? Traditionally, we had our on-prem. Okay? Now we started moving to private clouds. Now, if you are not on the cloud, there's something wrong with your organization. Yeah? Because hyperscalers are here. You have AWS, who are very good at web applications. You have Azure. If you're doing Office 365, you're doing SharePoint. If you're doing domain controllers are all online now. Google, if you're doing analytics, again. So you find yourself in all these places, depending on what workloads you're hosting. Yeah? So all of a sudden, we were living in our data centers, then we went to a hybrid environment, and then went to a cloud environment. Now, with all these different workloads, you have monitors. So if you go on here, you probably have Oracle, you're monitoring your Oracle. Networks, you probably have SolarWinds. If you talk about every environment, you have different monitors. I go into organizations where I meet up to 10 monitoring tools. And all these tools, most of them are licensed. Yeah? So if you are talking about doing a root cause analysis, I spoke to a certain CIO who was telling me, it takes me 30 minutes to identify what is happening in my organization. 30 minutes. 30 minutes when your customers are already affected. Yeah? So we have to change the way we're looking at it. You're looking at silos of information, visibility gaps, yeah, impacted service delivery, manual root cause. Engineers don't like doing root cause. After an issue is resolved, guys say, hey, it's done. But the business expects a root cause. So we need to change the way we're thinking. Yeah? We did a survey with SolarWinds, and 58% said that they had visibility challenges in their modern networks. Yeah? 76 cited ongoing cloud operational management and critical challenges. Now, 83%, which is now where we're all going, identified managing on-prem and cloud systems in parallel as a primary challenge. So if you look at all these, the problems, the challenge keeps growing. Yeah? Challenge keeps growing. Today, if you have an OEM vendor or a partner who comes to your organization and tries to talk to you about a solution that is not AI-driven, please kick him out. Kick him out, yeah? Because AI is no longer a luxury, it's a must-have, yeah? For me, I look at AI, when I started looking at AI, I was looking at AI, those guys are old school, as like an intern, yeah? Anything I want, and find a research, I go to AI, yeah? But would you take the data, the research your intern gives you, and go present it to the board without looking at it? So as much as AI is driving everything, we need to be careful. We need to look at what we're doing with AI. So if we look at what we're doing, traditionally, this is what you are all doing. And a lot of you told me you're using the monitoring tools. So we were doing network monitoring, infrastructure monitoring, database monitoring, application, user experience, all in silos. Again, root cause, 30 minutes. Now, we are marrying together traditional silos, we're marrying it to incident management. What does that mean? Tool consolidation. So we don't have all these tools. We have one single tool managing all our infrastructure estates. Yeah? What does that give us? Operational resilience. We're optimizing costs. That's a big thing because I go into organizations, if you have 5, 6 tools, if I can reduce the tools to one tool, that does the trick. Yeah? So with our SolarWinds observability, we are totally AI-driven. Okay? I read this somewhere, I thought this was a very interesting slide. By 2030, there will be 2 types of companies. Those leveraging AI and those out of business. So you need to ask yourself, which company do you want to be? Yeah? So how do we do this? Everybody talks about application of AI. All morning we've been hearing, this is how I apply AI, this is how I apply AI. How do we, people from IP stack monitoring, how do we leverage AI? So we're using machine learning to enhance IT operations and to speed up problem resolution. How do we do that? We take deep collection of data and start correlating it now. All of a sudden, we're collecting data from the networks, from the databases, and correlating this data. Now, assume you have a lock in one of your databases. You have a badly written query. So the query causes a lock in the database. That lock is backing up your application servers. So the queues are climbing, processes are going up. Okay? What happens? Alerts start firing. If the threshold is set to 70, all these alerts. So all of a sudden, you have 30 alerts coming. Now, all of a sudden, IT people who always had that little folder that said alerts, sending to alerts. And the only time we went to look for that alert is when somebody screamed and said, this thing has been down. And we said, the monitoring tool fired, but no one went to look at it. And then you go and find, actually, it's a tool fired, but within 100 other alerts. So what we're doing is that we're grouping those alerts. We're intelligent enough to know that all these alerts are coming because there is a lock in the database. So let's address the root cause. So we suppress those alerts, and we do something called alert clustering. Yeah? Yeah? Again, we are told AI is automation. So you are troubleshooting in your, because when I grew up, I was taught, and engineers don't do these days. When you are troubleshooting, you always have service desk open. So you need to be writing notes. When I look at techies, then they try and do the notes after the fact. But now what this is happening, when you're in service desk, when the ticket has been created for you, all of a sudden, you're using generative AI, is telling you the problem is here, and what do you need to do? Run this, recompile that statement. So all of a sudden, even as you are troubleshooting, you are being told what you need to do to solve the issue. That is how we're using generative AI to solve incidences, okay? So there are many cases we do alert forecasting. Forecasting, we've already done forecasting, but now we're doing better because we're looking at the whole platform. Now, the beauty about it, you have your AI-generated responses. Now, at the end of your troubleshooting session, all you have to do is generate for me a root cause, RCA. So you don't have to start going now to compile a root cause analysis. You use AI immediately, generate it, send it, and you're done with that. So that's how we've applied AI to observability to be able to look at our estate. Sorry. I moved too fast. Okay. So observability is aggregating. First, let me take you back one slide. So you have your traditional, as we said. Now you have your hybrid, and you have your cloud instance. So all of a sudden, we're aggregating everything and monitoring from one single pane of glass. Yeah? One single pane of glass. So people ask me, I know you guys are good at network. You guys are good at infrastructure. I know you guys are good at application. But can you do synthetic? Can you do real-time monitoring? I think a lot of banks are asking for this. Can you do synthetic transaction? Can you set up probes in different markets? So all of a sudden now we have a cloud system that we're able to monitor all our instances, and have real health scores for all your estate. Will it be websites, URLs, databases, Kubernetes, name it. You're able to categorize and give health scores. So we've totally moved away from traditional IP stack monitoring to observability, okay? Oh, I was told the thing is over there. Oh, good. So another thing, do not allow a partner or a vendor into your environment if they're not doing anything to help you with compliance. There's a lot of compliance out there. So whatever tools you have, you need to be able to run your reports from the tool. Yeah? So we know there's a lot coming, there's regulation. We have the DORA is coming. We're talking NIS 2. But all these regulations, your tool should be able to compile this and actually highlight whatever issues you have in your environment, and you're able to either comply or get somebody to help you with that. So again, hyperscalers were right stuck in the middle of it because their target, as you see, heavily investing in Africa and Europe. We're being told about some data center Microsoft wants to build here. Yeah. The tone this morning, was how do we bring our data here? Okay. So again, AI-driven observability tools are must-have. Yep. And again, at the end of the day, we're struggling with visibility across our platform. So at least with visibility, with observability, you can see everything within the platform and you can address that. So when I was told to come and speak on stage, I was told to come with a business case. So as our honorable said in the morning, ile alikuwa ameandikiwa. Hiyo nimesema hiyo ilikuwa yangu. Sasa hii ya kuandikiwa ni hii. Yeah? So our business case today, first and foremost, we've deployed both monitoring and observability across platforms. There are more than this. So just get to our booth and talk to our guys out there. But I'm going to give one for bank and one for government. So I know there are guys of parastatals here. There are some I was talking to this morning. So this is KCA. For me, these guys are very forward-thinking because they allowed us to come in. They had simple monitoring. They allowed us to come in and actually do observability for them. So they had the same thing, multiple tools, limited visibility, created inefficiencies across the estates. So with the deployment of observability, we have a single pane of glass, single truth, and we've gotten rid of all other monitoring tools. So cost savings. Again, we changed our model totally. Now we are monitoring per host. as opposed to the guys who know SolarWinds used to do per interface. So imagine within a host now you can collect 20 or 30 metrics on one license. So for me, this was a very interesting case. These guys save money. They're able to collaborate. No more finger pointing. Issue is the network, issue is the application. Within a single pane of glass, you'll be able to say the issue lies here. This was very dear to me. This came during COVID. Again, they were using our tool. They had several modules of it. Their issue again was they were getting alert fatigue because the guy who deployed it to them, he just went, installed it, scanned the network and said, here, have it. But that's not the way you deploy these tools. You have to understand, one, what are we monitoring for? Two, what are our breakpoints? Three, what is critical within the organization? And what action do we need to take if we get that alert? And who needs to get that alert? If you do this intelligently, we were able now to deploy the same modules they had, achieve response times when an alert goes, we know who it's going to and how it's being resolved. Run proactive infrastructure monitors to make sure that we're scanning the network and seeing all these old VMs that, these guys are developers like spinning VMs and all that. And you keep on being told we are running out of space, we're running out of space. With a tool, you just run and say, all this is VMs have not been used for 6 months. You're able to free up space, free up real money for the organization. So in short, I see my time is up. But this was very dear to us. So parting shot, innovation is just not about doing the new thing, it's about doing the right thing differently. Yeah, thank you for listening to us. You can find us out there. I would love to hear from you. Yeah, thank you.
Someone joked about when you have all the techies in one room, of course, you're going to have some technical hitches here and there. And so please bear with us for the technical hitches we've experienced during the day. For sure, tomorrow is going to be a better day, right? So we're going to move on to our next keynote speaker. And we're going to rush through the program again because time is far much gone. And joining us from UK virtually is Peter Cowan, who is a senior analyst, cyber threat intelligence at Control Risks. He specializes in identifying, analyzing, and mitigating cybersecurity threats to protect organizational assets and data. Pete's work focuses on leveraging threat intelligence to support proactive defense strategies and improve security operations. With a strong background in cybersecurity, practices and tools, he collaborates with teams to address vulnerabilities and enhance overall system resilience. His expertise extends to understanding emerging threats and implementing measures to counteract them, contributing to a safer digital environment for the organizations he serves. And maybe, hopefully, by the time he's done, I will have picked a British accent. And so, ladies and gentlemen, joining us virtually is Peter Cowan. A round of applause for him.
Hello, good afternoon, and thank you very much for that introduction. It is a pleasure to be presenting here today, all the way from here in sunny London. I hope that you can hear me okay. Unfortunately, the room that I have selected has a lot of aircon in the background, so if that is too very, please let me.
You can follow me.
Okay, so I'm here today to talk about building robust threat intelligence capabilities within emerging markets. Just a very quick spin about myself. I am the Senior Threat Intelligence Analyst here at Control Risks on our CTI team, and I'm responsible for overseeing works within the Europe, Middle East, and Africa regions. I am a Crest registered threat intelligence analyst. I have extensive experience delivering bespoke threat intelligence products for clients within the physical, operational, tactical, and strategic spheres. And I do specialize in assisting the clients understanding how their unique selling points and geopolitical influences increases their exposure to cyber threats online. Prior to joining Control Risk, I've worked at a couple of well-renowned cyber consultancies and assisted in development of a fused intelligence capability for UK critical national infrastructure clients, including being the principal analyst on one of the largest critical national infrastructure projects in the UK. My analyst experience is built upon 12 plus years from the UK public sector, formerly a Royal Marine Commando and police constable. So, why are you all here? What is threat intelligence? So, threat intelligence, quite simply, is the practice of collecting, analysing, and applying information about cyber threats to proactively defend your organisations. It is a business enabler that enables you to anticipate, detect, and respond to evolving threats by transforming raw data into actionable insights. Effective threat intelligence should be timely, and it should be relevant, and it should be tailored towards the business needs. So the way we look at dealing with CTI is we want to help security teams mitigate their risk and reduce the response times and improve overall resilience. So within emerging markets, the cyber threat landscape is growing rapidly, and a well-structured threat intelligence function is a strategic asset. This is not just any other security function because it has the ability to work in collaboration with other teams that you have going, whether they be tactical, strategic, operational, and your clients as well. So a proper CTI function will allow organizations to stay ahead of adversaries whilst optimizing your cybersecurity investments. So a business case for CTI within emerging markets. As I've already previously mentioned, there's a rapidly evolving digital landscape, especially in emerging markets, where they are being increasingly targeted by cyber threat actors. The two images on the right-hand side you can see there is a take from one of our threat intelligence platforms from 2020 to 2025. I'm not going to go too much into that, but they're just there to serve as a representation of the type of threat that is being faced. So some of the main factors included in this is digital growth is far outpacing cybersecurity investment. The only time a cybersecurity team really gets any investment these days is after an attack, which is what CTI is inherently there to prevent. So the expanding threat landscape, combined with low cybersecurity budgets and regulatory gaps. There's also increases in nation state and activist activity. Cybercrime as a service is also on the rise. Weak infrastructure and vulnerable supply chains, and a lack of experienced cybersecurity professionals. This is not unique just to the emerging markets. This is seen all over the world. So beyond direct financial losses, cyber attacks, they're going to have a negative effect and they're going to erode the customer trust. And this is going to lead to decreased business opportunities for you and your companies. Prime examples is in 2023, Ghana recorded a total loss of 88 million, and this was due to fraud, and this amounted to a 7% increase on 2022. The World Economic Forum, in their Global Cybersecurity Outlook from 2024 revealed that cybersecurity inequity, it tends to mirror other global development indicators, with some of the lowest number of self-reported cyber resilient organizations being in the global south and the highest in the global north. And this is evidenced by that chart there, taken straight from the World Economic Forum's 2024 report. So what that chart shows is in Europe and North America, only 15% of organizations currently do not feel confident in their country's preparedness to respond to major cybersecurity incidents, especially ones that are targeting critical national infrastructure. Within Africa and Latin America, this figure goes up to 36% and 42% respectively. So investing in threat intelligence transforms the the cost of threat intelligence is that strategic business enabler. And this is the point I'd like to drive home today. And what it provides is proactive defense, operational efficiencies, a competitive advantage, and allowing your business to stay ahead of malicious actors, enrich other security functions and technologies, and improve monitoring of your brand. So within emerging markets, the best way to deal with this is to start small and scale up smartly. And things you need to consider within these CTI alphas is this going to be a fully costed solution? So this is down to the business leadership, and many of yourselves in the room, CISOs and project directors. You must understand that the resource requirement of this, as I've already said, this should be a business enabler, not so much considered to be a cost. There is a need for a phased approach. It needs to consider developing open source intelligence practices and the hiring of experienced staff before expensive tools. Now, some of the people that have spoken before, they've got some very good tooling there and they can benefit your companies very well. But we need to start from the ground up, especially when it comes into growing this economy within the emerging markets. Another big factor is to prioritize the needs. Your business or your clients, they should identify the most relevant threats for your region or your sector. These can include financial fraud, nation-state advanced threats, ransomware gangs and groups, and you should focus accordingly according to the most prominent threats within your region. The leveraging of partnerships is extremely important here. Collaboration with ISACs and nation certs and industry groups to share intelligence. You can't do this alone. This is very much a group effort. So we need to understand the risks associated with data collection and how you process and store that data as well, because you could come foul of being in breach of some regulations if you inadvertently hold data that you probably shouldn't be, or process it in a way which is against those regulations. And one example of this would be if you're collecting information on a nation-state APT or some other criminal element group, whilst you have offices or clients within that country, there could be a conflict of interest or breach of personal data privacy regulations there. So just food for thought. Question to ask yourself is, what is the function expected to achieve? So to understand this, we need to have a solid understanding of the scope and the objectives of the threat intelligence function. We can use globally recognized frameworks and models, like the intelligence lifecycle. The MITRE ATT&CK framework is a very good tool used by defenders and attackers alike. So if you're red team, blue team, or these days purple team, they speak that language. And it's very good to use those frameworks to communicate the types of observations you're making within your CTI function. So the alignment with globally recognized regulatory requirements, such as NIST, their cybersecurity framework. What's coming out now in Europe is DORA, and that's having some rather large implications for financial institutions within Europe. We've also got other frameworks like ISO and EEC, so the International Electrotechnical Commission, if I get my words out on that one, and the Centre for Internet Security. Those are just a handful of some of the major global frameworks which could be aligned to help develop those sector and regional frameworks development. So the next biggest question you've got to have is the intelligence you're producing timely and relevant? This is the most crucial thing, is CTI needs to be timely and relevant. Another consideration is, where is your function going to sit? Is it going to be within your organization, or are you going to outsource that to another organization? If you are going to have it within your organization, is it going to sit part of your active defenses you already have in place, such as a security operations center? Or is it going to be its own independent threat intelligence function? So we want to choose a delivery format that aligns with your business maturity level. So if we're looking at locally produced intelligence, we want to start small Are you going to be producing thematic pieces that come in the form of slide decks or a PDF that you're going to send to your client via a subscription email service? It's very cheap and effective. Or you can use some kind of encrypted delivery network to send the intelligence as well. Or we're going to go down the route of using some kind of automated dissemination via a threat intelligence platform. So this is more advanced and it's probably going to be more cost effective in the long expensive in the long run. And again, are you going to do this yourself or are you going to outsource this capability? So there are some open source models out there if you wish to do it yourself, such as Lisp and OpenCTI. You can develop these on a software as a service method where it's hosted outside of your environment or within your environment and somebody else manages it or you manage it. The choices are pretty much up to you. But I would say that the best option would be to consider a managed service. Next thing to take into consideration is the monitoring and reporting cadence. So can you deliver in line with the client's requirements? Is this going to be a 24 hours, 7 days a week kind of monitoring? Or is it going to be constrained within office hours? Tactical intelligence can be sent daily, weekly, and it's generally going to go towards the Security Operations Center and operational teams. Strategic, generally more reserved for the CISOs and executive leadership on a weekly, monthly, quarterly, and annually basis. Reporting should be tailored to specific business units. So if it's going to the SOC, risk managers, or executive leadership. Upper management, the C-suite level execs, prefer concise, high-impact outputs that inform strategic and risk-based business decisions without getting lost in the technical details. Wherever on the other side, analysts and managers within SOC environments, they prefer the actionable intelligence to detect, prevent, and investigate and respond to threats effectively. And finally, then, review of delivered intelligence. This is the most critical thing. So the intelligence that you've already delivered, whether you send that via PDF or you're delivering it via a threat intelligence platform, is it still relevant hours later, days later, weeks later? The constant review of delivered intelligence. You need to constantly reassess whenever something changes. Prime examples was the 2023 ransomware of Move It by FOP, and that was a constantly evolving scenario daily with new victims, new sectors, and increasing the threat landscape. The Russia-Ukraine invasion is another big one as well, as that has progressed over the last few years. It brought about a significant rise in pro-Russia activism. So daily, this threat assessment changes for organizations across different sectors. Something to consider with that as well is how you're going to update your reporting. Is it going to be in line with what you're already doing? i.e., you're going to send another PDF or new report on your threat intelligence platform. And there we have just a little snippet of some of the formats that are available and the MITRE ATT&CK framework in the middle there with OpenCTI, a open source platform for threat intelligence down on the bottom right, MISP next to it on the left there. And then the ones in the background are some snippets from our reporting itself. So challenges faced within emerging markets. There's limited regulatory enforcement and compliance gaps. Many emerging nations have cybersecurity laws, but the enforcement remains inconsistent due to resource constraints. Organizations often adopt security measures reactively. This is after a breach, which is by then it's too late. So we need to be a bit more proactive as we're moving forward. Cybersecurity maturity through compliance and investment. Again, we're talking about the regulations like the NIST cybersecurity framework. They provide essential guidelines for aligning security strategies in line with your organizational goals whilst maintaining compliance. Global security frameworks, they do define essential structure and best practices, but they're often designed with more mature economies in mind, which kind of tailgates on to the previously mentioned WEF report from last year. So emerging markets, you need practical adaptations to fit the unique challenges. So the prioritization of intelligence over compliance. This is another big one, especially when it comes to trying to use global frameworks and regulations to secure your infrastructures, rather than going out there and adhering to every single approach that they recommend. You need to keep it relevant to you and your clients. I hope that kind of makes sense there. So we're adopting a risk-based approach here. This greatly assists in prioritizing and focusing on critical business assets during these regulatory engagements. It's something that's very commonly seen with them. And focusing on sector-specific adaptations. So for financial and technical companies, you're looking at PCI DSS and the NIST CSF for telecommunications. Regional cyber threats, they do differ from global trends. So threat actors in Africa, they exploit different socio-economic conditions, such as reliance on mobile banking and limited cybersecurity maturity in small to medium enterprises. Threat intelligence is all about collaboration, so we need to leverage the local threat intelligence sources, monitoring of social media, telecommunications, dark web, deep web activities. These provide actionable insights beyond the standard global feeds. And this needs to be tailored towards what's most pertinent to you and your clients. So partnering with regional ISACs, law enforcement agencies and industry groups, this will improve your intelligence sharing and threat detection capabilities. We need to emphasize workforce development. So there is a massive cybersecurity talent and skill shortage. This is not unique to emerging markets. This is across the board. So it is vital that we start upskilling and retaining our cybersecurity professionals. It's much more cost effective than relying on external consultants and technologies. So advanced technologies such as AI, they can play a critical role in addressing many of today's challenges faced in cybersecurity. You know, you can look at improved response times, identifying vulnerabilities before they are exploited. But these tools are only effective as the people that are using them. So there needs to be a combination of innovative technology with this skilled talent. Businesses can stay ahead of bad actors and respond proactively to emerging threats if they have skilled talent and the correct tooling to use it. So invest in entry-level talent pipelines. Organizations should look at creating structured internships and graduate programs because in the long term, these can teach permanent roles and they will build a sense of community and loyalty and reduce hiring costs in the future as well. We want to encourage cross-training within IT and risk teams. So again, CTI is very good at this because we like to collaborate with teams from all of the realms, whether it be defensive, offensive, or purple teams. Here at Control Risks, we started out as a physical risk company 50 years ago, dealing with sort of kidnap cases, and these days we're delving more into the cyber spheres than we ever thought possible. So promoting regional certification initiatives, so work with local universities and international bodies, sponsor industry recognized certifications such as CISO, SANS, and this will improve your retention capability in the long term as well. So building threat intelligence communities. The most important thing for emerging markets is building them locally, building a culture of cybersecurity awareness where employees and stakeholders at all levels understand their role in protecting the company's valuable assets. Public-private collaborations, such as successful governments, academias, and private sector partnerships. You need to develop relationships with law enforcement agencies as well to harness a much more fused approach, because TI is not just restricted to the cyber side. And the conventional side does have an impact on cyber, as much as a lot of people hate to admit. So we want to encourage participation with regional ISACs and inform information sharing, and contribute to these and benefit from collective intelligence at industry on national levels. Sponsor and support local cybersecurity events such as hackathons. We need to delve into that talent pool again and start bringing people into the TI world. So red teamers, pen testers, they're going to be very helpful in understanding that technical landscape if we can bring them on board. And we need to facilitate a cross-border dialogue. So cyber threats in Africa, for example, as well as other emerging markets, they often cross national borders. So we need to encourage that regional cooperation, not just the national partnerships. There needs to be clear processes and documentation. There needs to be an institutional knowledge database, and it must be preserved through your company's standard operating procedures and training. Again, it all ties in with developing that workforce and building that experience within your roles. Building lightweight and adaptable playbooks. This is synonymous across the cybersecurity landscape. So when you're looking at your company gets breached and you've got your immediate reaction plan and disaster recovery plans, CTI needs to have an involvement in that to help shore up defences or research into who is attacking you and where they're coming from. So we can look at things like IOCs and their patterns for you and help build your response case. Establishing continuous review cycles, probably one of the most important things, as we said about the reporting before. We constantly need to review everything we're doing. This can include regular tabletop exercises, post-incident reviews, refining of documentation to ensure that it reflects your current threats and your organizational realities. And we also need to try and find a central knowledge repository. If you're developing your own threat intelligence platform, whether it be one of those open source ones or you're outsourcing to an already mature solution, which there are quite a few out there, this can be used as your knowledge of your repository of knowledge, so to speak. Coming towards the end now, just wanted to touch on a couple of case studies that reflect a good and bad example of effective CTI implementations. Starting off with a success story then, effective CTI implementations. So as you can see up on there, it revolves around East Africa financial institutions from 2023. It was collaborative in its way, it shared the intelligence. Banks in the region participated in joint operations, which was coordinated by Interpol, and they shared intelligence to bolster collective security defenses. And the adoption of threat intelligence platforms, institutions within this region integrated their threat intelligence platforms together to aggregate and analyze the threat data. This enabled for proactive identification and mitigation of the emerging threats. Capacity building, continuous training programs were established to enhance the skills of cybersecurity personnel. This ensured effective utilization of threat intelligence in daily operations. And the outcome of this was they led to improved detection and response capability and reduced the impact of the cyber threats. So ineffective CTI implementation, a lack of skilled personnel, significant shortage in qualified cybersecurity professionals hindered the development and management of effective CTI functions. Insufficient investment, limited resources were allocated to the cybersecurity measures, and this resulted in outdated systems and inadequate threat monitoring, leading to the breaches. Also, as well, poor awareness and training. Employees lacked any kind of proper cybersecurity awareness, making them susceptible to social engineering attacks. So the outcome of this was the absence of a robust CTI framework led to successful cyber attacks. This caused financial losses quite significantly and reputational damage to those affected banks. So finally then, lessons learned and a call to action. My recommendation to emerging markets is to start small and be wise in how you're going to implement your scaling. So the implementation of every security control, from regulations and frameworks is not necessary. You need to focus on your critical assets, so prioritize those is a must. CTI most definitely is not a one-size-fits-all approach. You can't just expect to write something in the line and expect it to go perfectly. It needs to be considered and evolve as incidents happen. So growing digital economies as well, especially in emerging markets, they're attractive to cyber criminals, especially ones that are looking to exploit your weak postures and the regulatory gaps that exist within them. Strong threat intelligence strategies in combination with regional collaboration and investments will improve damages to business and government. That speaks for itself. The biggest one here in yellow is executives. You should be championing threat intelligence efforts. Threat intelligence is a business enabler. It's not just the cost for your business. Regulatory alignment without over-compliance, again, touching on the first point there, don't blindly follow the international standards. You've got to focus on the practical security measures you can put in place to secure your critical assets to meet your risk profiles. Focusing on skills and automation. Your employees are your best asset. Your analysts are your best asset, not just the expensive tools that you're buying into and bringing into your business. It's your analysts that are using it. The best cybersecurity solutions fail if people can't use them. And of course, as we've seen today as well, technology has a way of not working well when we want it to. So you need to rely on those people. Invest in them, their training, and open source security solutions. And that concludes threat intelligence.
Appreciate you. It's been a long day. We've still got incredible content. We've still got some breakaway sessions. We're here. Let's enjoy it. Let's make use of the time. So appreciate you being a part of what we're doing. We know that 95% of online breaches are generally due to human error. And it's really encouraging to see that the Communications Authority in Kenya is doing a lot of work in doubling the efforts to raise consumer and community awareness. So it's really great that we have our next speaker, Martin Koyobe, who is the Senior Manager and Technical Lead for the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, who's going to be talking about the human firewall, how we should be engaging with communities against cyber storms. Thank you, Martin. Whichever you prefer. Thank you.
Creating a seamless experience that quickly gets users where they want to be is a beautiful thing. No more sticky notes with your complex passwords. If only that were true. Today, logging in means entering your username and password. Often, you'll need to take the time to enter another method of verification on top of that. Let's eliminate the friction, get rid of complexity. No one likes it anyway, and maintain security. With Ping's customer identity solution, you can rapidly create, test, and optimize digital experiences that delight customers while keeping everyone secure. In short, making it smooth. We bring together simple authentication experiences, consistent single sign-on, multi-factor authentication, and risk management, then orchestrate it all together. This makes things easy for your customers and gives them the best experience possible, while integrating with your existing security stack to remain secure. Go ahead, see for yourself with a 30-day free trial. Just click here or go to pingidentity.com/try-now.
Okay, thank you so much for the patience. My name again is Martin. What I want to do here is to take you through probably what we call the global aspects of how we are trying to build what we call capacity in terms of people skills, and then reflect that within specific domains of each of the countries. I will then pick a little bit of some examples of what's going on within the African continent, and I believe that will be very reflective within your own institutions that are represented here. So first of all, I think it is important for us to remember and to see why is it that we need to build capacity in the continent. And the main reason is that we are seeing a push for digital transformation. Many of the countries represented here and within the continent and around the world are pushing for digital transformation, whereby we depend on the digital infrastructure in order to be able to provide specific services. And Africa is not exceptional. So you have things like, for example, the Africa Free Trade, or the Continental Free Trade area, which is really pushing for digital communication, transfer of data between countries, and that will accelerate a lot of businesses. Mobile phones and mobile communication has also exacerbated the communication and the need for us to do that. So therefore, it's important to build capacity that can be able to provide these particular services and even be able to provide the skill sets that are required to prevent or to protect the threats that will come through that. When you look at the threat horizon, there are roughly about 3 issues or 3 areas that I would consider very difficult. And this is what I call the 3D threat horizon. So if you look at the 3D threat horizon, you've got disruption, you have distortion, you have deterioration. And these are very difficult problems to solve. They take longer. You invest more. You need skill sets to deal with these kind of problems that we have. So if you're looking for skill sets that have to sustain the investment that we have in digital infrastructure, which I believe most of you have invested heavily on, then we need to build skill sets that can be able to deal with these challenging problems. It's even worse when you look at the stacks that are showing what are the kind of like threats up to 2030. And I want you to pay attention to threat number 8, skills shortage. So therefore, Africa and the countries that are represented here, institutions, companies, you're not exceptional. We need to find a way of how not only to build skills, but actually to build sustainable frameworks that can be able to retain skills in organizations. And we'll see a little bit of this shortly. So what we see here is a study that has looked at what are the skills and the threats that we are facing. And you'll see that skills shortage is one. We have even others, such as areas of advanced hybrid threats, which means you combine different type of threat vectors in order to have what we call a significant impact if you are an adversary. If you take AI, which I know most of us talk about it, whether it's generative AI or any type of AI, there are 2 sides of it. So we see AI as an advancement that will help probably cybersecurity experts who are in the room to solve some of the problems much quicker. But at the same time, it also provides us with a lot of threats that could multiply very quickly. When you look at countries that have either had strategies or policies on AI, Africa has only a 1/6 of the 60 countries in the world. But there's some progress that is happening. So which means we've got a lot to do in terms of how we are able to deal with future threats. And not only that, how we build capacity to be able to deal with that, especially when you talk of skills. This is not a definitive list because it was taken in 2024, which is last year. So there's a possibility there could be other countries that are joining this particular portion of actually looking at AI. The continent is also considering other bigger pictures in terms of how we can be able to make many countries have what we call strategic frameworks, whether it is for artificial intelligence, whether it is the Malabo Convention, or any other digital transformation frameworks that are being pushed by the AU to member states. The reason for this is to make sure that we have a cohesive environment that is uniform across our borders, and therefore it will be easier for us to deal with the future threats as they come. Let me concentrate a little bit on what is happening in the continent. So if you look at the ITU stacks that came out last year, there is an improvement in terms of what countries are doing in specific areas when you consider whether it is the legal aspects of each of the countries' maturity, whether it is the technical aspect of each of the countries, maturity, the capacity development, which is very key for this particular session, organization and cooperation. Africa has been represented very well. So if you look at the Arab states, because ITU has a different way of how they categorize countries. So you have the Arab states and you've got the Africa states. And when you see on the right-hand side, in Tier 1, you have various countries from Africa which are in Tier 1. Egypt, Morocco, and those two, then you have in the Tier 3, at least you have Libya, Tunisia, and Algeria, which is an improvement compared to last assessment that was done. And there's a very significant reason why I'm putting up these slides. In Africa, or the Africa region, you have the Tier 1 countries, Ghana, Kenya, Mauritius, Rwanda, Tanzania. Very significant, looking at the number of countries that have moved to Tier 1, meaning that they're doing the right thing. They are building capacity, they are organized, they are making sure that the legal frameworks do work, but at the same time, they are collaborating internationally to make sure that things are in order. And I'll take a particular example for Tanzania, for example. And I want to really, if there's a Tanzanian in the room, I'll congratulate them very hard because they've worked very, very hard to make sure that they reach that particular stage. And I know this very personally because I was involved with Tanzania, and they've done very well to move all the way from the different tiers up to that particular Tier 1. Mauritius has always been doing the right thing, and therefore they're in that particular stage. So let's try and understand, how do we build capacity? Because that was the main reason when I was discussing with the presenters and the organizers that we should concentrate on capacity building, because many of the companies here and organizations want to make sure that you can retain staff, you can build capacity within your institution. So the most important thing is that we'll go down to that level. Just a quick one, and again, just back to the stats that I've given you. When you look at the countries within the tier, so if you want to understand this, so if you look at the Tier 1 there, out of the 20 in the world, Africa made actually 7 of the countries were in there, which is very, very a commendable thing to do. And then when you look at Africa along the sides of, actually Africa had 5 in Tier 1 in the role model, and then you find that in the area of establishing, they're quite there, evolving, Africa is also there, and then of course in the advanced stage. And I'm concentrating on Africa deliberately because most of us are actually of interest within the continent, and I thought it would be useful to do that. So how does the skill sets look like worldwide, especially when you look at the issues around the gaps that exist, and the previous speaker mentioned about skill sets. These are stacks that we've all read a bit. So under the ISC2 cybersecurity workforce study, they show that in 2023, if you looked at the cybersecurity workforce, we had roughly about 5.4 million people within this workforce. This figure is almost similar to 2024. There was no significant increase in the workforce in cybersecurity. And the main reason is that there wasn't any employment going on. The economy of the world and other aspects that affect employment were very, very severe coming into 2024. So there wasn't any increase in the people that are employed in cybersecurity. And then when you look at the gaps, the gap represents people who are professionals looking for professional vacancies of cybersecurity where we need professionals to come in. People who have certification of specific levels, they are skilled in specific areas. This gap, again, has increased almost 19% year on from the last statistics that was taken in 2023. So what this means is that the gap of professionals that are required to fill what's needed out there has increased. But you've seen that there's a correlation with employment because people can't employ. There's a challenge. And we want to find out what are the reasons why people don't employ, apart from salary, of course. But let's see. If you look at the World Economic Forum, they looked at the same stacks, but I think it's also related to what we've just seen, that if you look at the global skills shortage within cybersecurity, we have nearly 4 million, which is consistent with the figure that we've just seen from a different statistics that was taken. And in this deficit, you can see that there's an increase in demand for cyber professionals. There's definitely an increase in demand. And when you look at the other organizations, almost 90% of organizations experience a breach, which they can partially attribute to the lack of cybersecurity skills. So that means organizations out there are actually experiencing what we call cyber breaches, not because of the adversaries being too clever or anything else, but just because someone somewhere, there's a skill that is missing within the organization. And there are very many reasons why we can't get this skill set. So how do we actually attract cyber talent? And I think it's important that we see what the challenges are. And here you'll see that cybersecurity skill sets, there is a global deficit of qualified cybersecurity professionals. There is also competition for talent. There is competition for talent. You would find that bigger companies would snap very many people who are skilled. And this is a problem that faces cyber certs or CSerts, data centers, and other skilled areas, even forensics. You train people within a specific aspect, and they would leave after they get their qualification, because they are big organizations that might pay a bit of some attractive salaries and they'll leave. Then lack of cybersecurity education and training. This might not be the case in some of the countries, but if you go within the continent, you'd find that organizations or countries are suffering this issue because they don't have colleges or institutions that are offering this kind of qualification. And then, of course, there's this evolvement of the landscape. The landscape is changing, the cyber threat horizons are changing, the threat vectors are changing, and then keeping up with that becomes an issue. We also find that the workforce retention, there are challenges, certification and qualification barriers. In some countries, you have to move from one country to the next to go and get your certification because your country doesn't offer it. And that becomes a huge, huge barrier. The cost of this certification is also high for the first-time people who are looking for employment. It's also important to include women and other categories of groups who face a lot of barriers when it comes to specific skill sets. And I think this is something that I really want to touch on. We really have to open up. If the world is made up of 51% of women, then it's only important that we open up all the areas so that they're accessible by all who deserve and they're qualified. And then lack of hands-on experience is another one. But let me try and take you back to the issue around Africa per se. There are some efforts that are going on in Africa. So what you see behind me are efforts that are being done. This is something that we are working on, where we've seen that there's a problem when it comes to south-to-south expertise. Every time there's a project in any of the countries in the continent, we would always go north to seek for experts. While the truth of the matter is we have experts within the continent. And the question is, how do we retain these experts so that they are able to do the work that we need in an open, transparent, and very, very much inclusive manner or framework? What we did is to establish what we call the cyber expert community in Africa. It comprises of roughly about 40 countries that have subscribed to it, and I know some of you who are here must have come to these particular sessions. What happens is that if you're an expert and you're here, you should be part of this community. Because what we are trying to do is that if there is somebody needed in, let's say, Botswana, wants an expert of certs, and that expert is in Cameroon, then the expert in Cameroon can go to Botswana and do that particular work. Or even an expert from South Africa can go to that country and do that particular work. We don't have to have experts coming from all the way up from different countries to come and do this work. And this will sustain some of the projects that have been funded by some of the organizations that we know of. There is a collaboration going on with Smart Africa that we are aware of, with Kaspersky, but these are just examples, selected examples. But we know that partners who are all over here have do have different schemes, different programs, partnerships, whether bilateral or not bilateral, that are doing something within the continent. So at least within the continent, there's a thought around building capacity, but not just building capacity, making sure that it is sustainable. And then next is the issue around how do we make sure that we attract cyber talent? And these are just 4 areas that I thought we should just share. One, of course, is to be flexible and adaptable. The point is that the threat horizon keeps changing. Organizations need to be flexible. You have to adapt, and you have to be able to face the challenges that are occurring. Secondly, we have to prioritize diversity and inclusion. I can't emphasize more on this one. We have to be able to get people in. AI comes with a lot of challenges, which means some people might not necessarily be having the jobs they had. We need to retrain those experts to make sure that we use those skill sets. There should be a scheme that retains talent that has left the organization. So when people retire, they should be coming back to give back something to the young incoming employees. And that sometimes helps companies to maintain and be competitive. Focus in developing in-house talent. This is important. Many organizations do invest in their employees. They do have specific talent that groom within the organizations, but we need to focus more, whereby we do training and upskilling, and given the culture, create a culture of a reward culture, so that if somebody works hard, they are rewarded accordingly. And then, of course, we have the issues around building loyalty. And I want to point out, when you talk about building loyalty, we really mean building loyalty. There are some companies or organizations in the world that are very competitive, not because they have the best, but because they've built loyalty. If you look at the military services, especially around the world, and there's some countries that have very strong military cybersecurity experts within their military ranks. If you look at how they build loyalty, they get the young cadets before they come into the military training, they pay their fees, they come into the training, they do their bits. Even if they leave, they've already spent 9 years of their lives giving back to that particular organization. And companies can do this. You build loyalty. That helps you to maintain. So as I come to an end, I just wanted to share with you one project that is trying to address the issue of capacity building, but differently. This is a project taking place in Togo. So Togo as a country has decided to build what we call a center for research and coordinating cybersecurity research within the region. The idea is to have centers of excellence that provide specific skill sets, but more importantly, are sensitive to the region's needs. It's important that a center like Konza, which is in East Africa, if they are running a specific program in Konza, it should not be duplicating another program in Tanzania. Congo Brazzaville is building a center for AI. Congo DRC shouldn't build a center for AI. They should build a center for robotics. It complements. So really, the coordination around centers of excellence is a very key factor to retaining skills in the continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. One more time for... Thank you, sir. I want us, we just do a small exercise. Stretch your hands like this before we get the next keynote speaker. All right, which is this? Your right hand Point it upwards like this. All right? So you have your neighbor, right? So we are pointing with our right hand, and then with the left, you're just placing it this way. So place it on your neighbor's index finger. All right? When I count 1 to 3, I want you to hold tight and make sure, wait, just hold on. I want you to make sure that you hold tight the finger and make sure that you're not caught, okay? Ready? Weka kidole vizuri. Ready? All right. 1. Hold. Hold up, hold up, hold up. 1, 2. I haven't gotten to 3, bana. All right, 1, 2. Okay, we'll continue with that, but let's welcome our next keynote speaker. His name is Rob Otto. He is the EMA Chief Technology Officer at Ping Identity and a Senior Technical Architect based in the UK. So with a round of applause, let's welcome Mr. Rob Otto.
Creating a seamless experience that quickly gets users where they want to be is a beautiful thing. No more sticky notes with your complex passwords. If only that were true. Today, logging in means entering your username and password. Often, you'll need to take the time to enter another method of verification on top of that. Let's eliminate the friction, get rid of complexity. No one likes it anyway, and maintain security. With Ping's customer identity solution, you can rapidly create, test, and optimize digital experiences that delight customers while keeping everyone secure. In short, making it smooth. We bring together simple authentication experiences, consistent single sign-on, multi-factor authentication, and risk management, then orchestrate it all together. This makes things easy for your customers and gives them the best experience possible, while integrating with your existing security stack to remain secure. Go ahead, see for yourself with a 30-day free trial. Just click here or go to pingidentity.com/try now.
And then we will, I will announce it, yeah, but we have said Ping will get the main stage. This, we've got... by CTO. No, I know. We've got to, I think I'm a bit worried about the communications has not been good on this event. I'm a little unhappy with how we've run it. Not with you, it's just I think there's a...
So I think we're aligned.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, it's realigned. There's nothing to do. So we have, but just managing the expectation. Everyone has...
The worry is not even the numbers, the worry is the quality of people.
No, of course.
The senior guys have already left. And tomorrow we can work out a plan for them.
Yeah, no, we can't move it.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, much better, much better. Hibari. Okay, so it's been a long day, and everybody's probably tired, but we'll try and keep this very, very exciting. So I'm going to talk about identity. Okay, and I've got some slides. I'm sure everybody is tired of slides already, so I might use the slides or I might talk about something different. We'll just see. I don't even know which way this will go. I did want to say a few things, though, before we start. I hear a lot about emerging markets, right? You guys all hear, apparently here in Africa, we're emerging market. Identity is about people. Does anybody in the audience know, where did people come from? Africa, right? The population of Africa today, 1.5 billion people. In 2050, 2.5 billion people. There's nowhere in the world that is growing faster than Africa in terms of people. So for me, when it comes to identity and access management and the business of keeping people secure, this market is not emerging. This market is where it's at. So, I was watching something. I find the concept of identity very, very interesting, and not just from a technical perspective, but more from a human perspective. And I was watching something. I heard somebody, and they were. I think it was somebody from one of the First Nations in Australia, and they were talking about this concept that when somebody asks you your name, you can't just give your name. I can't just say I'm Rob, right? Because for them, their name and who they are is very much tied to the land, is tied to everything that has happened in that land before, and the feeling that everything that has happened in that process leading up to them being there is important and is part of their identity. So I thought that I would start from where I came from. I'm not sure if anybody recognizes this city. It is in Africa. It's a city called Pretoria, and we imported a lot of very beautiful trees from South America called jacarandas. But that's where I come from. It is true that I do live in the UK, but I spent the first 30 years of my life growing up in South Africa, living in Pretoria, living in Johannesburg, a little bit of time in Durban. So all over the show. And honestly, when I come back to Africa, it's always wonderful to be here. The other thing that is really interesting is I have two children, and my oldest child is a daughter, and she's 20 years old. And you know what the amazing thing is about my daughter? Is that more than half of all the people who live in Africa today are younger than my 20-year-old daughter, right? So in terms of population demographics, in terms of a young, growing population that is just eager to really get involved and really start growing and building economies again. And I think as businesses, we need to understand that that's the future that awaits us, and we need to find ways to interact with those young people. And that had nothing to do with what I'm going to talk about. So let me talk about what's on the slides and talk about Ping identity and access management. So for us, let's move a little bit away from the person, and let's move towards how does that person interact with our applications, our APIs, our services, whether it's within our company or whether it's what our customers need to access. And the goal of identity or identity management is really around making sure that we get the right access to the right data, the right identity at the right time, and we can do that at scale, and we can do that in a way that helps us to meet compliance. So it's really all about, it's about security. Of course it's about security. It's about making sure that the right people can do the right things and the wrong people can't do anything. But it's also about enabling access. It's also about enabling access to services, because if we don't have any access, well, we don't have any business taking place. So let's then talk about a really controversial topic, or at least a really controversial phrase, which I'm sure we've all heard many times over the last few years, around zero trust. And what is zero trust, and what does zero trust then have to do with the concept of identity, with identity and access management? And for me, I like to go back to a couple of the principles of what we're trying to achieve with zero trust. And some people will say, hey, zero trust, this means you never trust anybody. And it's like, well, if you never trust anybody, then nothing ever happens. Then no business is done, and we might as well all go home and give our children a chance to do it better than us, right? Because they will. For me, zero trust is not about that at all. Zero trust is about being really intentional in terms of the decisions that you make around security, around secure access. So it's around verifying before you trust. I wouldn't say never trust. I would say verify before you trust. Make sure that any decision at a point in time to trust somebody is done based on having as clear a picture as possible. It's about make assumptions about breach. Assume that there are going to be bad actors that could potentially get access, and try to move your security perimeters as close as you can to the specific resources. This gives you much better control, gives you much better defense in depth, and it allows you to build specific protection policies that actually are relevant to the resources that you're protecting. And again, the principle of least privilege. I mean, any of us who've spent any time around cybersecurity or information security will understand what least privilege is about. It's about let people do only the things that they need to do, rather than assuming that they need more access than they do. So that's, again, very sort of high level, some of the principles of zero trust. But the question for me then is, well, what does identity access management, what does it have to do with zero trust? And for us, I think it's very important that we have these really key things in the center that we need to do. We need to verify identities. We need to make sure that the person who's trying to access the system actually is the person that they say they are. We need to make sure that over and over again, we're able to authenticate them strongly. We're able to make sure that it's the same person coming back. And then most importantly, I would say, is we need to be able to perform the correct authorization for the resource that they want to access. So to me, the thing that we are really moving towards, the thing that we are really trying to achieve here is, in fact, authorization. And we need to make sure that we're doing the other two steps in order for that authorization to have the necessary context. But it's not just as straightforward as that, because there's a huge amount of information that we need to take into account if we are going to make that very intentional decision about access, or a decision that actually has visibility or gives us visibility of the factors we need to take into account. And so we break this down into a number of phases. We have what we call a detection phase. And the detection phase is about learning. It's about collecting information. A lot of information, obviously, we want to collect about the user. What do we know about them? Who are they? What is their behavior? So on and so forth. But we also want to know about their device. We want to know about network and context and all sorts of other things that are going on. Because at every point when we make a decision about giving access to this identity, we want to understand all of the things that actually surround it. Then we need a policy of decision. We need the decide step. And this is where we apply our dynamic policy, where we are able to take in all of the signals, all of the decision criteria, and we're able to say, based on our policies, based on what we know, we should allow this access, or we should deny this access, or maybe we don't know enough and we should ask the user to do something else in order to step up their authentication. And then the part that comes after that, once we have the decision, is what we call the direct phase, or sometimes we call it the mitigation phase, where based on what our analysis has told us, we then have to allow the journey to continue in a particular way. Sometimes, in best case scenario, the decision tells us, hey, this is safe, the risk is low, you know what you need to know about this identity, what they're trying to do is a good pattern, it matches what they should be doing, in which case, just let them carry on, right? The decision, the mitigation is do nothing. Sometimes there's so much risk that you don't want to allow them to do something. They're meant to be signing in from Kenya, but in reality they're now signing in from Afghanistan 10 minutes later. Block that, the account's being compromised. Alert the Security Operations Center, that kind of thing. Or it could be do something in between. The risk shows me that I'm not sure, so let's do a step up. Let's ask the user for an additional factor. And again, we want to be able to do this over and over again in a way that's repeatable, in a way that gives us control and gives us visibility. So, and one of the really important capabilities that we are bringing to this is a capability that we call identity orchestration. Now, I was listening to the previous discussion and listening to a number of discussions that I've had today, and the question comes: who has so many skilled members of their cybersecurity teams, so many skilled resources available that they are never worried about not having enough resources to do the work they need to do, right? Who has just got so many people, and they're all so skilled that there's never a skills shortage? The answer is nobody. Nobody around the world, right? So what we are trying to do with identity orchestration is we're trying to provide tooling that just makes it easier, quicker, and simpler for people to build the journeys that they need for these identities, to perform the integrations through no-code tooling, through things like visual journey builders. Ultimately, what we're trying to do is we're just trying to kind of like drive down a little bit of the required skill level, lower the bar to entry a little bit more, so that not everybody has to be a super genius in cybersecurity with 20 years experience in order to play a role in building these policies, in building these journeys. So, and again, we talk about journeys. I mean, this is, I guess, one of the things about zero trust that we hear is that, a lot of vendors will come and say, oh, yeah, here's my zero trust solution. Just buy this and you'll have zero trust, right? It doesn't work that way. Zero trust is a journey. It's an evolution. In a lot of ways, it's a school of thought. It's a way of thinking about how you structure your resources and your policies. And we have seen organizations that want to move on a journey towards zero trust are going to go through a number of these different phases. A lot of the time you start with adaptive authentication. What that means for us is that you need to have a centralized authentication system that allows you to adjust the level of friction based on the level of risk. It's as simple as that. It means you don't always just do MFA every time somebody logs in. It means you're able to look at those signals like we talked about and decide on an appropriate way of authenticating the user. The next step we go on is dynamic authorization, where we take things a step further from just the user authentication, and we start to look at those really specific policies around access for resources, of course, tied to the authorization or the authentication that we've done. Once we've done that, continuous adaptive trust is the next point. This is when we are continuously monitoring throughout the session, looking for signs of compromise. It becomes a lot more proactive than reactive in terms of spotting signs of threat. And then, of course, the final point, the point when we really get to where zero trust is when we are able to automate the whole system and able to essentially build those feedback loops so it becomes smarter on its own. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, there we go. Okay, so talked a bit about zero trust, and this is again very much around how we can enable mostly within the workforce, how we can enable or build an architecture that allows us to use what we know about identity, the tools that identity and access management give us to ultimately improve our security posture. But that's not all that we care about in identity and access management, and certainly not all that we care about at Ping Identity. And what a lot of our customers are telling us is that they've got these three different sets or communities of users, right? These three different use cases, if you like. There's the workforce use case, the people that work for you, access your internal systems, work on your data, and obviously we need to be really in control. But then we also have our customers, right? We have our citizens, our account holders, our patients, our refugees, whoever it is out there, who needs to access our services. And we've got a lot less visibility and a lot less control over those people because we don't have an employment contract with them, right? We don't even know who they are sometimes. And then, of course, we have this very strange thing that lives in the middle called business to business. And there we can't even really decide what it is. Is business to business a special type of workforce identity management? Is business to business a special type of customer identity and access management? We think that it's actually a bit of both. And what we are seeing is a lot of convergence that's happening between these use cases where there are similar capabilities that are required. There are capabilities from the customer use case, let's say in terms of building great user journeys, that really starts to bleed into B2B and even into the workforce. There are use cases around identity governance, having visibility and processes and access requests and certification processes around who is able to access what information. And those are moving from the workforce into the B2B space as well. So a lot of convergence that we're seeing and a lot of customers driving towards using a common platform, a common set of technologies to solve these various use cases. And so for us, it's really about a platform, and this is what, as Ping Identity, what we really offer to the market, a set of capabilities as a platform. And we want to give our customers, we want to give businesses the ability to connect any identity to any experience, but obviously do it in such a way that we are obviously improving security, but improving the user experience as we go. We see three main phases or three main activities when it comes to identities. The one is around management. This is management of the identity lifecycle. Different ways of doing this. If it's workforce, this is about joiner, mover, leaver processes. This is about managing entitlements within applications and provisioning. For customers, it's about self-service onboarding. For, when business to business, it's generally around delegated administration of business partner accounts. It ties very closely into access, of course, because access is where we actually enforce these rules, where we do authentication, authorization, multi-factor step-up, all of those kinds of things. And then, of course, governance is the piece that really keeps it together and keeps the whole, let's say, keeps the whole model clean, where we are continuously reevaluating whether the level of access is appropriate. Protection is something that needs to be built into this. We need the ability to help identify threats as we go and adjust our journeys as we go along, which is why our protection capability is wrapped around the whole platform. We've spoken about orchestration. So orchestration is the tools that allow you to be really agile about how you take these capabilities and how you actually turn them into real journeys for your users to go through. And then, of course, I heard something a few sessions ago about if any vendor comes up on the stage and doesn't talk about how they're using AI, you should ask them to leave. And so, of course, there's AI at the middle that gives it all context. And I'll talk about AI for a little bit just before we finish. The other thing I wanted to mention is around deployment flexibility, right? And deployment flexibility, I think particularly within an African context, is really, really important. So we're obviously talking a lot about cloud. I think a lot of us here understand the real benefits of moving to cloud, right? Anybody who has operated software products in a data center at any scale, who has had to deal with how do you upgrade them, how do you patch them, how do you provide high availability, how do you provide the on-standby support teams that are going to get into their car at 11 p.m. on a Saturday to drive out to the data center if something's gone down, right? Running your own infrastructure can get expensive, and it can limit your ability to move quickly. So there's definitely a big push towards the cloud, towards wanting to use software as a service. But particularly when we're dealing with identity data, our customers' data, a lot of which is protected under privacy legislation. We have obviously regulations around availability, things like DORA, things like NIS2, all of these more sort of European things that are starting to filter their way through. A lot of the time, an organization, even though they might want to have everything in cloud, doesn't necessarily have the freedom to do that, might need more control. And so for us, it's important to offer a range of deployment options, starting from a multi-tenant SaaS service, which really gives that really quick time to value and agility, to our single-tenant cloud service where you have a lot more control, a lot more configurability, and then, of course, all the way through to software that you can manage in your own data center or your own private cloud if you need to. And for us, we deal with a wide variety of customers that are using all of these deployment models. Right, so let's talk about AI, and sort of really quickly before we end. I think time is up. So for us, AI is really, really important. I mean, we talked at the beginning about how much data there is, how many signals there are, right? And how you need to turn these into controls, how you need to turn them into good policies. For us, AI is super critical in helping us to really understand all of that, right? I just wanted to mention one thing. There was another thing that came up is like, I think the comment was, there are only two companies, right? There are those who are using AI, or there are only two companies that are going to exist in 10 years' time, those that are using AI and those that are out of business. I think there's a third category, right? I think it's the category that started using AI, did it in an irresponsible way, caused something catastrophic to happen for one of their customers, and are now also out of business, and maybe their CEO is in jail, right? We don't want to be that category of company, which is why we have built a really robust governance model and a set of guiding principles around our use of AI within Ping Identity. But three major areas for us: assist, recommend, protect. Assist is really about using AI to help distill knowledge, right, and to help our customers find ways to do things more easily. Recommend takes it a step further. Recommend is where we use generative AI to help our customers apply best practice to what they are building in our platform, right? Hey Ping, or Helix is the name of our AI platform. Hey Helix, I want a user journey that starts with the username and password, then does a risk-based analysis, does step-up MFA, and if the risk analysis is too high, alerts the SOC to terminate or to block the user account. Helix builds you that journey, shows it to you. Here's what I'm doing. Let me explain every step. Does this look good? Would you like to take this and move it into production? Again, using this approach to just cut down on the amount of time, the amount of repetitive effort that people need to spend. Configuring the solution. And then protection, of course, is very much where we use machine learning and we use models to help us to spot patterns of good and bad behavior to drive our decisions better. Okay, so that was that. Why am I going backwards now? Okay, awesome, brilliant. So thank you. That's pretty much what I had time for. But again, as Ping Identity, we're here. We're really pleased to be here with our local partner, SecPoint. One partner to partner with for identity to help you with all of your identity use cases. We've been doing this for a long time. Really excited to have conversations. And I'll finish with Asante Sana. Thank you.
Check. All right, one more time for Rob. Thank you. I think you're the curious people who came in a quest to really get to understand this space and to learn much, much more. And to climax this day, we have a conversation which is going to be led by Esther Lugoe. And the question is your cloud secure enough? The CISO and the CTO conversation that matters. And so, these are your fans. You came with them, I can tell. So I'd like as we bring Esther on stage. She's the CEO of Serensic Africa. And she was recognized in 2017 as one of Africa's 30 most promising young entrepreneurs. And she's among Africa's top 100 women in cybersecurity. So one more time for Esther. Karibu.
Oh, I don't need it. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. So our moderator or our MC did not do me justice. Let me breathe in. That was a long walk. So my name is Esther Lugoe Mengi. I'm the CEO and founder of Serensic Africa. We are located in 4 or 5 countries. Our HQ is in Tanzania, Dar es Salaam. I have employed over 200 people. I've been in cyber for over 13 years. I'm a wife and mother of 4. So just to let you know, that you can have it all. And for all my ladies here in the room, you got this. You can be whoever you want to be, yeah? So to start off, let me introduce my panelists for today. So allow me to welcome Mr. Rob Otto again on stage. He is the CTO of Ping Identity. So a round of applause for him, please. Allow me to introduce Mr. Snehar Shah, CEO of IX Africa. Allow me to bring on stage Mr. Laban Nyarera, CISO of Family Bank. And allow me to bring on stage Mr. Denson Gumo, CTO of Angani. So we have such a powerful crowd. This was supposed to be in the morning over there. Now the crowd is less, but we move regardless, yeah? We move regardless. To start with, I'd like you to introduce yourself, starting from Europe.
Thank you so much. Well, I think you probably all saw me speak just a few minutes ago. So yeah, the highlights: field CTO for Ping Identity, live in London, from South Africa, been working in identity and access management for probably 25 years, and it's lovely to be here.
Good afternoon. My name is Snehar Shah. I am the CEO at IX Africa Data Centers. So we're the latest data center in Kenya. We're currently the largest in East and Central Africa. We are building to bring the cloud here locally. So we're going for the hyperscalers. But since we went live last year, we are carrier neutral. So we have all the connectivity clients and also financial services, enterprises, etc. And with my other hat, I'm also involved a lot in talent building in Africa. So I've been running Moringa School, training tech talent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shah. Over to you, Laban.
Good evening. My name is Laban Nyarera. I'm the CISO for Family Bank. Family Bank is a financial institution. So I'm in charge of cybersecurity. I've been in the field for a while. And apart from that, we also do mentorship for young cybersecurity professionals with various organizations and platforms. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Denson Gumo, and I'm the CTO for Angani Limited. For those of you not familiar with Angani, we are the largest local cloud provider in the region, that is East Africa, with multiple zones in Nairobi. We recently launched in Mombasa. We have presence in Tanzania and Uganda as well, and hoping to expand over the coming months. So feel free to reach out to us for those of you interested in local cloud in the region. My day-to-day is helping organizations, big and small, on their cloud transformation journey. And I'd just like to thank all of you for taking your time to, it's been a busy day to still be here to listen to this panel discussion.
Thank you, Denson. The global cybercrime economy is valued at $9.5 trillion, coming third after China and US. $9.5 trillion. You can imagine that huge market share. So every bad guy and good guys would want a share out of that economy. Cloud adoption is at all-time high, but so are the risks, so are the cyber threats. So what do you see as the biggest security risk companies face when moving to cloud? So I can start with you, Mr. Shah.
Yeah, so of course we know about the risks. More and more of our data is moving to the cloud, which I think it's good because if your data is on-prem, you're probably at risk, but different kind of risk, maybe more physical security in terms of resiliency, etc. But the beauty about moving to cloud is that you're more and more in the connected world, and I think we've seen from some of the earlier presentations that the big risk is actually not from your deployment, but really from the connectivity. And we've seen different levels of cyber attacks happening, and the more extreme ones are sort of at a country level with the DDoS, etc. So you know, cybersecurity is very, very important. You know, us as data centers, and I think that there's probably a misunderstanding out there that you know, we also get involved in the data and the data security as well. But you know, we are quite clear because as a colo provider, we provide the physical security and we have the certifications for that. So for example, we have the PCI DSS certification for physical security. When it comes to the IT security, we have the ISO 27001 certification. And what we do as a data center is we make sure that our internal networks are very segregated from the client's network. So we ensure that, you know, we have no exposure, no interference into the client's data. And then, you know, I think there are more experts on this panel to then now talk about how the clients can protect, you know, their own data security.
Laban, what do you think are the biggest risks that companies face moving into the cloud?
I think from our perspective in cybersecurity, some of the risks that we see lie around compliance. You find that as you're moving to the cloud, you have some compliance requirements, laws from various countries, especially dealing with data. So that is obviously a risk that you have to keep in mind. Then when you come to the technical risks, some of the things that we come about are misconfigurations and human errors. You realize when you move to the cloud, the message is that the cloud is secure. But then most customers sometimes might not understand where their roles and responsibilities lie. While the cloud provider provides a certain level of security, there is also the bit where the customer takes over and configures their environment appropriately. So you'll find customers, when they've not configured the environment appropriately, misconfigurations, then they face some of those risks that arise from that. So I think the key message is to ensure the customers understand where the roles of the provider lie, where their roles lie, and how to configure their environments correctly so that then they protect their data.
Thank you. Over to you, Denson. So from a CTO's perspective, CTOs often focus on efficiency, scalability, and innovation, while CISOs focus on risk and compliance. How do you, as a CTO, work with security teams to ensure that security is not an afterthought?
Okay, thank you. So I'd say in terms of Angani, we are not as big of an organization as some other companies where you have hundreds and thousands of employees. So be that as it is, I happen to wear both hats. So I'm both the CTO and acting as a CISO in Angani. And that makes things a bit easier because part of my purview is still handling the technology side of the company and the business growth. And on the other side, I still have to oversee the business risks and what that entails. So for us, what that entails is having a security-first mindset in everything we're doing. So as an organization, as a company, we have security at the forefront in everything we're doing in terms of infrastructure we're laying out, in terms of onboarding customers and everything we're designing and the technology we're laying out. So what this looks like is threat modeling and risk assessment from the onset or from the design phase. We have continuous monitoring in everything we are setting up, and we have regular audits and assessments of everything we are setting up. So from a technological perspective and from the risk side as well, we are able to put both with the same importance that it deserves.
Thank you. Rob, so IAM is a key pillar to cloud security. What are companies getting wrong when it comes to IAM, and how should they fix it?
So that's a super good question. I mean, I think that if we talk about companies moving to clouds, and again, you know, the hyperscaler argument is one that sort of always comes up, and we see a lot of organizations that are going to make a decision that they're going to move into cloud and they're going to start moving workloads into cloud, and they'll pick an initial provider, they'll pick a hyperscaler that they're going to work with, and you know, if it's AWS or if it's Microsoft.
And then they tend to not look at the overall holistic picture of what this cloud extension means in terms of the identity and access management picture, right? So, and what I mean by that is that identity and access management really needs to help you with visibility across everything that's happening. And that's, for most organizations, that's hybrid. That's across whatever clouds you're using. That's across whatever, sort of on-premise workloads and applications you've got. And most often, as organizations start to move more into using cloud, it's across different hyperscalers as well. So there tends to be a temptation to look at whatever your first sort of cloud provider is, and to then look at their built-in identity model and say, yeah, that's fine, I'll just use that because that works really well within an AWS ecosystem, or that works really well within a Microsoft ecosystem. And then you build too much around that, and you get almost like too drawn in into that one model. And then as your agility increases and you start saying, well, it makes more sense for me to do this particular thing in Azure, even though this stuff is happening in AWS, then suddenly you're looking at a different identity model, and you're trying to figure out what is the way to bridge the gaps between them to make them work together in a seamless way. So identity and access management as a discipline, I would say, has emerged out of the fact that organizations have ended up with so many silos of identity, so many silos of security, and have battled to get joined up visibility and control across those silos. My advice would be, when moving to the cloud, don't start building yet more silos in cloud that you're going to have to bring back and try and get under management later. Start off by designing an identity layer that gives you that flexibility so that you're not tied into what particular hyperscalers offer you. Sorry, that was a very long answer to a very short question.
Mr. Shah, so as a CEO of a leading data center provider, how do you ensure trust in the cloud infrastructure when clients have different security needs? How do you ensure trust?
So, as I said earlier, we do our part to show the trust. And for us, the trust is much more in our uptime and reliability, because, as we all know, any CTO, any CISO, they can't afford, any downtime. So that is really, our promise. We're a tier 3+ data center. We have 5 nines of availability. And we have all the backup, and of course, in a country like Kenya, we're quite lucky because we have quite good, reliable, and green, grid. But despite that, we have to meet the requirements of the hyperscalers, which are extremely stringent. So we had to invest in lots of backup, battery backup, and diesel generator backup. Power. So we provide that kind of reliability. And then when it comes to the security element, the physical, the IT security, so that we have all our measures in place, and we have the relevant certifications. And then when it comes to the cloud, I really like what Rob said is about and we're all working in multi-cloud environments. So in our data center, we're looking to bring the multiple clouds here. And again, if there are solutions which are more sort of universal on the IAM, we'd also hope that companies like yours can also come onto our premises, and then your solutions can just cross connect to the client. So we are very agnostic when it comes to the different security providers and multiple clouds, etc.
Oh, so I'll need a commission when that business goes through. As an entrepreneur, So if Ping and the largest data center in Kenya collaborates, there's a 10% for me, yeah?
10%? Drive a hard bargain. You can get 10% of his commission.
So over to you, Laban. From a financial sector perspective, cloud security is crucial due to the regulatory and compliance concerns. So how do you balance between the security and the agility that cloud offers?
Thank you. I think one of the most important lessons when you get to security is to understand why you are doing security. I think it's the number one lesson that everyone is taught, that you are there to support the business. You are not doing security for the sake of security. So you have to get that clear in your mind all the time. So whether the organization is on premise or moving on cloud, the aim is to support. So for us, and with that support, it means, again, you have to ensure that the business is very agile and taking advantage of its opportunities, that is fast to market. So once you put all those factors into consideration, then for you as a security professional to ensure that you are meeting these requirements is to embed your security in product design. What do I mean? I mean that if the organization is moving to cloud, assess the requirements, the risks proactively, and embed them into the journey of moving to the cloud. And this can be done by adopting what we call something like a cloud security framework. Businesses have a strategy. An organization might have a cloud strategy. Along that cloud strategy, what then you need is a cloud security framework where you address the risks that come to the cloud, the resilience, the compliance elements, identify them early enough. So this means now when anytime there is that move to the cloud, you have all these things in place. You have a framework that guides you what you're supposed to do when, and hopefully that framework is agile enough so that then you're able to incorporate these requirements at the design level. If you take that approach, I believe you'll not become a hindrance to the business. The business will be very agile because they'll be addressing the security requirements even as they innovate. Because at the end of the day, security is to enable the business to achieve its objective. So from our perspective as financial institutions, especially where competition is very high, the time to market is very limited for some products, you have to be very agile and ensure you create that culture of security by design, compliance by design, so that everyone is able to understand all this.
Thank you, Laban. Over to you, Denson. So cloud misconfigurations are one of the biggest security threats. So what are the top 3 best practices that organizations should follow to stay secure?
So I would say some of the top 3 ways people would mitigate that would be, first of all, zero trust. I won't go much into the depth into this because previous discussions have really gone into depth of zero trust, something that you need to have an organization right now at the moment because it's the only way you can verify or assure that the right person is doing the right thing at the right time. The second way you'd actually go through this is, so you have infrastructure as code. So these are automation or tools that allow you to have basically a blueprint of your environment. So there's something called configuration drift. This is just basically how far is a change from how it's supposed to be. So if anyone comes into your environment, into your workloads, and they make a change, the system is able to actually correct, first of all, identify that someone made a change, broken something, and it's able to go back the default or the correct state of how things are supposed to be. And what else? Something else this allows you as an organization to achieve is automation of compliance. Because if you have things set up in a correct way, following a set guideline of practices, having an automation which ensures that that is set is a way or a means of achieving compliance, if I may put it that way, and it allows you to automate that role in your organization. Then the third point would be auditing of your systems, regular auditing of your systems, knowing what's running, who's doing what at any point in time. So regular audits and assessments of your environments and your various workloads.
Thank you. I want to engage the crowd. I want to engage the crowd so that we don't sleep, yeah? So I remember one of the previous speakers spoke about zero trust being a product of a pandemic. So COVID happened and then people were forced to work remotely. So there was a quick change in such a short time. And then we all remember during COVID, companies had very limited resources, yeah? So it was born out of a time whereby there's a need, yes, for zero trust, but then there's zero budget or very less budget for implementation. So there was a time we had a meeting with some government people who were talking about security and IT and all. So you're going to forgive me for my French, not French, but for what I'm going to say. This lady, she was a minister, stood up and said, if you are naked and someone throws a piece of cloth at you, which part of your body will you cover? Like, seriously. So you have so many things to do. What will you prioritize? So if you're an organization and you're told, okay, this is a budget for security, what will you prioritize? So any contribution to that? What should be a priority when you have very limited budgets? Can I get a mic, please, to the audience? Yeah.
Thank you, Esther. Great question. I'm not going to focus on what the actual issues are, but you have to start off with identification of risks. Identify those risks, assess those, then prioritize those. And then based on what this minister says, you have scarce, valuable resources and allocate those resources to your high-risk areas. And whether you're able to do that risk identification manually or using technology, up to the organization. There's multiple challenges that we face every day, and everything we do is based around risks as business, and of course, with risks also come opportunities, and we choose to onboard those risks. And if it's a huge opportunity, then we'll accept the risk. The risk is too great, then we'll either insure against it, or we'll mitigate against it, or we'll walk away.
Thank you. Here, over here.
So I'm thinking two things here. I'm in payments. So and the question basically on risk. So it's how safe is my customers' deposits within the ecosystem? They don't lose any money coming to it, because you lose the customer, and no matter how good your security is, whatever you had provided was so good, you have no business. If you have no business, this security means nothing. It's like, I think that whole cloth that you are to protect yourself with, you're just there up again. So I think that's the first priority that I'm looking at. But at the same time, how then do I safeguard or prevent the people that are handling these payments and in large quantities? You know, you're giving someone 1 billion shillings and they've never touched 1 million. And at that point, then you have to also secure them from that 1 billion. And I think that's one of those things that have taken, of course, other big organizations out of it. Of course, I'm also saying this from the extent that there is one of the largest bank in the world, HSBC, has over $200 million budget annually for cybersecurity. So you really have to look into that. And they actually have it two ways, one for fines and one for in case anything goes wrong. So customers first, and then I think the rest then follows later. My take.
Thank you. We need to hear from a lady. So that mic is biased.
It's biased. So I think that depends also on the type of business or company that you're doing. For me personally, I think my priority would go to the network, the users. Because first of all, you protect the network, then for example, the presentation we were showing where a lady was just running across a field and all that will not happen. And then sometimes you can spend millions protecting everything else, but if you don't invest in the awareness trainings on your users, then you're as good as someone who's built a house without a door. Yeah. So I would prioritize my users and the network.
Thank you.
Awareness trainings for the users.
Thank you. So back to the panel. So this is a wrap-up. If you could give one piece of advice to organizations securing their clouds, what would it be if you had to advise the people? Start with you, then we'll go that way.
Right. So maybe I'll change a little bit. One piece of advice to organizations looking to secure their business is focus on where the business sees the need. So as much as we all love security, security for the sake of security doesn't get funded. We need to have business stakeholders working with us who understand the real value of a particular initiative. And if we do that, it becomes a lot easier.
Yeah, my piece of advice is something that we want to lead by example. So just last month, we completed a fully fledged cyber penetration testing. It proved our resilience. We had a couple of issues that came up, which we were able to fix very quickly. My piece of advice to all the organizations is, make sure that you know your risks. So you do that penetration testing. So it's like a health check. The best they say the best cure for medicine is to prevent it. Look at the penetration testing for your own businesses, and then based on that, act accordingly for your security safeguards.
So generally in security, you focus on your most valuable assets. So from a general perspective, that is the message, focus on your key assets. But specifically to cloud security, there are two things I will mention. One, understand your perimeter. By this I mean most people are used to on-premise, where you can physically even see the servers. Then they move to the cloud, they have one provider, two providers. Before you know it, your surface area is so big and you don't even understand where your assets lie, from where you start to where you finish. So first, understand your new perimeter. You've adopted cloud, so you have a wider footprint. Understand it well and map it out. And two, understand your responsibilities. There is the place where the responsibilities of the provider end and yours begin. And most people don't realize this until they have an incident. Then it's, I thought the cloud provider was supposed to do this. Then they tell you, no, ours is this, ABCD. You are actually the one who is responsible for this other side. So if you take care of those two things, I think, apart from all the others, those are the two challenges I think you need to understand. Thank you.
Yeah, we have like 30 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'd just like to say two things. So first of all, we find that security and convenience often don't go hand in hand. And most of us have been choosing convenience over security. So you'll say, the CEO needs to access the system as fast as possible without any kind of hindrance. And newsflash, the easier it is for your CEO to access that system, the easier it is for the threat actor as well to access that system. So it's all about finding this balance between security and convenience. So you have to, as an organization, work really hard at establishing that balance to ensure that you're not sacrificing security. Second thing I'd like to state is, I don't know, maybe someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know if it's the Navy SEALs or the Marines who have this mantra of leave no man behind. So as an organization, when it comes to security, you also need to have the same approach for the entire team. So security awareness is very important, and this starts at the person at the gate, allowing people into your premise, all the way to the top executives. So everyone needs to be on board when it comes to security, what's going on, not just in the organization, but in the industry that you're in as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's appreciate our panelists for their great insights. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Shah.
It has been an incredibly long day. I was just thinking, Ben, when I've been listening to the presentations today and listening about the job of a CISO or a IT security engineer, and I kind of felt a bit like that today. We're looking at this program, if I'm honest. Trying to find the gaps, trying to fill the holes, make sure that it's secure, make sure that everyone's happy. So how do you feel? How did you get on with today?
I think if so now, I don't know anyone who thinks their company is hiring for a CISO. I think I qualify as a layman. I got here knowing nothing, and right now at least I have a lot to share even after this session. And I'm looking forward to tomorrow because we're going to have also an amazing lineup of keynote speakers as well as panel discussions that are going to enlighten us as we delve deeper in understanding how we're going to shape Africa's digital era.
Absolutely. And I think one of the key takeaways I've definitely kind of realized from today, and it goes back to a very, very simple principle, is that you're not going to build a superstructure unless you've got a very strong foundation. So I think that's something that I'm definitely going to take away with me, both from a tech perspective, but I think also a life lesson. I think it's really important. But I think it has been a recurring theme that the structure has to be good. You have to have the foundation in place in order to make your future-proof your company and your organization and be more resilient.
Yeah, and we'd like to hear from you. What are some of the key takeaways that you've had from this session? So in case you have something to say, you can shoot up your hand. Just shoot up your hand, and we're going to bring a mic to you.
Can we have a microphone?
Wonderful.
I'll take it down because
All right.
I'm closest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be very brief. Whilst you innovate, bear in mind your security, your privacy, your compliance. Do it with ethics and integrity in mind. Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you so much.
Thank you. Please remember to introduce yourself. Yep.
My name is Renee Ngige. I'm a cybersecurity officer. The best quote I had today, and I even had to write it down to my own WhatsApp so that I don't forget. I can't remember who said it, but they say that innovation is not about doing new things, it's about doing the right thing in a different way.
I think that was right from Ping. Yeah, agreed.
There's a hand. I saw a hand.
Some hands here. There we
Yeah,
go.
there are more hands here. And there's a gentleman here. So he can go first, and then you'll go.
In the cloud is your responsibility.
Oh, great. A round for him. There's a gentleman here.
There's a lady over there as well.
All right.
The lady at the back
Alicia
there. behind
Page
you.
from Vision Fund Kenya. My key takeaway today was a quote from Steve in the early morning discussion with CrowdStrike. Expect things to go wrong, so please plan ahead.
All right. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you. There's a lady behind you, Gerald. The lady. Thank you.
There's a gentleman already here.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. My name is Joel Were, IT risk analyst. So from the morning session up to now, there's one major thing that has happened. Without awareness, user awareness, training, everyone here has been trained. Everyone here is aware of the risk associated with all those platform, processes, product compliance. So one key takeaway is user training and awareness.
All right.
Thank
Let's
you.
clap for him. That
Thank
was
you.
nice.
My key takeaway is one of the keynote speakers spoke about a book. Humans are underrated. And they said the first part of the book, AI will take all the jobs. But the second part of the book speaks about AI cannot be human.
That's
Great.
great. Thank you.
My name is Timothy Laku, CTO CIO. My key takeaway would come from the last session. I think a statement by Esther about that politician who said, if you were naked and we gave you clothes, which part of your body would you cover? I think that makes it very easy for me to explain prioritization when I'm talking to people in organizations. Another statement by one of the ladies as well at the very front was, you can build your house, but if you don't train your users, it's like building a house, but not having a door. Does it make sense, right? So very, very powerful statements right there.
Oh, great. We can have two more people, and then we'll wrap it up.
All right, thank you. Diana Agawa is my name, from Uganda.
I can't see you. Where are you? Please be upstanding so that we can see you.
Yes, so Diana Agawa from Uganda. I think my key takeaway was around how intentional we need to be as Africa in terms of capacity building, and not just capacity building, but retaining that talent within Africa, and also collaboration across countries. That if one country is focused on AI, can another country focus on, another aspect of cybersecurity, so that we can bridge the capacity gap. Thank you.
Thanks.
Great. One last person. Was there a hand? Okay. Great. I think I can recall a quote from Shagun. He said, AI is the evil and AI is the genius. And I think throughout the conversations we've had, AI, our keynote speakers, people mentioning all about AI. And I think as a layman, because I misuse ChatGPT a lot. I think it has really opened up my mind to see how important security is for a business. And I think at the end of the day, it is being able to use what we have to shape the future of Africa in this digital space.
Absolutely. And I think we can do it through partnerships and collaboration. I think that's been a key theme throughout the day. We have to do it as a community. We have to do it together. I think it's a good opportunity for us to say a big thank you to our incredible sponsors who've been able to bring us together. So CrowdStrike, Ping, Cloudflare, Safari Business, OG IT Consulting, TBM, Servcore, Radware, Manage Engine, SMS SAM, ESET, SolarWinds, Istra, NSI Technology. Please come and give them a big round of applause to show our appreciation. Just a reminder, we have an app. Please download the app. We also have a QR code in the app and a link to a survey. We always believe that feedback is the breakfast of champions, so we really would appreciate your feedback for today. Just to talk about our day tomorrow, it is going to be a very full day with lots of content, lots of networking. We do ask that you be here by 8 a.m. tomorrow. We're going to have an 8:30 a.m. start. And we really look forward to seeing you tomorrow. There is still plenty of time for networking. I think that the whole DX5 team and I think that the later you stay, the later we get to stay. So please do enjoy your time. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Safe travels for those of you who are going to be driving, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, Ben, for being a great MC.
Right, thank you so much. And I think there's tea, right?
There is still some coffee.
Yeah, there's still
outside,
some
please.
coffee. So as you're heading out, you can also pass by the booth, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Good evening.
day one she'll be having 2 breakout